Wiggle those fingers, toes. How are you feeling right now? Great. Palms down. Bring your legs, feet in. Move your hips to one side. Opposite arm, both arms go to the opposite direction. Your lift, breathe in. Exhale, sit back. Good job. Holding it here for just a few seconds. And then we're gonna transition to the other side. Other side, walk the hands over. Hips to the other direction. Lift up, breathe in, exhale, sit back. So keep in mind, if you haven't done this before or in a while, you might be sore. Key is to keep coming back. I'll definitely be here next week on Tuesday. Release, take it center. Doesn't matter which leg, right or left. We're gonna slide it into pigeon here. Slide that leg in. Sit onto that side, palms up. You can also check out our website for our on-demand videos under fitness and wellness for variety, so you can always mix up your routine, yes? Take it center, back leg, bring it in. Nice work. Yeah, man, I stuck up in the ends, I take a flight like. Yeah, man, go shine it very bright, cause it's my light. Puffing on flavors, I'm gonna light it with my. If you had fun today, definitely come and join us on Thursday for chair fitness and more. You need everything that we use today except for your mat. Other side, pigeon. Sit onto that side. Once again, palms up. Cleansing breath, you want to breathe into the nose. Slowly exhale to the mouth. Center, back leg, bring it in. From here, we're going to carefully come up. We're going to stand up, okay? A few more seconds. Carefully release. Leg back. So now you're going to be off your mat. From here, sit into it. Heels down. Come up a little bit if you need to. Pause. Stretch out those calves for all the cardio and lunges that we did today. Extend those legs. Drop the head down. Gently shake the head, nose side to side. From here, you're going to bend your knees. Like a rag doll, you're going to slowly roll up, one vertebrae at a time. Your head's the last to come up. Shake it out, arms, legs. Nice and tall, inhale up, reach. Breathe in. Exhale, dive. Bend those knees. Lengthen, inhale up. Tippy toes, you're gonna exhale, rotate. Nice and tall, bend those knees, inhale up. Exhale, other side. Look over. Center, inhale up. Exhale, sit into it. One more. Breathe and reach. And exhale, relax. I appreciate you all joining me this morning. I look forward to seeing you on Thursday. If not Thursday, definitely next week on Tuesday. Thank you so much. Have a fabulous day.
Hello everyone, I'm Natalia Bilbao, and here's what's happening in LA this week. Mayor Eric Garcetti delivered his annual State of the City address this week, and as you would imagine, the event looked back at last year's challenges, the city's resounding spirit in response to those challenges, and the coming year's rich hopes of getting beyond the COVID-19 pandemic.
13 months ago, everything changed. On March 15th last year, I came to you with an unscheduled address on live television, asking you to stand apart and to pull together, to meet head-on a new and potentially devastating threat. None of us could have foreseen what this year would hold. But through our pain and our trauma, we showed who we are. We learned our neighbors' names and what they needed from the store. We masked up to save lives. We ordered in to save jobs. And we saw how unfair the world still was. The pandemic hit us all, but it hit some of us worse, taking too many of our seniors, too many of our poor in too many communities of color. And it reminded us just how much work we still have left to do. And I know we all want to see and build a stronger, a more hopeful, a more resilient, and yes, a more just city. But if there's one thing I know from my 8 years of service as your mayor, it's that Los Angeles doesn't run from challenges, we rise to them. We find the reason to get to yes, to set the bar for justice and to clear it. And no one should ever bet against us, not against our spirit, our grit, or our people. Strength and love, LA. Good night.
With the arrival of the COVID-19 vaccine, communities of color are slowly responding to the message of getting their dose as soon as possible. And Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez is leading by example. She brought her own family to get the vaccine, and she invited Channel 35 to tag along. Check this out.
Today my family and I are taking the opportunity as a result of the April 15th eligibility for us to get our COVID-19 vaccine. I think it's really important that families come together to show solidarity and help give the example of how important it is for all of us to get this vaccine. You barely feel anything, but there's a great deal of relief knowing that we're already getting the access, and I'm just so grateful for our firefighters, for the nursing staff with CORE that has done an outstanding job since the beginning of the pandemic, activating here at Hanson Dam. It's not just about protecting ourselves, it's about protecting our community. And the sooner everyone gets access to the vaccine, the sooner we can actually go to greater in-person activities. We're asking everyone to please just do their part and go take the vaccine. We've made it as available as we can possibly make it. So just pick up the phone, call, whether it's our council office or the CORE site, so that everyone can get registered and get access to that vaccine. Ya me vacuné.
Over the past year, news has been inundated with death tolls as a result of the pandemic. But as we ease back into a new normal, we are reminded that the same real threats to health and safety still exist and need addressing. Councilmember Paul Koretz was on hand to introduce a new traffic signal that will make one community much safer.
February 17th, Monique was driving home from work at around 5 o'clock, heading east on Olympic, when a 17-year-old man driving a Lamborghini going around 120 miles an hour collided with her vehicle, totaling it and ultimately taking her life.
Monique era una muchacha linda. Ella tenía un corazón de oro. Ella hacía lo que podía por todos, sus amigos, la familia. Ella tenía un espíritu para ayudarles a todos. Y llena de amor para todos.
As a result of our close work and partnership with LADOT, we we were able to expedite a protected left turn signal here at Olympic and Overland.
It's hard to be here. My son was killed 10 years ago in Sherman Oaks. He was a pedestrian killed by a speeding hit and run. While I want to applaud all the measures that have been taken for speed mitigation, I think I want to reach out to the public out there and ask them to do their part. They have to stop driving so fast. They have to stop driving recklessly and taking people's lives.
I don't believe that that 17-year-old left his house that day and meant to kill somebody. I think this is a terrible tragedy all around.
I'm working with the Department of Transportation to put several measures in place that should be helpful in curtailing speeding. For example, the department will be installing what is known by traffic engineers as rest on red for several traffic signals during peak hours at several key intersections. This will force drivers speeding ahead of other vehicles to come to a complete stop at an intersection before the signal turns green again. We'll also be installing several electronic feedback signs that tell you how fast you're going, that instinctively makes people assess their speed and slow down.
Councilmember Gil Cedillo and his team have once again joined forces with Cultiva LA to bring bags of fruits and vegetables to the surrounding communities in need. Channel 35 was there to catch the pop-up event at this thriving urban garden.
We are here building community. We're launching our food truck. We're promoting food giveaways. And we're laying the foundation for a community that will emerge from COVID-19 stronger, more united, more focused.
Este evento es muy importante para la comunidad porque estamos aliviando los alimentos que a veces las personas, las familias no tienen para ir a comprar a la tienda, especialmente cuando viene como frutas frescas y vegetales.
We actually grow produce here in the area. This is a 1/4 of an acre community garden here in downtown LA. Frescura es de calidad. Aquí nos enfocamos mucho en la calidad del producto, entonces un valor promedio de una bolsa serían unos $30 a $35.
No, de nada. Gracias a ti.
Sí, nosotros tenemos un programa actualmente con la oficina del concejal Gil Cedillo y esto va a durar por un año hasta mayo del 2022. So vamos a seguir haciendo estos pop-up events. Tenemos 2 en el Distrito 1. Cada semana lo hacemos en diferentes lugares para poder ayudar a las familias en todo el distrito.
We have literally fed tens of thousands of families throughout this period through ongoing efforts with the Central City Neighborhood Partners and with Cultiva and our other partners throughout this district. And so this is one of something we do every single week.
Members of Team Cedillo were in Eagle Rock recently for the activation of a newly installed pedestrian crosswalk. The crosswalk was installed to increase driver and pedestrian safety. Check it out.
This is a rectangular flashing beacon system. It's to give pedestrians a safer access route across the street.
We have 4 of these safety crosswalks with the lights that have gone in the last week. And this is something that's extremely important, making sure that our constituents and everybody else in Los Angeles are safe when they're walking. And it's also, it makes cars safer when you are able to slow them down a little bit. When you come up and you turn it on,
yellow lights are flashing.
Lights come up so you can see them, and it's really, really effective at night, but it also works well during the day. There have been accidents on this stretch on Eagle Rock Boulevard. It's right next to some freeway off-ramps and on-ramps, so you get some people that aren't from the neighborhood in this neighborhood. It's very important that bicyclists and pedestrians are aware of their surroundings, as well as our vehicle drivers as well. That's really what this is about, is to bring awareness to everyone so that they're focused on the fact that it's a crosswalk.
Check out a study counting walking and biking in LA. Councilmember O'Farrell brings tiny homes to Echo Park And City Attorney Mike Fewer secures an injunction against a vaping manufacturer. These stories up next on City Beat.
The Los Angeles Department of Transportation has released a report of its findings from the 2019 walk and bike count. The report uncovered trends in active city travel broken down by demographic. The report suggests a 14% increase in women biking, particularly on roads with lanes dedicated to cyclists. The report also explores how transportation investments can make streets feel safer and more comfortable for people of all ages and abilities. To read the full report, visit ladot.lacity.org/walk-bike-count. Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell recently toured a new tiny homes village for people experiencing homelessness in the 13th District. These tiny homes, what Councilmember O'Farrell is calling safe sleep cabins, are designed by formerly homeless individuals and will include access to showers and other services. With construction ahead of schedule, it is expected that as many as 74 people will be moved in and off the streets by mid-May. City Attorney Mike Fewer has announced that his office has secured a court ruling in his 2018 lawsuit against Candy Pens. Candy Pens Incorporated is a California-based company that manufactures tobacco products, including vaping devices and e-liquids. Fewer alleged that Candy Pens targeted young consumers with social media marketing and did not restrict access to its social media ads for persons under 21. A city attorney investigator was able to purchase tobacco products from the Candy Pens website while posing as a teen customer, in direct violation of California's Stake Act. Candy Pens will be required to pay a $1.2 million penalty for past violations.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, Councilmember John Lee has been helping small businesses in District 12 with recovery loans. And he has a philosophy that businesses like Los Toros Mexican Restaurant are happy to comply with. Basically, instead of paying loans back, Councilmember Lee asked that they pay it forward to the community. Take a look.
Los Toros, an iconic restaurant in my district, it was part of our business relief program. So we got them a $25,000 grant. We asked them, instead of paying it back, to give that money, pay it forward back to the community. And so we reached out to our community, asked them to nominate someone who was deserving of a free dinner. They nominated, we picked these families, and tonight, here's the result.
It's a special day. Today, we're doing this dinner on us. It's a way of giving back to our community and having them just come back, have dinner, relax, and try to get, over this pandemic fatigue. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. Enjoy your margaritas.
Yes.
Be
yes.
patient. I'm in the kitchen, so, it takes a little bit, but hey, enjoy, okay?
Yes, enjoy. Thank you, guys.
Small businesses are the backbone of Los Angeles, of any city. And so we knew immediately when COVID hit that supporting those small businesses was going to keep people employed and keep restaurants like this stabilized throughout the pandemic. So again, we did this with hundreds of other businesses throughout Los Angeles to make sure that people stayed employed. Restaurants and salons and all sorts of businesses survived throughout the pandemic.
I love it. I love it. This is great. This is the greatest thing that John could pull off, and we're very appreciative. And living in this community, we love it, and it's the greatest thing.
Y dar a la comunidad han organizado esta cena esta noche gratuitamente para personas que están en necesidad o personas que han hecho algo especial durante el tiempo de COVID para ayudar a la comunidad.
Throughout this whole year, we're going to be doing little projects like this. We're going to go to the police department, to the fire department, feed some teachers. We already fed nurses. We fed some of the homeless. It's just a way to just try to, make people try to forget about this pandemic and just feel normal again.
Team Harris Dawson of the 8th District invited Channel 35 to the future site of a new pocket park at Destination Crenshaw. The park is one of many attractions that will promote cultural.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the resumed Budget and Finance Committee meeting in consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee. Today is April 29th, and we're ready to begin. So let's go ahead and first call the roll and establish our quorum.
Krikorian.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
De Leon.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Price.
Here.
5 members present and a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you, members. So members, yesterday we produced 27 requests for budget memos, as well as 5 requests for special study memos. And so that list of memos has been distributed to each of you. And what I'd like to do is proceed with our consideration of the police department's budget now. When we conclude the police department, we'll go back to the list of budget memos and special studies memos, and that will be your opportunity to clarify any mistakes, ambiguities in that list. We'll go ahead then and approve that list or vote on that list, and then we'll move forward with economic and workforce development, followed by the fire department, cannabis regulation, planning, building and safety, recreation and parks, aging, and the Department on Disability. So we have a busy day. Hopefully we'll be able to squeeze in lunch between economic and workforce development and the fire department. But for now, we're ready to begin with the police department. So I'd like to welcome Chief Moore to our committee hearing. And Chief, we have your letter, and this is an unusual year, needless to say. The last year has been most unusual. I think it merits our taking the time to have a little bit more thorough discussion or presentation by you about the police department's budget than we typically would. So I'd like to invite you to take that opportunity, present your thoughts about the mayor's proposed budget, and then we'll begin questioning with our public safety chair, Councilmember Rodriguez. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. I value it greatly. I'm joined today by the Commanding Officer of Fiscal Operations Group to my left, and that's Mr. Tom Brennan. We also have, in response to the COVID restrictions, Deputy Chief Dominic Choi from the Office of Support Services. They're my helplines, if you will. So as we get into questions and observations about the budget, certainly I might look to them. I appreciate your patience on that. Before I begin, I just want to frame that our motto as a department is to protect and to serve. And the mission is to safeguard the lives and property of the people of Los Angeles. We recognize today with this budget just how substantial of a cost that is. But we also recognize the significance of it, because there is no mission more central to the city of Los Angeles or to this department than keeping the people of Los Angeles safe. We know that in public hearings and discussions over this last year regarding social injustice, calls for changes in the criminal justice system, improvements in policing, that there's been conversations about downsizing, defunding, eliminating, if you will, policing. We also know, though, that with our most recent LMU survey, that the majority of Angelenos want and support community policing, that they want a department that supports the mission of to protect and serve. They also believe that it's critical and it's time for alternatives to law enforcement, for non-law enforcement type services. I'm proud to say that this mayor's proposed budget, I believe, directly addresses that point. While that's being done, we also believe that the trust that we have with our community, we need to continue to focus on improving it. That our strategy is not just in focusing on violent crime, also needs to continue to focus on the building of trust, building of confidence in this department. And we know how a single event, whether it's here in Los Angeles or across the country, can destabilize that. However, we also take note that the large number of Angelenos still support this department. 56% believe in their local police department. Those numbers are higher than for the media, elected officials, government overall, even clergy. So while we take great concerned that this is a mission that we're not done on, that we've got to continue to reimagine policing and work on our strategies to improve the trust. We're also proud of the fact that in the work that we do, we have seen over time those numbers improve. We're speaking of over time and the numbers improving, Part 1 crime in this city has continued over the last 30 years to see it decline, to see a reduction year after year. And with that, we believe it's directly attributable to the evolution of policing in Los Angeles. We believe community policing strategies that improve trust and build partnerships that recognize the importance of public safety as a shared responsibility has allowed the department, working with the city and support by this council and other councils and mayors, has allowed the department to deliver on its protect and serve mission. However, this last year, we have seen substantial challenges with the onset of the pandemic. In the onset of the pandemic, we saw homicides after a decade of fewer than 3 homicides per year increase dramatically, as did our shooting victims. We believe that the reversal of this trend, this decade-long trend, is a direct result of the significant impact the pandemic has had on every aspect of our lives. We saw an increase in street gangs. We saw an increase in just overall violence in our neighborhoods and communities. And we struggled to work and intercede that by directing our resources into violent crime investigations, ensuring additional personnel were assigned, and moving away from less essential or non-essential activities to focus on an effort to stem that tide. We also worked with our community intervention and through GRID and other community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, to try to do everything we could to support them as essential workers in conversations in the street and their efforts to distill the underlying influences why this violence was going on. But I'm thankful that, again, in the mayor's budget this year, we see dedicated and additional funding going into potentially GRID, which will allow for the expansion of that work. Because as we come out of this pandemic, we still are experiencing an increase in shooting violence and homicides over last year at this time. And my concern is that we need to make this a blip. We need to make this an anomaly and not a trend, not a tipping point where we go back to the times in which we saw such a dramatic increase in shooting violence in this city. Next area I want to talk about is in our traffic group. When we see traffic safety, this was also an area that during the pandemic we saw decreases as the number of miles in Los Angeles as well as across the country decreased. We saw increased levels of traffic safety in the sense of the number of lives lost, serious injuries, as well as other collisions. However, this is also an area that as society is now reopening and communities are opening and our roadways are becoming more congested, that motorists, their road discipline, we need some training, we need some enforcement, and we need added attention to this because we're beginning to see our traffic fatalities increase at levels that are above the pre-pandemic levels. So this is concerning us. We do think that it's an after effect of a year in which roadways opened up, much fewer traffic, much fewer congestion, and speeds increasing. This was not just a phenomenon here in Los Angeles, but just as shooting violence increased across America, so has fatalities. So it's an area that we're focusing our work also on as we move into 2021 and beyond. Next area I want to talk about is our calls for service. This past year, we saw an overall 1% increase in calls for service from the year earlier, and a 5% decrease when it comes to 912 calls. These are non-emergency calls, generally calls for routine matters or other services. The challenge here continues to be, however, our staffing levels, because as we've seen an overall 1% decrease, which is a relatively small amount, our answer rate for calls for service, 911 calls within 15 seconds, there's a state requirement or standard, if you will, that 95% of those calls be answered. Our challenge this past year is with the hiring freeze and the continued attrition, is that our answer rate now is at 63%. 63% in 2019, and that has risen to 65% in 2020. Now, this is an answer rate that goes to the answering within 15 seconds. We answer the vast majority of those calls within 30 seconds or less than a minute, but again, this is a sore spot or a weak spot that we have in our current staffing that we'll be working on with this budget that will allow us to hire 60 additional police service representatives. We currently have about 80 vacancies in that work class, and this budget supports hiring those as an effort to rebuild the staffing in that critical area of our operation. Next area I want to talk about is during this last year, we were challenged to not just reimagine public safety as to what our focus and energies would be on, but to find alternatives to for non-law enforcement matters or less essential activities. I'm proud of the work of the men and women of this department, as I believe they've led in this initiative and led the city in finding alternatives to a police response. Whether this is online computer reporting of traffic collisions, or less essential, less critical criminal investigations that have no immediate follow-up that involve nonviolent crimes, or alternatives such as 211 and 311 for truly non-law enforcement matters that previously we would have dispatched a patrol unit to, only to have that unit later refer that to an alternative service. This work here has allowed our people to stay focused on matters of the greatest importance and the most impact on public safety. As we move forward, the recent addition of JEDI Hirsch has allowed us, in a very short period of time, to divert 251 calls, as an example, for individuals that are contemplating suicide, are not in imminent risk of such, but rather than having an officer or an individual with some limited training respond to that call, we've been able, through the procurement of JEDI Hirsch's services, to divert those calls to mental health professionals, and when necessary, have us re-engaged, as well as mental health professionals, to render aid to that person's support. As we move forward, the mayor's budget supports, as you're aware, additional non-law enforcement services to take up what we believe is as nearly as 216,000 additional calls for service that could be diverted to non-law enforcement alternative services should they be available and as they're developed. Again, this is a budget that we support as we see the implementation of the therapeutic van program, as well as a community-based non-law enforcement alternative response model in a pilot area in the Hollywood and Venice areas that the mayor announced in his State of the City address. As we transition to the next slide, our response time is something that we obviously pay a great deal of attention, as it's a primary work factor that we measure the performance of our personnel. People who call 911 are experiencing an emergency as such, or an urgent matter that needs immediate police attention or fire. Our response time to that aids in their trust that policing, aids in trust in city government, that should an emergency or crisis occur, that there's help in their services that are available, and they're available in a reasonable period of time. The city and this city council long ago, more than 30 years ago, established that on average, an emergency call for service in this city should be answered at a 7-minute or less response time. We struggled as a department for many years to meet that level, but I'm proud of the last decade that we've continued to ensure that patrol staffing is at a level that allows us to respond to those calls quickly, to ensure that we render aid in support of a person in a crisis or emergency need. This last year, we've kept it at 5.8 minutes, so less than 6 minutes, and I show on the chart there our history of that going back to 2016. The other two areas that we monitor closely is our response time for urgent calls, as well as our more routine calls for service. This is critical to us to ensure that resources that are assigned to the geographic areas across the city are directed and stay in patrol and are available to handle these type of calls. Angelenos seldom have a need for a police officer, but when they do, they expect those officers to be there in a reasonable period of time, whether this is a theft that just occurred, a burglary investigation, or a neighbor or some type of dispute going on at or near their residence, and they need a police officer there. I look at the response times now, and they remain about 20 minutes for an urgent matter and 49 minutes for a routine matter. And while to the general public these numbers may seem high, we benchmark these numbers against many other agencies across American policing, and we are still outpacing them by a substantial period of time.
Chief, I don't mean to interrupt, but could you just define those terms? What the difference between an emergency, urgent, and routine call is?
Emergency call for service is someone who is there's a serious risk of bodily injury or death. The person is under a threat of violence that is present. An urgent call would be a crime that just occurred, generally a crime of violence, but could also be a property crime in which we need to respond to ensure that the offender doesn't return, but also conduct an investigation to determine who's responsible. A routine matter, these are generally matters such as a party, a neighbor dispute, a parking dispute relative to individuals in or business dispute that may be occurring at a retail store. These are matters that generally a person is not at risk of any type of bodily harm, and it's a matter that the duration of time will not jeopardize the underlying investigation. Moving to the next slide. Now this is the bulk of our work of this budget, more than 95% is in personnel. So this fiscal year, as we look at the numbers, there's been a great deal of discussion about what type of reduction or what type of funding the mayor provided in this budget for other city departments. And it's my understanding that on average, city departments across Los Angeles in this mayor's proposed budget experienced a 9% increase from a year-over-year amount of the adopted budget. Our numbers represent here that we're projecting a 5% reduction in salaries. This is despite the fact that this last year, both sworn and civilian members of the organization experienced or enjoyed a cost of living increase this past January and prior in July. So those inflationary numbers there, that COLA, adds to the salary costs while the head count of the organization has actually continued to decline. This budget will hold our staffing at the levels that were approved by this council a year ago, while still achieving these reductions. This reduction is also a product of our civilian and sworn members, as every other city employee in the city did, foregoing raises and increases that were within contracts that had been previously approved. So this is I believe this budget represents a shared responsibility of LAPD with all other city departments, and also is responsive to the calls for justice, the calls for equity in this budget process for all Angelenos, while still supporting public safety at critical levels. When talking about our sworn deployment, you'll see there the numbers from 2015-16 all the way through and projected into the end of this year and this next fiscal year. What they represent is that we were previously staffed at a number as high as 10,100. In this last year, we entered the 2021 at 9,991 sworn personnel, and we'll end in June at 9,501. This budget represents an effort to maintain the staffing levels at 9,751 officers. And I believe that those are staffing numbers that will allow us to continue to operate in our current configuration with reduced services that have already been experienced in various parts of the city, while providing the most essential patrol and investigative resources on violent crime and other critical matters. In short, this also presents an opportunity for us to begin rehiring. This last year, there were 7 classes that were scheduled to be hired as recruit classes. The city, given the fiscal crisis that it was in, and the perils of making the payroll, if you will, we hired 2 classes, so a total of 76 individuals. That has taken us well below the 9,751 that was the reduction that was previously approved, and will, with the approval of this budget, will allow us to begin hiring sworn members of classes throughout this next year in an effort to not just meet attrition, but ensure that we hold the 9,750 which was previously approved. That will be a substantial challenge as we look to the next slide, as we see sworn hiring and attrition over the years. And what we typically lose is about 500 of our personnel, sworn personnel, in a year, and about 250 civilians. However, this last year, we saw this current fiscal year we're in, we saw that number grow substantially. We're currently projected in excess of 565. That number could actually grow to as much as 600 personnel. Those additional 100 personnel are not retirements. They're actually individuals that are short, in the sense of short tenured with the organization, 2-3 years on the job, as much as 10, 15, or 20 years. And there are individuals that we're finding that are either leaving for other departments, or they're actually quitting and leaving the profession. This has been a tumultuous year. It's been one that, with this pandemic, with calls for police reform, for criticisms of policing, that has been a matter of had great impact on the morale of an organization. And it is my responsibility to improve that morale. I also believe that this is a budget that will help improve that morale as we begin hiring, as we begin seeing the ability to replace personnel and staffing levels improve to a point where we'll have a rolling stock of individuals in the academy that will meet attrition and allow us to maintain a reasonable staffing level at 9,751. On our civilian side, it's a similar story. This council worked for 5 years to restore staffing levels in our civilian workforce after the effects, long-standing effects of the 2008 recession. This past year, however, we saw the staffing levels within our our civilian ranks be reduced from 3,044 to now 2,771. That reduction of nearly 300 personnel has had a substantial impact on our existing workforce, as well as our ability to do a number of tasks and responsibilities, and has, if you will, encroached on our sworn staffing, as some sworn staffing members have had to retreat or go back to civilian jobs in order to provide essential functions. This is a budget before you that will allow us to maintain our staffing at the approved levels last year of 2,850, and that hiring plan will meet attrition of 280 with an additional bodies that will allow us to again grow to an organization that was approved to the staffing numbers that was in this current budget year. It's critical there, as we look to the next slide. One more. As we look to the next slide, it's critical in the civilian hiring plan that we ask for your support, because areas that when we talk about critical civilian vacancies, they manifest themselves in areas such as our call handling rate in communications, where I talked earlier about the number of calls that are not picked up within 15 seconds of a call to 911. They're also seen in areas such as staffing levels within our equipment and garage mechanics, where with 269 of our incentive program. Yeah, but what was the name? I'm sorry, SIP. Separation Incentive Program. It's a name that I continue to struggle with, but Separation Incentive Program, with that program in concert with a hiring freeze, we've seen a substantial reduction in our civilian staff, but also some gaps in some of our key areas. So communications was one of those areas, and garage and equipment mechanics is another. This was identified in our budget letter that this is an area that we believe we could be revisited. We're currently at a 16% out-of-service rate. What that means to a layperson is that out of 100 vehicles that are in operation, typically we have an out-of-service rate of 10 to 12%. So one of those 100 vehicles is in for service, maintenance, or repair. That number has grown to 16% because of a lack of having equipment, garage mechanics that can work and repair and service those vehicles. With the projected completion of the separation incentive program and the lack of hiring to date, we believe that the impact of that is going to grow, and that the impact will be 2 out of 10 vehicles will potentially be out of service pending the additional personnel. So that was just in passing that these civilian hiring levels are critical to the operation and the safety of the city as they perform essential professional services behind the scenes that many times people in the public are entirely unaware of until shortfalls such as this manifest themselves, where officers do not have black and whites, do not have vehicles in which to deploy into the street. Next slide. I'm almost done here. On sworn overtime, I want to appreciate the mayor's support of restoring sworn overtime so that it is a pay-as-you-go, a cash basis versus a banked overtime basis. As a reminder, in the cutbacks of this current fiscal year, we were asked to reduce overtime spending, and we did by 50%. That was aided through the function of a lack of court because of the pandemic, the elimination of discretionary overtime resources such as investigation of unlawful cannabis operations, human trafficking, Vision Zero, and so forth, and also the assurance that we would only work any type of overtime on the most essential criminal investigations, typically crimes of violence. This budget that is before you will, as you can see on the projections, allow the organization to essentially maintain the overtime usage that we've had this year, with some expectation that we'll see an increase in our court overtime. As court operations are restored, particularly in our district attorney and felony court system, we do expect that we'll see officers being called to court, jury trials, and this is an area that's a bit soft because we don't know, because of the backlog, just how great of an increase we'll see there. But in earlier conversations with other members at other times, we've had also questions about where does the overtime that is non-reimbursable, where does it go and how do we use it? And this is a chart that is meant to project to you or display to you where the hours are. These are not matters of discretion. These are matters of a SWAT call out, a barricade, an officer involved shooting such as we had yesterday. Those will involve resources that will come and work many times extended hours in which to complete the investigation and pursue that investigation, the underlying crime. And that's how it becomes manifested on this chart as far as the hours of usage. There is an anomaly on this chart, and that is in this current fiscal year where you see the increase in, pardon me for a second, and I draw your attention to the total emergency under 700,883 hours. That is a direct result of the department's response and our work during the weeks of civil unrest, in which the department was mobilized and all personnel were called in on and days off and vacations and so forth canceled. As you can see in this chart, we did not carry that forward. That is, there is typically year to year are emergencies, fires, unusual occurrences that will have the requirement for some overtime usage. But that I wanted to draw out that as you look at the total non-reimbursable overtime for fiscal year 19, it was 1.3 million. As we move across, you saw that grow to 1.8. That's a direct result of the civil unrest. And then that number for this year is now 655,000 year to date. We project it'll be 812,000. And this next fiscal year, we are projecting to keep that overtime number at 886,000 hours. Now, there's a slight increase there, but we also are adjusting and anticipating that we're going to double our court time. So there is still economies there. There is still an effort to be fiscally restrained and ensure that overtime is used only when essential. Next slide.
I'm sorry, real quick. I have a quick question, Mr. Chair, if you give me a moment. On that overtime slide, if you could go back.
Sure.
Could you explain the difference between the administration-related overtime cost and operations overtime costs?
Yes, so administrative costs, thank you, Councilwoman. On administrative costs, this would be investigations that would be personnel investigations, would be staff reports, would be the completion of reports that were necessary for today's presentation. It's the, if you will, what happens inside of bureaus and area captains as they make various reports for responses to council requests, commission reports, and so forth. So it's not field work, it's not field presence. The operations includes everything from extended watch for a patrol unit to added work for canine handlers, for on-call, for investigative purposes. There's some standby and MOA approved overtime usage that falls within operations. Investigations generally are the areas of homicide investigations, sexual assaults, other serious and complex investigations in which individuals are called in to work on off days or extended hours in order to pursue the investigations. And then court is court. It's built within court is the two aspects. There's the be there, the officer appears in court and actually testifies or is available immediately for court. And the second component, which is actually the larger amount of that number, is being on call for court. And under labor agreements, previously approved labor agreements, both felony and misdemeanor court will place officers on call as a means of efficiency, and in that officers are entitled to compensation for that standby aspect.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving forward, I recognize that liability management is also one of my key areas of focus and commitment. And what I wanted to do is just take a moment here that as we look at liability payoffs, there is a lag time in this, but we critically look at this in the sense of what the underlying cases represent for what are areas of training, what is the area of development of our personnel, what are systems as for how we select individuals, but also how we hold people accountable. This last year, we've seen significant reductions in liability payoffs. The chart there shows a 25% reduction from the levels of payout in 2016. The 2019-20 number was 36 million. 2016, that number was just under 48 million. And we show a 55% reduction from 2015-16, which that number was just nearly 81 million. The next slide. When we talk about liability and the overall liability, though, it's not universal across all the areas. We see that our greatest area of liability is the civil rights, excessive or unlawful use of force. And in that area, there has also been significant decreases in liability payouts, with fiscal year 19-20 amounting to 13.6 million, and the year before that number was 20.5. Now these are, I will say that the numbers that we see here have a lag time because these are settlement cases that this council will often hear about of events that it may occur many years in arrears. But this is areas that as we look at these payoffs, as we look at these cases, we look to the underlying influences of what is driving these payouts. What is the negligence or misstatements or misdeeds or mistakes that officers make, or systematically that we as department operations are ask our people to engage in, that we can change and must modify in an effort to keep our people safe, keep the community safe, but also lessen the instances of list liability. This has been impacted not only by the Board of Police Commissioners and the Mayor and this Council's demands that we worked and strive to reduce the instances of force, particularly deadly force, but also our driving, vehicle operations, arrests, every encounter, every activity that we're engaged in. Next slide. So I appreciate I'm going to go one more slide beyond this because I want to just, before I go back to moving forward, ask for your patience here. We want to talk just briefly about use of force in 2020. Last year, we had 27 officer-involved shootings, which was the lowest number of officer-involved shootings and the second lowest number of officer-involved shootings in more than 30 years. And that number represents a reduction from 2015, where I believe that number was in the area of 47 to 48 officer-involved shootings. And as we look back 10, 15, 20 years ago, it would be typical for the agency to be engaged in 70, 80, as many as 110 officer-involved shootings as we look across our history in these past decades. I believe the number of officer-involved shootings has been reduced significantly because of our systems, of our policies, our accountability, the tools, the expectations we have of our people. And I also believe it because we have a safer society today than we did 10, 20, and 30 years ago. This is, however, an area that this year we're seeing pressure, as I've previously reported, including just yesterday where an off-duty officer was confronted by an individual and an officer-involved shooting occurred as they fought back and forth with each other. And of course, just the day before, an individual who had been involved in multiple homicides being confronted by SWAT officers and a gunfire there, an exchange of gunfire. This is an area that, as we see these experiences, as we look at use of force, we're troubled by this increase. We have a total of 16 officer-involved shootings this year. Last year, that number was 8. It was one of the lowest years we had in our history, but nonetheless, what has changed? And it's an area that, as I look at liability management, as I look at the safety of our people and the safety of the city, it's an area that we're looking at very closely, I assure you. Overall, the vast majority of instances in which police come in contact in a type of encounter that oftentimes involves individuals that are committing crimes of violence, committing crimes at times in their willingness to flee or escape responsibility, that we have to resort to force. but our training, our experience with the rank and file, as well as with good, solid supervision, is out of 1.4 million contacts that you see up there for 2020, we arrested nearly 47,000 individuals. And from that, we used force 2,246 times. Well in 9 out of those 10 uses of force were a firm grip or some type of physical action that the individual complained of pain. And that becomes a reportable use of force. In 27 instances, though, we did resort to the use of deadly force. And in those which are still being evaluated, though, I will also say there's points that we've learned and actions that we've taken, both in accountability as well as changing and continuing to evolve our use of force policy, as well as our expectations as far as the tools that are available, as well as the training that we provide our people. Now, this last slide is moving forward. I appreciate your patience today. As we move forward, though, I've given you a number of stats as an effort to somewhat frame this year's budget. I've also, and I've given metrics involving arrests, involving enforcement, involving activities that we're engaged in. But let me close by saying that public safety in Los Angeles is about building trust. And it is about protecting those who would prey upon others and bringing people before the criminal justice system. I'm proud, though, as we move forward, that in this last year, it's also been about building those partnerships, starting new endeavors, or strengthening existing endeavors, such as a community safety partnership, which 10 different sites across Los Angeles, we've shown that with the investment of officers over a dedicated period of time, that we can improve public safety, improve trust, lower the instances of arrests, and also lower the instances of violence. So as we continue that, this budget has supported that, this budget proposal, as it normalizes Harvard Park and South Park and provides that to hand the baton off, you will, from the philanthropic support of those initiatives to an ongoing support. And I'd ask for your support in this, because I believe the future in policing involves the expansion of community safety partnership type initiatives all throughout the city, as well as we learn from community safety partnerships the type of policing, the type of community engagement, the type of community building, if you will, of its resilience and its capability to really provide for its own safety. How do we implant that in other parts of our department operations, such as gang investigations, as well as how our senior leads work within communities and our other public engagement. However, we're also looking at CompStat and reforming it this year with an additional focus of, rather than just counting arrests and crimes and response times and liabilities and at-risk activities, what is the community sentiment? What does our community engagement look like? And how do we define it from one area to the next? And how do we benchmark each other? Policing is a competitive sport, if you will. As we look across the city, I've always enjoyed CompStat because it does as we establish benchmarks, when we start comparing operations from one command to the next, there's an inherent nature for people to meet the mark and to meet the expectations. In 2021, we are changing the CompStat profile, the score sheet, if you will, so that what we're asking people to do is activities that we believe will build trust and confidence in policing. Lastly, as the pandemic ends, and as we hopefully in this next week to 2 weeks move into the yellow tier, it is our hope that we'll have the ability to reopen our stations, to restart town hall meetings in something other than a virtual setting, to have coffee with a cop, to see our youth programs restarted on a more expansive basis, and that our engagement with our public and the public with us is going to help us again in this effort to build trust and restore confidence in critical areas, particularly in our Black and brown communities, that policing in Los Angeles is about their safety, and our commitment is to that safety through every action that we're engaged in. I ask for your support of the budget as proposed by Mayor Garcetti, and I'm here to answer any questions as well as hear your concerns. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chief, for your presentation. I know members are going to have a lot of questions, and I'd like to start off with our Public Safety Chair, Councilmember Monica Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief, for a really well done, comprehensive presentation this morning, reflecting some of the concerns and issues that we've discussed over the course of the last year in particular. You know, 2020, as we know, has to be marked with an asterisk for so many different reasons, obviously the pandemic, but in many respects, it reflected on the enormous shift and responsibility that we have to shift our approaches, because we've relied so heavily for so long on the resources of our police department to respond to some of the concerns that our communities have had, many of which the officers have not trained, nor has the department been designed to respond to, namely when I think about homelessness and what our deployment has been in that effort. I want to take a moment to actually acknowledge the contributions of the men and women of this department, even in the earliest days of the pandemic, stepping in to help facilitate unhoused populations into shelter in absence of the agencies that should have been responsible to lead those efforts were absent in doing. And so I want to just take a moment to acknowledge the tremendous response in stepping up and stepping into roles that were not designed to be served by members of this department, but as duty calls, they responded. And so I want to take a moment to thank you and the leadership and the members of this department for stepping into those roles in absence of those that should have been there to do that.
Thank you.
That said, it still presented us with an opportunity to reflect on, we know that the responses of this department, even with respect to the earliest, the numbers that we were recognizing, the early numbers and the decreases of calls as a result of safer at home orders were in many ways artificial. You had individuals that were trapped at home with their abusers unable to make reports. We had the reduction in calls for property crimes. You had more people at home. So we saw that initial decrease, only to see it quickly shift gears as a result of some of the initial reopenings associated with this very fluid dynamic of the pandemic. To then be, of course, grappling and front-facing with the unrest and the protests. So there was just so many compounding factors to capture what occurred in this last year. And I just, as we continue to discuss, even in Public Safety Committee, efforts to reform and continue to adapt the operations of this department to really talk about 21st century policing. And this is an ongoing exercise that we're all going to be collectively engaged in to really help achieve the outcomes that we all desire. And I believe those outcomes suited best for members of the community whose service we are here to, who we are in service to in this city, and those that have been sworn to protect and serve. We need to continue to advance our efforts to not police our way out of the challenges that we are in this city, but to help address the root causes of what has contributed to these circumstances and create the conditions by investing in alternatives that will not rely on policing efforts alone. I think we find ourselves in this really critical moment of working together to help address those concerns that I believe engenders both the trust that we all desire to help deliver that shared responsibility, to know that we're going to continue to work in collaboration with one another to address the concerns in our neighborhoods and to address those concerns that, for the men and women in law enforcement that serve so honorably, deserve to have that positive relationship. Because as we know, trust is earned, but it only takes one circumstance to unwind that trust. And unfortunately, those circumstances, often whether it's within this department or conducted amongst law enforcement agencies that are not within our purview, those circumstances are conflated and have impacted policing across the board. Some deserve, some not so. But our responsibility is to help engender that trust with every action and interaction that we have within this department. And you know, when we talked about the attrition, Chief, I just had a question among the 495, and we recognize the difficult challenge it is to balance the roles within law enforcement. When you mentioned 495, how many of those are associated with the investigations that have identified malfeasance among those that don't deserve the privilege of wearing the badge in this department? Could you answer that question for me?
So of the, when you reference the 495, that's our planned attrition for this coming year, but the attrition from this past year, the year that we're concluding right now, this will be closer to 600. And as far as tribunals, there is approximately 41 Board of Rights hearings that are pending right now relative to matters of misconduct, allegations that by the preponderance of evidence I believe occurred. As to, you know, those investigations are not centered on the matters that occurred, the civil unrest and the complaints and allegations of misconduct that stem from there. These are instead, much like civil liabilities, these cases do take time through the Board of Rights process beyond my control for the actual tribunal to be held and the person to be removed. As to the investigations that stem from last summer's activities and allegations of misconduct, those are just now becoming before me to be sustained or not, to be unfounded or not resolved. And I don't have, to this point, I'm not aware of, I don't believe anyone has been quote unquote removed or fired as a result of allegations of misconduct from last summer. As to whether allegations against anyone during the civil unrest and during our response to that, whether any of those individuals have left or retired from the organization early, in other words, just rather than facing the consequences or facing the investigation, the outcome of the investigation, they simply have left the organization. I'm aware of a case that sprang from just that sprang from the Friday night of the civil unrest, that one of the individuals involved is no longer with the department. And there was an out-of-policy finding by the Board of Police Commissioners that affirmed my decision or my recommendation that the use of force was out of policy. So I think this is an area that I believe in the next 90 days we'll have more clarity on as to what final actions of people facing disciplinary action from those investigations can be expected. We made a report before the Board of Police Commissioners on this, Deputy Chief Rob Marino, about 3 weeks ago, and we committed to the Commission then that we would follow up towards the end of the third quarter. There have been a substantial number of complaints that did not come to our attention, were not brought to us until lawsuits were initiated or claims for damages in the latter part of 2020, which has interrupted our ability to resolve those matters as far as fully investigate them. So I'm not prepared to give you a final number, but I will say that in general, that one of the things that I'm looking forward to is in support is more transparency in regards to discipline in this department. I think that I know there is discipline in this department. I know that unfortunately it's one of the, other than the loss of an officer, it's one of the most heart-wrenching matters that I have is to see an officer lose his or her position, the privilege of wearing this badge because of a sustained act of misconduct, that the person just no longer can enjoy this privilege. And while we post those removals on our webpage, as far as under discipline, you can get quarterly reports as to those outcomes. I think generally the public is unaware that there are such consequences, and there's a belief that generally people are not held accountable. And I won't argue that we can differ as to whether those numbers should be greater or otherwise, but I do know that there are instances, and I believe that I'll have a greater clarity for you as far as incidents from the summer as we move forward into the summer, because of just the process of doing those investigations, ensuring that due process is met, and then as information supports a person to be disciplined, that discipline is administered.
Chief. And you know, sadly, that when we do have those incidents that demand the dismissal of a member of this department, the reverberations of that, unfortunately, are still saddled with the men and women who continue to serve on this department. And so those are some of the challenges that we need to continue to work on just collectively. And again, much of that trust is built over time, but we could see it eradicated very quickly in a single betrayal of that trust. And so it's a reminder of how every single contact and every single person contributes to us getting closer or further away from our intended goals and outcomes, and how it just incredibly important it is for every member of this department to remember their role in that. And again, it's that, when we talk about shared responsibility, it's about, creating the outcomes that we all desire for those that are working within this department. I understand it's a very difficult challenge, but it's one that, we're all committed to seeing in terms of seeing us turn this page from this very challenging chapter of 2020 and this year of the pandemic and civil unrest, that we turn a page and look to a really stronger new chapter that is reflective, and I think based on this budget, reflective of helping to fund the very services that will engender less policing required for helping to address the very nature and root concerns that have created the circumstances in many of these communities. I think, we have to look at alternatives. And as you know, obviously for me, youth development is a huge part of that conversation. But there are so many portions of this budget this year that are reflective of that. And we need to start seeing that active transition with all of the work that we're doing so that we can help fund and eliminate the root causes that, have created those entanglements for individuals with law enforcement. And so I think, I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And thank you also for the walkthrough on the overtime use. It brings me to my first question with respect to the allocation related to a bridge home site and the $8 million that's allocated for bridge home security. As I recall, in previous budgets, it had been allocated and then it was redacted. Could you talk a little bit about the function of the bridge home site patrols, what the calls have been, particularly given that, for example, even HOPE teams have been redacted? What is the purpose and function of patrols related to bridge home sites?
So thank you, and thank you for your earlier remarks, Councilwoman. The $8 million, if you will, set aside, that funding was held this last year, which prevented us from assigning additional uniform personnel or resources in the safety zones surrounding the bridge home sites, which initially began as 8 sites, have grown to 15, and now I believe there's just short of 30 various sites moved about the city. Should this be approved, how I would work with this and would want to work with this is that $8 million represents a certain number of hours of overtime, and that we would have a plan from the Office of Operations working with the mayor's office, working with local council offices to prescribe a safety plan around those locations, because they're not ubiquitous. They're not all the same, and I think each of them deserves its own safety plan, much as CSP has its safety plan for each of the 10 sites. That we would look and see what is the best usage of this funds, and whether that is a constant deployment around a 24-hour clock, or it would be more isolated patrols during certain hours or in certain days. The Civic Center is a perfect example. The Civic Center has certain deployments that are not 24/7. They're during the hours of which the foot traffic and activities are going, and there's that added presence to ensure the safety and a sense of security. I see the same for this funding, which will allow us to parse it with equity around the city, so that the sites have which are generally about the same configuration, and with minor modification that we would take a portion, look to the local command to work with a bridge home site itself, the site manager, the project manager, work with that surrounding community, understand the underlying issues of safety, and how can that funding help and support building that sense and improving that sense of safety. So it's not one size fits all. It's not 24-hour day, 7 days a week patrolment across, and just paint the entire inventory of these sites. I think instead, now the size, and given the size of this endeavor, that it takes a more structured and strategic approach so we can measure also the outcomes. This isn't just funding that goes there and there's not a feedback loop involving the bridge home site as well as the surrounding community, which of course includes elected officials that have a share in the responsibility of how those sites are impacting the sense of safety and security for the site itself as well as for the surrounding community. So I will, those type of plans are not difficult to put together, but the plans have not been put together either in advance of the funding being set aside. But I do not see us doing it the way it was 2 to 3 years ago when this first started, which was the early establishment of these sites. And the initial thought was, well, we'll put officers there, they would be there 24/7, and there's just that constant presence. I think that as the sites have grown and as their presence is different in each community, that it needs a more unique solution.
Yeah, because, for example, I know that several sites do have security associated with it. So to me, I was questioning what the role and responsibility would be of providing those services. Has there been an increased demand for call load in those areas adjacent to those sites? Or are we talking about kind of more broadly related concerns for public safety that perhaps are suggested to be attributed to the operation of a facility in a community? I wanted to,
There are safety zones. I'm sorry. There are safety zones established around each site, safety or community impact zones around each site, and we do track and identify instances of calls for service as well as instances of violence or property crime or other disorder issues. And again, there has been increases, and not uniformly. Some sites have performed much better. You're right. Each site does have on-site security. However, there's governance as to how those sites are. People come and go as they find shelter and housing there as they're working through a transitional period of their life. But some sites also have seen increases in violence and property crime in the surrounding neighborhoods that are attributable to whether it's residents or individuals that are drawn to the location or find themselves near the location, that the residents look at and believe this is the magnet. And I don't believe that they are, but the residents believe. And there's a confidence factor here that residents need to be able to invest in housing so that we can move ourselves through this housing crisis. Los Angeles needs to grow up. It needs to grow up with housing. It needs to grow up with added staff, added places for people to live and and have a roof over their head. And I think a bridge home offers a tremendous transitional process to do that, but we've also, as it's being implemented, need to assure the surrounding community that it's going to keep that can coexist in their community and their sense of safety can be maintained. And I believe this funding is what the council's intention is to show a commitment to that engagement.
Yes, no, I agree with you, Chief. I just want to make sure that what we're talking about isn't just a 24/7 patrol of a bridge home site as it was operating previously, because I don't believe that particularly delivers the kinds of outcomes or addresses some of the community concerns that have been raised. And I think to your point, not necessarily directly tied to, but it's the perception. And so how do we perhaps talk about this with respect to the flexibility to address what are elevated calls in and around these service areas that may not be directly attributed to these particular operations, but we have seen, as we know, we've seen the increased reports of GTAs and break-ins of that nature, and so I will be requesting a budget memo to report on the overtime funding allocated for a bridge home site and planned expenditures and in association for this proposal. But thank you for that. Moving on, I wanted to dive into the party card details and what the utilization has looked like for party cars. I know a number of members have also supplemented those efforts with discretionary resources. And you know, what has been the calls that have been responded to by party cars? What have been the associated outcomes with that? And how does this translate, for example, with, I know the high call load that we receive and are gonna, the growing call load that we will be seeing with respect to fireworks use?
Yeah. So the Party Car and Operations Valley Bureau historically came from the northeastern part of the San Fernando Valley, and it was initially supported, its actually origin has come from council offices. And it effectively provides for 2 officers to work on a deployment, generally at night watch during hours of which parties, house parties and locations are creating neighborhood disturbances, and an effort to ensure those parties are managed in a manner that does not continue the disruption, that neighborhood peace and sense of quiet during the late hours is maintained and improved. It is not, it's about 35 hours a month if you spread it across 12 months. So 2 officers working a 10-hour shift or 8-hour shift, it's really not it's not a substantial, if you will, presence. It's 1 to 2 units. Generally, they don't work 12 hours, they don't work 12 months a year. They work during the times of the year in which the house parties and these types of disturbances swell or grow. And it's an effort to augment our existing resources. 415 parties or party disturbance could have, depending on a Friday or Saturday night, could have an extended response time from a patrol unit. The allocation of a specialized unit, a party car, is meant to shorten those times and also bring out a little more systematically how we're dealing with problematic locations. So it's for $40,000. It's not it's a strategy that, in response to support of local council offices and neighborhoods that are experiencing continued presence of frequent parties, particularly during the Friday, Saturday night hours, to try to augment our finite resources and go to solve that issue or address that issue through a presence, citations, but most times our effort is through voluntary compliance, having someone just turn down the radio, recognize the impact they're having on their neighbors, but to do it in a manner that doesn't allow a situation to escalate because of a delayed response or a lengthy response of officers due to other more pressing or essential calls that we're working on.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it would be worthwhile because I know I've sought this information from my own divisions with respect to this. If we could get a budget memo on the percentage of calls to actually have some the metrics and
Sure.
the deployment of those party cars and what the calls have been in association with. And you know, again, I think, you know, particularly right now when I'm looking at, for example, the fireworks, the potential, you know, basically we're on notice right now for looking ahead to another incredibly dangerous wildfire season. We have to figure out what all of our priorities are in alignment with some of these, what would be deemed non-emergency calls and responses. And so I just want to have a look at that.
Okay.
And then going into youth programs, what has been the staffing and allocation associated with the LAPD operated youth program portions of the department's efforts? From Jeopardy to you know, our YSOs and the cadet program. Could you give a brief overview on what the operations have actively been during this pandemic and what the outlook is in relation?
So, as you know, the City of Los Angeles has 21 separate stations or areas, and they operate throughout the city. And each of the stations has a community relations office, and within it has four officers that are youth service officers. And the youth service officers are part of the established city budget, longstanding, part of our community policing and engagement with our youth for decades. Tasked with them is the oversight and the administration of the cadet program, which and then also at each of those areas have a variety of programs, some known as Jeopardy, some known as by other names, that are dealing with youth engagement in a mentoring, leadership, personal development type engagement that is also tasked. So not every division has, for instance, a quote-unquote Jeopardy program. Jeopardy has generally been a program in the San Fernando Valley. There's been other parts of the city, but it started in North Hollywood, moved to Van Nuys, and its success has been that it's young folks that may come across law enforcement at a teenage year or preteen, that because of some type of delinquent or at-risk behavior, or parents that will identify those individuals as their young folks and asking for law enforcement to help in development of these children through these years. It also, in the Jeopardy program and youth programs, including the cadet program, there's a parenting program as aspect as well, helping parents understand and help develop them as, having a child doesn't come with an instruction manual. And so how do we help them as they at times can struggle through the difficulties of adolescence? So those are the array, if you will. Now there are also some sports programs that a YSO will be engaged in, whether it be a Jeopardy program or something called a junior auxiliary league or a cadet program. There may be intramural type sports that they're engaged in. What comes to mind is the Rams Bears. The Watts Rams down in the south part of the city that is closely associated with the Community Safety Partnership down in South Bureau. They're in partnership with the Rams. They run intramural football teams. And in doing that, police officers that are assigned as part of their regular youth service officer program, they're tasked with being coaches or mentors to those programs. There's also Operations Progress in South East Division, which is a public-private engagement with Catholic schools that develop young people on the pillars of success for life through leadership and development of their personal skills, their value sets, and so forth. And the incentive there is for parents to have their children go through the schooling and have potential moving into college and seeing success and moving through the challenges of the poverty that they've experienced, and see a generational shift, if you will, in children being able to move out of, if you will, a state of poverty and a state of the challenges that they see in the communities in which they live in. Lastly, that's essentially what our resources are assigned to this. This last year, rather than having cadet programs, which is a 10-week training program that then has a graduation, have these young cadets then engage in programming at the station level, which generally is community service, volunteer-oriented, as well as understanding police operations in the sense of a non-law enforcement. They don't conduct any type of enforcement activities, but just awareness of how policing works or what our activities are engaged in, so as they just understand that this profession. Those matters have become remote. Those matters have become Zoom sessions like this council. The physical training or the physical agility aspect of it, the meeting together in group settings, for the longest time we did not conduct that. Now, as we've moved through the orange tier, we're now restarting those in a COVID-compliant manner where small groups, socially distanced, with protective measures are employed, of obviously the parents' consent and desire. There was a great desire this last year for us to continue these in-person activities, and we frankly, the public's desire was ever present. And each time there was any type of change in the exposure levels and the pandemic risk levels, there was a first call to action of when can we get our youth programs back. I'm proud of the work of our youth service officers. I'm proud of the work of the area captains that have continued to outreach and engage, to mentor, to tutor remotely, to have the contact with these young men and women through what has got to be one of the most challenging times of their life when we think about a young person without access to school and all the social activities. And I look forward to, as we enter the summer, to restart those in-person engagements. We have a cadet class that begins in the first or second week of June, I believe. It's going to be remote as it begins, but it's my hope that over the 10-week program of it, that we will be able to transition into an in-person setting. And I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah, well, I still had the question with respect to the funding and how much funding is applied to it. That's based on general fund versus grant funded versus grid, for example. And because I think it's important to understand what resources are being applied to fund those activities, particularly with respect to measuring the outcomes. As we're talking about youth development and measurable outcomes, I've had conversations with you before about my concerns that, in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, we'll say that a kid is in jeopardy, but in the West Valley, we'll say they're in PALS. And, shifting those paradigms and measuring those outcomes and how young people, many of whom, frankly, especially post-pandemic, all at risk and needing support, how do we best address their needs? And how do we look, as we're looking at as a city, again, reflecting on, how do we create the condition that does not, eventually entail an, interaction with law enforcement, right? Especially for young people. How do we start to migrate from policing our way out of problems versus those early investments that help support these young people and their families before it ever comes to that point. Yeah. So I want to do a deeper dive into those conversations with respect to those sources of funds and staff resources associated with that. But also, getting a better understanding. I would like to, because Mr. Chair, I'm sensitive to the time, and I want to provide that opportunity for my colleagues. But with respect to grid, how much resources have been allocated from grid, not necessarily grid well, I don't even know if it's a difference between grid's general fund allocation or if it's grant funded, but what percentage of overtime has been derived has been provided by grid in support of programmatic work that the department personnel has been involved with.
So we can provide a report on that detail regarding, I believe I spoke with Chief Tangarides this morning that there is a research project or engagement in the San Fernando Gardens or San Fernando Valley northeastern part that involves gang reduction, youth development, and a professor that has some overtime allocation as well as support. The majority of the grant, 3-year grant, is in support of a community-based organization engagement with youth. And however, there is a component there, a set aside over a 3-year period for some law enforcement staffing, and it's on an overtime basis. I think it's about $120,000 over 3 years. But again, we'll be happy to detail there. To my knowledge, other than that isolated instance, I'm not aware of any grid funding that comes to youth programming. And the other aspect of our youth activities is our is our PAMS program, and that is our magnet program at our junior high and high school level, an engagement that began in the mid-90s. And I think that engagement, which provides for mentorship and leadership development of youth as they go through their adolescent years and prepare themselves for adulthood, as well as these youth programs are excellent examples of improving trust between law enforcement and the community, not just the young people themselves, but their families, as their engagement at these activities change the paradigm of what law enforcement represents. And it's no longer an enforcement arm, it's no longer just someone that comes to the house and someone goes to jail, but they have a better and a broader understanding of the fact of the service of law enforcement and its efforts and its engagement is to protect and to serve. And so it helps shift, if you will, the public sentiment, as I've seen over the years, in truly understanding the means of, or the method of how law enforcement is in a community as a guardian.
I appreciate that, Chief, but and for me, what it also reflects is the need for greater transparency on the expenditures of the grid resources and how they're being managed. So I would like to request a budget memo on the breakdown of GRID's budget, and I know that's not within the department. That's going to be a separate ask. But Mr. Chair, I just in this context, why it's important, I want to request that the budget memo, GRID's budget memo, also include the allocation of funding for prevention and intervention, and the funding that has been allocated for overtime within their budget for use in the department. And then finally, Chief, I'll just ask
Ms.
if
Rodriguez, Ms. Rodriguez, I'm sorry, but just for clarity, so that was a budget request regarding grid related expenditures. Did you also want to encompass in that the youth programming within the department itself?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And then this is my last piece, Mr. Chair, and then I'll go through my budget memo requests, and just to kind of tighten this up. Chief, if you could please go over the civilian workforce and SIP. You know, I understand. I just want to be clear on how many officers are currently performing civilian duties. Has this number increased as a result of the pandemic? And if so, what's the plan to reduce this number?
So 269 positions were deleted due to SIP. And in the process of those deletions, we, as well as a hiring freeze, we've seen an attrition of the organization move from just over 3,000 civilian members to 2,771. The instances of, I'll need to report back to you the changing number of how many sworn personnel are on a quote-unquote administrative task, and we'll do that at a 100% and a 50% level, because we have, for instance, a property disposition officer that should be a civilian position. And if that person was removed, then generally that's a position that requires a full-time person. Whereas we may be missing another professional class of a civilian, which can be done in a part-time or shared responsibility. So we'll lay out those assignments. Presently, we have about 25 police officers that are working in our custody services division, backfilling custody service employees. That number has been as high as over 100, and through the hiring that was done earlier, we're able to reduce that to the current state of 25. But again, additional custody services employees at a full staffing level without vacancies would allow us to eliminate that. But we'll be able to give you a report of who's working in an administrative position that previously was held by a civilian.
Chief, and so with that, Mr. Chair, I'll just recap my request for budget memos.
Yes, please.
And
right
then,
ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Chief, again for your responses, for your presentation this morning. You know, today marks the 29th anniversary of the LA riots. You know, I find it apropos that here we are again having this conversation today amongst all of these areas and reflecting on how we come out better from these moments and working together to help identify how we can strengthen and improve our relations with our communities that we serve, and lead with reforms that actually help engender the trust that we all seek to achieve in this city. And so with that, I'd like to request the report on the civilian staffing levels compared to previous years, the positions lost to SIP and the impact to the department. Report on the positions assigned to the Motor Transportation Division that supports the department's vehicle fleet maintenance, including the positions that were lost due to SIP and the resulting impact to the operations. I would like to request a report on the overtime account and the proposed expenditures for the next fiscal year, as well as the year-end expenditures and overtime banking balances over the last few years. If you can just do that for the last 3 years, that would be fine. And then you have my grid request and the OVB party car detail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. Let's go next to Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay, thank you. And certainly, Public Safety Chair Rodriguez covered a lot of ground. So I'm not going to try to repeat any of that. And I appreciate it. And I agree with the way that she characterized a lot of this. And I certainly want to acknowledge the department and you, Chief. You know, these are unprecedented times. And this budget reflects ways that LAPD can play a supportive role in delivering services throughout the city. So I appreciated too, Chief, your comments about the need for further transparency with regard to discipline, to promote accountability, and your instinct about embracing the alternatives. You know, that is forward thinking, and I want to acknowledge that. Not all departments, certainly around this country, would take that approach, or some would see the movement toward alternative as somehow incongruous with traditional policing, and you rightfully recognize that it can be an asset, and it can really help focus policing on policing and focus alternatives in a win-win situation. So that's, I just wanted to start out by appreciating that, and then sort of get down to some questions. Ms. Rodriguez covered the issues on civilian positions. I certainly have always, every year I'm interested in that, because I want us to be as efficient as possible, and having a sworn officer in a civilian position doesn't make a lot of sense financially or otherwise. And I don't know if Ms. Rodriguez covered, you were talking about the mechanics issue, which I thought was important, but just to put a fine point on it, to make sure that we get a request back to report the positions and funding needed to keep the service rate at, you said that the best rate was 12%. Is that what you shoot for? Is that correct?
Historically, it's hovered around 12%.
Yeah, so I guess to specifically just to put a fine point on it, what's needed to get us to that 12% rate? And I think you made the case for why it's a problem having these vehicles out of service. You know, having 20% of our vehicles out of service is not only a problem from a policing, it's just ineffective. So another issue which we haven't really talked about is speeding. Speeding kills more people in the valley than homicide. It is a big issue throughout the city, but certainly in my district. And I can tell you, just even from where I live, there's not a night that goes by that I don't hear the race cars racing right by, and occasionally hear an accident because of it. And that's true for almost anybody who lives in the West Valley, and anywhere in the valley for that regard. So what is it costing the department in resources? How can we address this problem? You know, what might you need to deal with that differently? And we're trying to deal with it on the physical realm in certain areas, like adding structures to slow down speed tables and that kind of thing, which we can work with DOT. But from an enforcement perspective, what do you need on that, and how can we be helpful?
Well, this year, thank you, Councilman, and thank you for your earlier remarks as well. We continue to deploy approximately 225 motor officers across the 4 geographic bureaus, traffic bureaus. Those motor officers' primary function is traffic enforcement. We have, and we do from time to time, utilize their services for investigation of serious collisions, like a fatal collision or something. But their typical day is traffic enforcement coupled with DUI enforcement. The secondary matter, as a matter of enforcement, is we rely upon our local patrol officers, and those are in marked black and whites to conduct ongoing traffic enforcement. This council's support of radar guns and recalibrating those and speed surveys that were done about 3 years ago helped restore our ability to do greater traffic enforcement, particularly in the San Fernando Valley, where the streets and the design of them provides for such high speeds that a radar mechanism is the best and safest means in which to conduct enforcement actions. This year's set aside on Vision Zero can and will be used in a fashion that what are high injury network streets, what are those areas that are experiencing serious collisions, and the underlying cause in the San Fernando Valley, as you indicated, is speed. And then lastly, street racing as a task force, as an engagement where we marshal not just our traffic resources across the 4 geographic traffic divisions, but also the CHP and the Sheriff's Department is also an ongoing effort that we utilize. And what that entails is generally these are nighttime events, and as you're aware, there's an entire social media phenomenon of people who communicate via those platforms to organize these events. They're not spontaneous. They may appear that way to the public, but in reality, there's a network of individuals engaged in these what are called sideshows or street racing engagements, and they go about doing these takeovers of these intersections. We have and will continue to marshal our existing resources on those enforcement efforts, and what the impact of those is that oftentimes we're able to impound the vehicles, whether it's at the scene or through investigative follow-up, and hold those vehicles for 30 days, which is a substantial impact on and deters people from coming to this city to engage in that type of reckless and dangerous activity. And those initiatives will continue as we move forward. This last year, pandemic has impacted our enforcement efforts because of efforts to safeguard the public as well as our members. We have seen a decrease in the level of traffic enforcement as far as the issuance of citations. We do think that the presence of officers on a street has a deterring value, but we also know that conducting traffic stops and conducting actual enforcement also is important, and we will continue that. And I expect that you'll see productivity on traffic enforcement to improve as we get past this isolation, if you will, of less essential activities trying to deter our officers from that level of engagement to keep everyone as safe as possible.
And it's my understanding in the Valley Traffic Division specifically, there were a number of officers who retired and haven't been replaced. Is that an area that's particularly hollow in terms of?
Well, it's not hollow, but I will say that we did, with the reduction of 500 personnel in the organization, we did look to Traffic Division in two ways. One is we transitioned non-criminal traffic collision investigations involving complained of pain, minor injuries. We transitioned that to online reporting. That was an effort to improve the instances of which traffic divisions handle now all traffic collision investigations. That had deteriorated to a point where patrol officers were handling actually 50% of it. And we also harvested or realigned about 40 personnel away from the traffic enforcement, traffic investigation resource of the organization, which numbered just over 600, and realign them back to patrol resources because of an overall workforce reduction that the department encountered. So there has been a reduction. There's also been a realignment from South Bureau, which has the highest incidence of fatal hit and run collisions, and has the high proportionally. Even while I recognize the number in the valley and the size of the valley, though, dilutes that number when you look at other parts of the city, particularly South Bureau. So there has been there was a workload study done in the last month and a half, and is shifting some resources in single digits from Valley Bureau and the West Bureau to Central and South Bureau, and we'd be happy to report to you what those numbers are. But at the end of the day, we recognize, and as I made in my earlier remarks, the pandemic, one of the attributes was it did lessen vehicle traffic significantly, but in opening up the streets, it also created a sense, at least I have, of overly aggressive driving and higher speeds than what we had seen previously. And we're trying to, through enforcement, but also through education and awareness, to get people to slow down and respect the rules of the road, because the fatalities that we're seeing year to date, we have had 86 fatalities in the city of Los Angeles by traffic collision. That number last year was 59. And when we look back to 2019, that number was 73. So it certainly exceeded last year's numbers, which were significantly influenced by the pandemic, but now it's now tracking at a higher number than we saw citywide in the last 3 years before the pandemic. And to me, again, that's one of the attributes of this as we come through this ordeal, is that people need to recognize that as congestion increases, is that they need to slow down, because it's costing lives, sometimes their very own.
Yeah, education is important. I'd like to get a report back on restoring the Valley Traffic Division. And you know, there's a lot of creative things you can do. I was talking to a constituent the other day who's part of a volunteer group that that basically goes out with the radar gun and they track, you know, speeders, and then they, you know, report them. Those people don't get a ticket, but they can get a warning letter or something like that. There are creative ways like that, which I like hearing about.
We look forward to, would want to work. You know, the volunteerism is it's part of the DNA of the San Fernando Valley. I'm proud of the spirit there. And it's one of the highest numbers of our volunteers stem from the stations in the San Fernando Valley. And that type of engagement in a non-enforcement and safe way would be a means that would help us for awareness. Secondly, there's some current measures at the state legislature that goes to speed radar, and which many other parts of the country engage in, and has had improved impact. I would encourage this council to look at that. However, I'd also caution that it be done in a manner with in review of how photo red light worked or didn't work, and what its impact was as this council went down that path. And then when we recognized that the courts would not enforce those citations, chose to move away from that. So, but I think it's an area that is worthy of exploring. I know the department supported it approximately a decade ago. It's met with labor opposition through the years, but I understand that may have changed in the last decade as well. So I think it's worthy of looking at again.
Right. Back to thank you for the vehicles themselves, the black and whites. I know we have to replace them on a regular basis, and it makes sense to include them in our regular budget and pay cash rather than borrowing money to buy them, as we used to do. Does the budget include funding for regular replacement of the black and whites? And are we back to borrowing for them, or are we still paying cash?
Well, the general fund is providing for $7.5 million, which of that $2.6 million of it is for the purchase of vehicles, and yet another $3.6 million is for the fifth annual payment of 462 vehicles that were purchased back in 2017, 2018. So it seems to be a hybrid, that the initiative, as a recall back in 17, 18, this was a way of optimizing a cash payment over time that allowed the organization to see a significant increase in the number of vehicles, because our out-of-service rate and our vehicle stocks had been greatly depleted. And so, but moving forward, we're coming to the fifth payment. I believe that's the last payment on that scheme. I think it was a 5-year plan, and coupled with that is the purchase of these others. The MICLA money of $8 million. Of that, there's 112 plane and non-emergency vehicles that are in there, 63 undercover vehicles, and 14 specialized vehicles.
So is the 2.5 million you mentioned, is that enough to replace on a regular cash cycle?
Our out of service, the short answer is no. The number of vehicles that have exceeded the 7-year prescribed lifespan has crept up over time. And the numbers, I had that earlier. So
I don't need the number now. I guess maybe I'll just ask for a report back on the funding that's needed to put the vehicles on a regular replacement schedule. This isn't a policy issue, it's just a math issue, and we want to maximize the dollars that we spend in a most efficient way. So just to put that out there. But I know we were moving toward that. So another issue, you mentioned the Bridge Home Patrol. Will that cover the sort of the new bridge homes known as cabin communities or tiny homes? How does that figure in?
So I think that's a very good point. I think the growing number of transitional or supportive housing that is sometimes defined within a bridge home program is worthy of, as we come back to the council with our report, to describe how we envision coverage, because the tiny homes or the makeup, if it envisions what was like on Liesel or what's in some of the initial established sites, they've morphed, they've changed, they've evolved. And what we see is that all of these housing locations, how do we prioritize them, and how do we define those that are and would benefit from an infusion of added patrols or added policing resources, and those that are working fine and have assimilated into a neighborhood without consequence. So I think we have to define that for you, because I believe the sites have now grown to just under 30 that is oftentimes described as a bridge home. And the 8 million, interestingly, I recall when it was first initiated, is that it was $1 million per site, and there was going to be 15 sites. But the first 8, it was envisioned that, well, we would need the 1 million per site in order to provide for them. Now this is 3, 4, 5 years ago, so as the program has matured and evolved, I think are looking at this funding source with what a bridge home means today. And we'll work closely with Commander Donnie Graham, our homeless coordinator, who works in the Unified Homeless Coordination Center, and we can ensure that we bring to you a methodology that has metrics and has a rate of return that demonstrates the utility of this funding.
And somewhat related to that, because oftentimes in those areas, you need contact with DMH, Department of Mental Health at the county. How does LAPD work with DMH? Is there a protocol in place? Does LAPD need assistance in facilitating the dialogue with the county? I hope you have a better ability to leverage those resources than I do when I'm out doing outreach, because I often find it's difficult. How is that working?
Well, DMH has a lot of things pulling on them. So Dr. Sharon and I will have conversations from time to time. We work together on in support of him and the city's engagement on the therapeutic van, as far as how that could work, and certainly the department's supportive of that, as our call centers would use that as a resource, an alternative to a police response. Generally, our homeless coordinator is our primary point, but we also use out of Detective Bureau contact with mental health because of people experiencing mental health issues, and with our SMART teams and 5150 commitments and so forth. It is an agency, though, that I look forward to them building greater capacity, and perhaps doing that through contracts and community-based organizations, so that there's a greater presence of mental health outreach and engagement in our communities across the 24-hour clock and 7 days a week. But I have good comms with him. He is a professional, a man who's committed to the work of DMH, and his subordinate staff also has ties us into them and them into us. So we can work through and do work through issues, but it is I believe that his greatest challenge is having sufficient resources, personnel resources, and then having sufficient housing options for individuals who are in need of placement for mental health, both acute as well as more chronic issues. Those appear to be weaknesses in our mental health system here in Los Angeles County.
Yeah. I'm going to move to a minor point in the context of your budget, but I have a question about towing contracts. We have a problem getting sort of burned and destroyed RVs towed away, and I'm not talking about places where people are living in. I'm talking literally about, completely abandoned or burned RVs. And I guess I'll just put it as I'd like to get a report back on the options for getting a contract that promptly responds to a request for towing burned or abandoned RVs. And I'll just put that out there. And last, you mentioned and you talked about the increasing online reporting for routine matters, traffic stops, and that kind of thing, where the primary purpose is getting insurance or it doesn't require police. How is that affecting the ability to respond to other types of calls? I would think it would be a zero-sum game where you would be seeing corresponding increases in response time and in everything else. Are you finding that to be the case?
Well, I wouldn't call it a zero sum because that would mean that there's no gain, right?
No, that means that every officer that doesn't have to respond to it goes immediately to something else to improve.
Yes. So what we're seeing the improvement is that previously we estimate as many as 40,000 reports annually will have this off-ramp, this alternative. And what we're currently measuring each week out of traffic group is of the remaining traffic calls, how many are traffic resources being employed versus patrol resources. Previously, as a reminder, the patrol officers handled more than 50% or more of all traffic collision investigations. That number has now been reduced to generally less than 5%. And we are, meaning that the remaining investigations are being handled by traffic collision investigation and or motor officers. So we see the improvement there because the officer has more, and the patrol officer has more discretionary time to handle routine matters, urgent emergency calls, but also engage in community engagement. I don't have a number for you yet. I think it's, excuse me, I think it's very young in this program. I think we've got to give this more time. We've also seen a steep drop off in the number of reported traffic collisions, which is, we've got to watch that closely to, if we were providing that function, the community member has a responsibility to make that traffic collision, to report that collision to DMV and his or her insurance and so forth. But and if we were the person conducting that service for them and we've eliminated that and that person is no longer making that report, we want to make sure that people are still living up their responsibilities as we've pulled that work away. But I can't tell you that we've now see 10,000 more hours being invested in patrol. I believe we got to give this another couple of months at least. My preference would be after the first year. This was implemented in January of this year, fully implemented, so it's going to take us about a year, I think, to work through this so that we can, in a more assured manner, gather and measure what this has, what the improvements are, and frankly, if there's any unintended consequences. There's something that we didn't see coming as a result of this.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate the work you do. I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blumenfield. We'll go next to Councilmember De Leon. Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair Kokorian, and thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed the questionings from our council members here today. Couple questions that I want to sort of kind of maybe clarify. And I heard you say also to the, you're not used to the word SIP, and the Separation Incentive Program. And I think I would concur with you as well. It's a little odd. I don't know who came up with SIP, but I can't get used to it myself either. So I'm there with you 100%. A couple things is I want to get a couple numbers to see if we're on the same page. One is I want to thank you for your presentation. Last year's budget, I think we all can agree, was an anomaly. And I want to get some clarity about how LAPD's budget has changed in the past couple years. I know that last year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, council adopted, if I'm correct, their mayor's budget as it was presented, correct?
No, the council adopted, the mayor's budget was proposed, and then the council enacted a $151 million cut to the budget, or reduction, which drew us down from just approximately 10,000 sworn personnel and just over 3,000 civilian personnel to a 9,751 sworn personnel, so a reduction of about 250 people, sworn members, and then about a similar number with the civilian workforce. And there was also at the time there were directed furloughs and cuts in addition to SIP as a means of reducing the impact of the budget. The budget I'm showing on our budget document for 2021, made those types of cuts, and then made some other cuts in the sense of vehicles, as well as our overtime funding and some those type of associations. Those were the mayor imposed the cuts on vehicles. The mayor imposed the cuts in his budget regarding the use of overtime. And then the council imposed the cuts that did the reduction in staffing, and of course that was affirmed by the mayor. This budget, moving forward, essentially holds the staffing at those, continues the staffing at those levels that was approved this last year by the council.
Okay, but last year's budget that was adopted, what was the number, the total budget number?
I'm showing 1.857 million.
Okay, correct.
And this year's budget I'm showing as 1.764 million. About a 5% reduction.
So the council obviously modified the budget immediately, which included that reduction for LAPD, correct?
I'm sorry, sir, I did not understand that.
So the council modified the budget immediately, which included that reduction for LAPD. So I think the total budget that the council approved for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 was approximately 1.7 billion, 1,721,000 and some change.
Yeah, so so it depends on which number you're looking at. So the final out the door, what we've worked within this year, I believe, represents 1.7 and some change. And the new proposed budget that's before you for fiscal year 21-22 represents a 3% increase of the budget that we've been working from this year. Is that fair?
Do me a favor, repeat that one more time for me.
Yes.
I didn't catch
So,
the last part.
So the budget, the final numbers after everything was done with the funding of the organization. So let's say August of 2020. Take that number as the approved working budget of the Los Angeles Police Department. The budget that's before you represents a 3% increase in dollars from that amount. From the mayor's proposed budget, this budget represents a 5% decrease. My remarks earlier today is that while this budget represents a 3% increase, the average city department increased by 9%, and this 3% includes COLAs for a sworn and civilian workforce that occurred in this last year, so that there's no net increase in staffing, there's essentially no net increase in the size of the organization because of the COLA inflationary effect, if you will, the impact on salaries.
So then what we have here is a 5% decrease is what you're saying for the 21-22 budget. Because that's why I'm trying to figure out the numbers. We're working on the same numbers because it appears that functionally the LAPD's budget actually increases 2.5%. And that's why I want to make sure if we're working with apples to apples as opposed to apples to oranges. I'm just trying to get, make sure that we're on the same page.
So Councilman, page 451 of the Blue Book has the bar charts that reflect that. And I would, the point that I'm wanting to make is that because people look at looks at the funding levels and the rate of $1, $1.10, you increase by 10%. If the cost of labor went up 10%, you actually didn't increase the size of the organization, because what cost you $1 last year now costs you $1.10. The cost of labor within the organization rose because of COLAs and our sworn and civilian staff, and it ellipses, it takes all that 3% increase because of the cost of funds, what it costs for the labor force. The size of the labor force will continue to be at the reduced numbers that was approved by the council. It's not meant to play it's not meant to play words with statistics, but it is meant to also to address the sense that the council or the mayor is increasing the size of the department. The mayor is holding the line on the reimagining of public safety by holding the earlier reductions that were imposed, while the council in his budget builds those alternative services. And that's why I support it. I believe that the staffing levels that have been proposed by this mayor's budget are needed, critically needed, and while the city invests deeply in these alternative services and actually delivers those alternative services, so we can provide the city what it's asking, what the citizens are asking of city government, which is policing, public safety, is both the presence of LAPD in concert with an alternative that is not LAPD. And how do we, and both of those will provide for reimagined public safety as we move forward.
No, I understand. I just want you to understand, I'm not trying to be critiqueful. I'm just trying to figure out if we're working, with the same set of numbers. Because when we crunch our numbers, I'm kind of getting different numbers. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at my numbers again. I'm gonna consult, with my colleagues on the budget committee, as well as the chair. Just make sure that we're dealing with the same set of numbers, because when we crunch our numbers, we're getting a 2.5% increase as opposed to 5% decrease, not adding a judgment to either the numbers. I just want to make sure that we're dealing with the same numbers. But I'm gonna put that to the side right now. I want to go to the issue of overtime, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So what I'm trying to do is understand the overtime processes and the methodology. Could you explain to us what is the scheduling process currently, what that looks like, and how could I be approved, for example, for overtime? And I took note, you mentioned, if you could give me some clarification, because I don't know. You had mentioned the issue with regards to cash basis versus what's banked. If you could help explain that to me so I can have a better understanding of that, and just walk me through, for example, how would I, if I was a rank and file or management, would I be authorized for overtime?
So an officer, any member of the sworn staff, who they work either a 410, or a 312 generally. So 4 days of work, they work a 10-hour shift. If they're required or asked to work extended beyond that 10-hour shift, it may be a result of an arrest that they made, say they're in their 8th hour, they make an arrest for a robbery or they make an arrest for a burglary. The processing of that arrestee, the transportation, medical treatment if necessary, processing, as well as the completion of the report, may cause them to have to stay beyond their 10-hour shift. And in that instance, they would request and require a supervisor would be required to approve them to work on a quote-unquote overtime basis. That's typically called an extended end of watch. Another instance is, so that's a typical day, but the workload requires them to stay beyond their scheduled shift. They're paid on an overtime basis in the 10th of an hour. So if they work 30 minutes, it's 0.5. If they work an hour, so forth. That has to be pre-approved. An officer doesn't just initiate his or her decision to work overtime. They have to have a supervisory approval. Another means of which this happens is you'll have an emergency call-out. An officer who's working a homicide investigative unit, there's a homicide that occurred last night, they'll be called from home, and they'll be typically not on a work day. Those hours are their off hours, and every hour that they work, they're going to be paid on an overtime basis. Until, like for instance, if they came in last night at midnight and they're scheduled to work today, from midnight to 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock this morning, they would be on an overtime basis. Then they would just roll into their standard watch today. That'd be 7 hours of overtime, again, approved by a supervisor. Lastly, we have officers who, with agreements with labor, are paid to either stand by to be available for call-outs, and they get a cost, a ratio of time for that, overtime for that usage, meaning that if an officer is working a homicide detail, we require them to be on scene within an hour of a notification. They're on call from Friday into watch until Monday, and they get an eighth of an hour for every so many hours. And at the end on Monday, if they are not called in, they're given a small number of hours for having been on standby and available. Lastly, if you're a dog handler or others, there's some added compensation for you taking care of that animal, for the care and feeding, and so forth. So those are and then if you go to court, you have both the appearance on an off-duty basis. Now you're being compensated for your hours there if it's not occurring during your regular hours of work, or to be on standby, on call, that you'll be able to respond to court within an hour. So those are the various buckets of overtime, and we track that where each of the commands has a budget based on past experience and activity levels to minimize the use of overtime wherever possible. Generally, as an organizational practice, we don't have discretionary overtime, meaning that we don't take 100,000 hours and put it onto an investigative effort, or a party car, or an added deployment such as focusing added resources that would otherwise not be available on investigating illegal cannabis operations. That's where you see in this budget added money set aside for activities such as cannabis, the cannabis industry. We recognize, the council and the mayor has seen that as we've legalized adult use of cannabis, the instances of unlawful operators has flourished and really come to the detriment of people acting in a responsible, legal fashion. So that's benefited by the Los Angeles Police Department dedicating resources that it otherwise would not have to investigate those operations, to deter their continued operations, to improve public safety. So those are the types of activities that are engaged, and then for us, we provide a budget and we monitor the use of that overtime on a macro basis every 2 weeks. And we make periodic reports. It's in our FSR report to the council as to how we're living within our budget. And then we see from time to time unusual occurrences or instances that happen that take us out of whack. This last year, generally in the last 4 to 5 years, overtime has been pay-as-you-go, meaning that if I work an hour's overtime, the next paycheck would have an hour's worth of cash compensation for that overtime. However, in years past, when there's been an economic pullback and a lack of funding for essential activities such as overtime payment, the city has provided and the department has engaged in what's called banking, or the compensatory time being placed in a bank and if we have an account. So I work an hour's overtime. I now, because there's a lack of cash compensation, that money goes into a bank so that I can either A, take an hour off of work at some point in the future and a mutually agreed upon time, or B, at some point be paid back. This year's budget has $5 million set aside to pay down that bank. Also, that employee upon separation will be paid for that bank at the rate of pay that they have, that they are at when they retire. Presently, obviously the effort here is to keep that bank at zero. And through the years, that number, first of all, I've never been aware of it being at zero, but it has been a managed and ongoing matter of a credit card debt, if you will, because of the use of a bank strategy. When we started this year, fiscal year, in July of 2020, our overtime bank, if you will, was about $24 million. I'm sorry, $124 million. Today, it's our estimation that by the end of this fiscal year, our overtime bank will be at $147 million. So we have deferred about $25 million of cash payment by allowing or providing for this bank. That's what the $5 million set aside is meant to do, is to reduce that. What the benefit of this year's budget is that there's monies that have been set aside to pay as you go. And that is, I think, in the financial interest of the city. As a resident of the city, it's in the financial interest because the inflationary cost of that bank only grows over time. As the employee matures in the organization and promotes or otherwise, the cost of the value of that bank increases. Any COLA, the value of that bank increases. Now there is a value to the employee where they'll use that bank to take time off. So we will see employees that will work down the balance of that account. And in fact, prior to this last pandemic, in this episode, the department had, working with the council, because with sufficient funding in our overtime account, had seen that overtime bank drop from approximately $135 million to $112, $113 million. So there is, part of that is employees will use the bank for added time off, and part of it is the council has set aside monies that once a year the department could offer to employees to buy back their bank. So I don't mean to make this too detailed, but I'm trying to give you the four corners of how the overtime process works.
No, you did a really comprehensive job, and you obviously know in detail the amount of dollars that are being utilized with regards to overtime compensation. Is it accurate to say that the first two examples that you utilize, for example, when an officer is working towards ending his or her shift, and there is a processing issue before them with an individual, and they have to make the call, get the supervisorial approval to continue their job and get the overtime compensation, that the first two examples that you utilize, is that the vast majority of where our overtime dollars are going?
Yes, operational overtime is a proportion. There was an earlier chart that I provided, if I could reference back.
Yeah, it's so many graphs, it's so many bar charts.
Yeah. I'm sorry, yeah. Operational overtime represents 37%. That's the largest bucket. Investigations follow that at 30%. Court is at 24%, and administrative overtime.
And 20. And then you made an early reference that the court is going to start jumping up even more so now that we seem to be returning back to a sense of normalcy.
Yes. So this current fiscal year, the court load, if you will, was only 16% of our total overtime usage. It was one of the drivers that allowed us to reduce overtime by 50%. We're projected to spend about 125,000 hours of overtime with court. This next year, we've projected that to grow by about 50% to 205,000 hours. Okay. Now, we work with the District Attorney Gascon, with City Attorney Mike Fuhrer and their staff, because there are operational practices within the District Attorney's office, within the court, that can help minimize the use of overtime. And we have internal practices, plus our communications with filing deputies and so forth, that work to strive to minimize the instances of an overtime obligation. For example, if somebody is arrested for burglary, that we not subpoena everyone who was involved in that arrest on the preliminary hearing. We just need one person who can testify to the elements of the crime. Some district attorneys deputy district attorneys, particularly based on their tenure, short tenure, will want to subpoena everyone as a safety net. And every one of those subpoenas is costing us hundreds of dollars. So we have internal practices that if anyone has a court case that involves more than 3 people being subpoenaed, that you challenge that subpoena to ensure that everyone there is needed for that court case.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to follow up on Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez's report back on overtime, and also just add if we could have the First Amendment and homeless response as part of that report as well, Mr. Chair.
It was a little hard to catch that last part, Mr. De Leon. I just couldn't quite hear you. Were you referring to the amount of overtime?
Ms. Rodriguez's report back on overtime, and I wanted it to explicitly also include First Amendment as well as homeless response as part of that report.
So the amount of overtime budgeted for those two areas, or actually expended?
They're going to be smaller numbers because I think the chief has done a good job in sort of disaggregating the dollar amounts attributed to what type of activity overall in terms of the overtime. But I'd like to add the issues with regards to the First Amendment issues as well as homelessness response.
We will, Councilman, if I might, so this last year I think would be a good year to say how many demonstrations or protests or activities resulted in the use of overtime.
Yeah.
And we can provide that number. This current year, this next year, we're set aside just under 50,000 hours. That number last year was 700,000 hours. So I think it speaks to your point. Generally, it's a minor set. For instance, May Day, this coming Saturday, which will be a First Amendment event of significance, a worldwide event, and one that we will facilitate.
It always is, especially in LA,
Yes,
every year,
absolutely. And there's 7 planned marches and demonstrations. And our primary function, nearly all of it will be existing resources. However, there may be an occasion where an officer or an individual, we will incur some overtime costs. And so we will respond with a report that talks about the impact of those demonstrations and protests as to our ability to, when our effort to minimize the use of overtime, but there is still some instances of it, even in more typical times, for lack of a better phrase.
Yeah, let me, through the chair, let me go on to the issue of homelessness. I'm not going to get too much into details. I know that Councilwoman Rodriguez asked a series of questions on a bridge home, but just wanted to you to express your thoughts with regards to our own LAPD response, how we can deal with unarmed response, how we can better coordinate, engage with our partners at the LA County, and specifically you made a reference to John Sharon and Department of Mental Health. What's working? What's not working? And it seems to me there's a lot of things that are not working. Clearly, the city of LA doesn't have a Department of Mental Health. We don't have the resources, we don't have the skill set, we don't have the infrastructure. I think I've said this consistently, that I think we have set up our LAPD women and men up for failure when we deal with the issue of homelessness and the responses that come from psychotic, episodes, etc. Once you kind of, I'm gonna throw a softball at you and just an open-ended question and share some thoughts that you have with regards to this. But I know this has an impact on our budget as well in terms of the 911 calls and how can we better streamline this so the more appropriate response is made. And I know I've had numerous conversations with rank and file LAPD officers who unofficially have said that if they had their druthers, they wouldn't be making these phone calls at all whatsoever. I know you and I have had our private conversations on this issue. Maybe you could wax a little bit on your thoughts.
Well, I'll try not to wax on, but I'll extend the same sentiments that they have, which is at 911, when you call that number, historically we can either defer to a 211, 311 as a call and goes to a recording or maybe a live operator that generally will not have the ability to immediately dispatch anyone. I'm encouraged by this mayor's budget that sets aside monies for establishing the therapeutic unarmed response for neighborhoods, also known as TURN, and even more encouraged by the crisis and incident response through community-led engagements known as CIRCLE, which is going to take an organization such as Urban Alchemy, assist them use a person who is who's experienced perhaps mental illness and or homelessness, and that join them with that clinician and a driver, an outreach worker, and have them respond to low-level crises that right now involve an individual who's experiencing homelessness or maybe a mental health episode or crisis, and in the lack of any other resources, including anyone from DMH who's available to respond, LAPD responds. And
are these the pilot programs that we have that we're ensuing?
The Circle program is been called out as I think it's a $3.1 million engagement that would project forward as the establishment of this nonviolent crisis response team. The Turn establishing therapeutic vans, that's a 5-van investment, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that is before the council for approval. That is hoped to begin, that's hoped to begin in June, no later than July. And we need those type of programs to be established, demonstrate their utility, and they enjoy the full support of the Los Angeles Police Department, from the chief all the way down to the youngest officer, because the reality is that the vast majority of the calls involving people who are experiencing homelessness or mental health crises are non-criminal matters, and would be and could be, as well as many instances, handled through a professional, mental health professional, and outreach worker. What we are struggling with, I think, as a community, is the culture of social services. And this is where I'm going to go on my little soapbox. Policing and fire officials know that our profession is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We will not hire someone, and certainly someone who cannot stay in this profession unless they're available to work off hours. We need to develop the same capacity in social programming, period. And we've yet to come to that.
Now, are you making reference to LASA?
No, I'm making reference to the whole profession of psychiatry and mental health professionals. They have a tendency to have office hours Monday through Friday, and if we have services outside of that, including outreach, they tend to work day watch as well. And this is a problem that exists 7 days a week.
I'm
sorry?
This is a problem that exists 24/7 as opposed to holding banker hours 9 to 5.
So in the absence of this, we have it. Now, I'll say that there is a limit to this. I mean, there are people who are having these episodes of crisis that they risk not a danger to themselves, but they are armed. They may have a weapon that poses a risk to, which would require law enforcement to be there. But I think that's where a multidisciplinary model, where going forward we'll also need to build. We currently have shifted our SMART resources. This is System-Wide Mental Health Assessment Response Team. It's a program that's been in existence for 30 years. It's a national model on dealing with people experiencing mental health issues. Historically, it's been a model staffed by DMH with a clinician, with a police officer and a clinician, but they historically have responded after officers have responded to the initial call and have essentially settled down the situation or had some sense of order. They'll come in afterwards to provide supportive services for the mental health episode that's going on. We just recently shifted that in an effort
That's assuming there's no tragic outcome, right? Because doesn't it defeat the purpose of them showing up after the fact?
Well, there's meaning that they come in as a second unit, because the first unit, if there's been a threat of violence or there's been an issue of a danger, the officers have resolved that. They've been able to safely resolve that or otherwise. And the second unit comes in then to do the next phase of dealing with the crisis that's at hand. But we just reoriented that in the last 2 months, where we're now moving them up front so that they'll respond simultaneous to the regular patrol unit. And the idea there is that we want to get a clinician on scene, because a clinician is going to be someone who can offer to our people perhaps some insight and guidance. It's why in our SWAT calls, we always have a police psychologist there, because they're helping us understand the circumstances of the person who's barricaded, and how can we unwind that without having to resort to force. So we are moving up, and this multidisciplinary team, I believe in public safety, is also an area that needs to be deeply invested. And there's a standing offer to DMH that we will increase the number of SMART teams with police officers and vehicles for every clinician that they give us. There's a challenge that Dr. Sharon has, and I don't mean to focus on his name, but DMH has, in staffing clinicians to work the midnight to 6 shift, or frankly, to work any of the shifts because of the nature, in my view, in part, of the nature of the work. And that's from a paid professional counselor, they have many other options. And so I think that as we work through this in the next decade, hopefully it won't take that long, we've got to, all of us, come to order that we've got to add more resources and invest more deeply in higher expectations of our social services, that they're available all hours of the day, all days of the week.
Add more resources to the operation at DMH.
Oh, absolutely. I think that money, follow the money, in the sense of if you fund it, I think you'll build capacity. I've heard from many community-based organizations that they believe they could do this more effectively if given the opportunity. Whether they could or couldn't, I think is an option that as this council, I hope, supports the circle engagement and gives a community-based organization the ability, who is not a public employee, but to build this model. I think that just like community intervention workers have demonstrated their ability to improve public safety by reducing gang violence by their interactions and presence in streets during off hours and during all times of the day and night, I think the same can happen with mental health professionals. But we've got to raise our expectations. And I'll close by saying, if GRID and community intervention workers said, well, we'll only work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, I'm sorry, but that's what our contract says, then it would not be anywhere near the effectiveness that it is. But those workers have said, no, we know we have to be out there during the hours and times in which the people, our patients, our clients are there. And it's taken a decade for that to occur, maybe, but the point of this, I think we have to raise the same expectations, fund it, and ensure that we press forward on ensuring that it actually occurs.
Not to put you on the spot, because this is not your responsibility, but do you know why perhaps you made the example of GRID and the hours that they hold, given the issues that they deal with 24/7, especially on the weekends and summers. But do you have any idea why the folks who are charged and professionally trained to engage and deal with, our family members, our neighbors, our loved ones, our constituents, who are severely dealing with mental illnesses, why they don't adhere to a different set of hours as opposed to, like I said, banker hours, 9 to 5?
Well, as a law enforcement professional, but just as a 60-year-old man in America, I think that there's cultural boundaries of expectations by profession, and we're talking about we need to shift what the expectations of the social service field is, and to what and have more workers in that field be encouraged or motivated to work in outreach and engagement. And outreach engagement is not the only aspect. We also have to provide housing and supportive services beyond the presence. But today, what would help us tremendously, and what I'm encouraged by, again, this budget, is that it funds, outside of this department, alternatives in the models that we've talked about here. And I think that as those models in the second largest city in America show worth and benefit, that it'll attract greater support. And I'm hoping that it grows to scale so that we can divert the tens of thousands of calls that we believe could go. But we would need hundreds of individuals to do this work. But that's okay. That's what we need to do as a community if we really are, as we are really serious about this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just one more topic, just before I get to the last topic on the issue of training. I would like a report back about exploring the appropriation, I should say, of a portion of the overtime increase this year to augment the unarmed response strategies as it deals with those who are facing mental illnesses with those challenges. So I'd like to report back on that and just exploring, with that reapportionment of that portion of the overtime strategy, again, dealing with those who are severely faced with a mental challenge at that time and moment in their lives. Mr. Chair, as well as colleagues, just one last topic, which is the issue of training. And I think I've said this on numerous occasions in our own public safety committee that we have dealt with a multiple of payouts on behalf of the city for excessive use of force. I've voiced this on numerous occasions. I know the chair of Public Safety Committee has well done so. So my questions would be around police training, and specifically, so I know we have $90 million, if I'm correct, in terms of the budget and support for training. Chief, what are the latest updates in terms of training in response to high stakes situations? I'm always been curious about, when we get a recruit, a young man or woman who aspires to be a law enforcement, a peace officer, and specifically an LAPD officer. I know we're one of the very few that has our own, a training academy nationwide, where the vast majority of police officers are going through the post, training program at the state. When they come into, our LAPD academy, who's in charge of the training? How is it updated? When is it updated? Why don't you expound a little on that for all of us, for our benefit?
So the Peace Officer Standards and Training State Agency, licensing agency, each peace officer, state of California, working for a municipal or county or state government entity, must have a post certificate, a basic certificate, in order to be a peace officer. It requires approximately 630 hours of training in order for an officer to go through a basic recruit training course, to give him or her the book knowledge, the practical understanding, the mechanical skills, and what the requirements of exercising the responsibilities of the peace officer. In Los Angeles, we take those, and they have core components of their modules of instruction, and then there's testing obligations and performance metrics that have to come from that, as far as if they, for instance, if they fail a test twice, they have to be removed from the academy. They're fired. They can come back later perhaps, but there's rigors within the post standards. Also entry requirements as far as age requirements and backgrounds and so forth. The Los Angeles Police Department utilizes and conforms with those requirements, and then expands on them greatly by about 50%. We train in a 6-month academy. Many academies train 3 or 4 months. Our academy is a daytime it's a campus that does not involve overnight lodging. In other words, you don't stay there like a barracks or anything. You come to work 5 days a week typically, and
Highway patrol, for example.
Yeah. Okay. So highway patrol, exactly. So they work over that 6 months, just about 930 hours. The curriculum, again, conforms with the state requirements, and then is expanded for matters of interest, of concern, focus by the Los Angeles Police Department. That's led under the guidance of Dr. Luann Pinnell, who's our police training, if you will, executive, the person who understands the manners of training, adult learning, adult development, and then takes both the values and direction of post, and then incorporates that into lessons learned and the areas of focus that LAPD focuses on. We oftentimes lead post in the sense of development of further curriculums, procedural justice, implicit bias, de-escalation of force. Those are areas that LAPD has led, and I believe the state of California, in reshaping the state's agenda as we've expanded ours. Now that's just one bucket of work. Then a person comes on the organization, and after 6 months of academy, a year of probation, they have what we call in-service training. And that in-service training is over the entire life development or career development of that employee. That area there involves recruits that come back after their first year, spend additional time in the academy to, much like graduate school, to continue the work that they had earlier struck on, but to now add the field experience to reinforce it and deepen it, to deepen their understanding. The last few years, we've come up with the program that will do that at the 2-year mark, and then we'll do that at the 4-year mark, so that we have a continuation of training and development of our employees over the first 5 years of their development. Now, every time they're promoted and they compete in a civil service exam, there's training and development, and there's also perishable skills that post requires and non-perishable skills 24 hours every 2 years that they go to various in-service training classes. In the aftermath of our 3 after-action reports stemming from the civil unrest and the department's response from last year, we were criticized highly for a lack of in-service training for command and control and dealing with civil unrest, First Amendment expression, role of the media, and so forth. We are now taking a step back, facing that criticism and recommendations, and looking strategically at our in-service training component. What are our expectations that we had walking into these reports, and now we're going to overlay it with the new recommendations and come up with strategically how are we going to move forward in the in-service training of our personnel. I believe it's the next evolution of policing for Los Angeles Police Department is to refine it because as an employee has 5, 10, 15, 20 years on the job, how do we keep them abreast of the evolution of policing? And I believe that, and as matters come up and are important, historically we've added a class here, we've added a class there. We need to, at this point, because of the substantial recommendations of substantial increases in investing in training, I think we've got to take a step back and look at it overall to see how can we best do it in the most efficient manner and effective.
I thank you for your comments with regards to the training, the in-service, and I'm glad you brought up the point with regards to the criticism because of our people's First Amendment rights to protest, to have their voices heard, to march. I think you said it perfectly well. Come May 1st this weekend, we're going to have 7 marches, and that's the history, that's the culture, that's the DNA of a city like LA. So when we ever have something that pains us as a nation, and folks want to express the opportunity to march, again, the voices heard, they're going to march. Always there's going to be, some folks out there who have other agendas and who are, I think, experts in terms of creating shenanigans, professional saboteurs and provocateurs. It's how our LAPD officers respond. And I think the in-service training as adults, I think you said it, we're lifelong learners. I don't think when we leave the academy, or for that matter, when we get a BA or a master's or even a PhD or a JD, that we know it all. So that in-service training and how we respond, how it's cyclical, I think is going to be critical. I do appreciate when the description of LAPD being a national law enforcement leader and oftentimes post has looked towards the LAPD innovative training and techniques. But I also want to say that when you juxtapose the outcomes, and we look at the outcomes also too, and a steady, amount of criticism, it's a time to take a step back, reflect, and look inwards, and what is it that we can do better. Given what you said, given the training, the in-service, or perhaps lack thereof in-service, are things that you believe that we can do better, that should be done better at the LAPD Academy?
Yes, I think I believe the recruit training is, again, state-of-the-art. I believe that the area of focus that we have to deepen our thinking about and articulation is our in-service. How does it, which has been a collection point for I won't say passing interest, but in the evolution of policing in the last decade to 2 decades, we've added a class here, we've added a class there. We recently ensured procedural justice was the concept of procedural justice was imbued in all of our classes, whether it be a watch commander's class, a field training officer class, a vice officer or gang officer class. So there's some concepts that we've already done this with, but I do think we would benefit strategically by taking a step back, listing our entire inventory of classes, number more than 150, as I recall, and saying strategically, is this the best model, recognizing the shortfalls, missteps, and the apparent lack of competency or training level, a level of training that was needed for the extraordinary events of this past summer, because they were extraordinary. We handled just Sunday, or yeah, last Saturday last Sunday we handled a march of demonstration without event. We handle them every single day. I expect this coming Saturday will be facilitated and will go without any adverse impact on community safety or officer safety or those demonstrators. But where we saw individuals and groups that became agitators and became violent and then began assaulting not just officers but the community in which they were in, and then spreading it across different parts of the downtown, and then on the second day on the west side, we saw areas of weaknesses in our ability to execute the plan. And I think that the reports, 3 of them, fairly identify that added training and investment in our personnel may have improved their performance. And so with that, we're all in. But we want to do that in a way that's responsible given the finite resources of this department. And so we think that the prudent way of doing that is exercise a good strategic planning process. That is before the commission. That's a conversation that we're having with the Board of Police Commissioners under their leadership. We had it this past Tuesday with an initial layout, very preliminary, and I don't think it's the lasting roadmap, but that is our ongoing engagement for the next, few months as we develop the path going forward. This is under the leadership of Deputy Chief Dominic Choi out of Office of Special Support Services, and I have every confidence that we will be a model for other policing agencies to look at in the future.
Thanks a lot, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to indulge myself a little bit. I know that we went a little into policy, and I just realized that in the last line of questioning as opposed to the budget. So I thank you for your patience. The last thing I'll say is that, Chief, I think that this is an issue that I think you know it as well, that it's going to sort of kind of be ongoing, I know, through Public Safety Committee and Chair Monica Rodriguez. Last thing, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that we did get on the record the report back on the appropriation of any overtime dollars that perhaps could be augmented for unarmed response strategies. I want to make sure we got that. I know I said it a little earlier, but I want to make sure we got that in.
I see the department and the CAO taking careful notes. I think that that was clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I want to just thank you for your service and for your patience and your stamina today. Very impressive for all of us. I just wanted to co-sign the comments made by my colleagues. I think they really were able to cover the waterfront and asked most of the questions I had. Just have a couple of follow-up questions on our favorite topic, though, of overtime, which seems to be our topic of the day. And you mentioned quite comprehensively, I think, in terms of what the overtime looks like. You talked about requirements at the bridge homes, something that we had some questions about. We also see here, though, that overtime is being used to do the cannabis enforcement. And so, again, just wondered why we don't have dedicated officers or a unit assigned to deal with cannabis, given its growing level of activity in the city in terms of revenue and illegal activities, if you will. Talk a bit about the overtime for cannabis enforcement initiatives.
So, thank you, Councilman, and thank you for your remarks. As to the question of the set aside for cannabis enforcement efforts, the department in each of its 21 areas has a narcotic enforcement detail. They have been downsized to approximately 4 personnel because of the downsizing of the organization, the prioritization of ensuring that our staffing at the patrol level is maintained. Those units in all 21 areas do engage in the enforcement of unlawful cannabis operations across the city. And their work over the last 3-4 years has had a significant impact on reducing the number of unlicensed establishments, while the Department of Cannabis builds its internal capabilities of monitoring, licensing, and enforcing the city's rules relative to cannabis operations. The department was the beneficiary a few years back when these unlicensed locations flourished of more than 400 to 500 of having our staffing augmented on an overtime basis, and it proved quite effective. This last year, with the absence of those fundings, we have continued our investigations as resources allow. This set-aside will allow us to again ensure that those investigations are not just ongoing, but that they grow, because this is and remains I think one of the largest challenges with adult use cannabis in the city of Los Angeles is the unlicensed establishments and how quickly they operate, recharge, find another venue, and continue. And it's an area that for the department we support. We think it does improve public safety, and we also look to the day that it's no longer a department function relative to the enforcement of licensed or unlicensed, for that matter, cannabis. I'll use as an analogy alcohol and beverage control. Liquor establishments, if you will, alcohol establishments, retail sales, and so forth, is a state department, a state of California responsibility. We assist in it in a very minor level, but the general regulatory market, licensed and unlicensed, of alcohol retailing is not a local police function. At this point, I look to the long-term growth of the Department of Cannabis with investigators and resources that can marshal and take this responsibility over.
Well, I think we all want to make sure that there is equal and effective enforcement, whoever's doing it.
Yes.
And so we certainly support the effort for transition. In the meantime, we want to make sure that resources are being used in an effective manner. You know, and again, you talked about overtime. Questions by my colleagues have, I think, delved pretty deeply into a variety of aspects. But I'm just kind of curious what the department's history of overtime spending has been versus what's been budgeted. We hear that we're cutting back and, you know, there have been some other expenditures, but can you give us an idea of over the years how we have budgeted overtime and then
yes,
how we busted that budget?
So in fiscal year 2019, we expended 1.3 million hours of overtime, and we remained under our budget. We were asked to reduce our overtime by 50%, extraordinary amount. It was accomplished through a lot of a curtailing of some investigations that would have otherwise perhaps proven fruitful, the elimination of much of court activities, and also these discretionary activities we just talked about, including cannabis. This last year, we're projected to spend 655,000 hours of overtime. That's more than a 50% reduction from the 19 number. In regards, and I use 19 because this outlier that we had with last year's civil unrest. This coming year, we're projected to use 866,000 hours. Again, about a good 30, off the top of my head, 35% reduction from what we used in 2019. We recognize every hour represents a dollar amount, and that there's a finite number of resources available, And so we exercise a great deal of control. In fact, one of the matters that we agreed to with LAPPL was that we would sit down, because sometimes our management of it is seen by rank and file and by the labor union as being too managed or too controlling, which I take as a relatively good sign. Now we want to be fair. We want to ensure that we treat our employees with respect and provide them the discretion that they need. But we also want to ensure that we pay close attention to this valuable resource.
Well, I agree. It's a valuable resource and one that's very visible. And so we just are trying to make sure there's enough information and transparency so that we understand what's at motion, how resources are being deployed, and to make sure that we're being done so in an effective manner. So thank you for the response. Let me shift for a minute. Last year, I submitted a motion CF 20-0873, asking personnel in the LAPD to report back on standards used to evaluate candidates for the LAPD. Specifically, how candidates are evaluated if the candidate history has cannabis use. As cannabis is now legalized for medical and recreational uses for those 21 years and older, how has the LAPD used cannabis in the evaluation? It's still considered as a factor. What's the status? What's the current status now?
So currently, it is a matter before the city attorney's office as to formalizing the personnel department's background standards. It is my belief that the adult use of cannabis should be viewed in the same manner as the adult use of alcohol or any other lawful intoxicant. We need to ensure that it's not abused, that it's not has not created a dependency, that the person recognizes as an intoxicant, its impact on their judgment, and so, for instance, that they're not driving impaired, that the conduct while using such an intoxicant is responsible, and so that's how I view it as a chief. We have an allowance.
Well, how about, Chief? I'm sorry.
Let me finish, if I might.
But what about previous usage? In other words,
yes.
On the test, the person says, "Yes, I've used it."
Yeah. So
is that just okay, fine, or does that require additional scrutiny?
Yeah. So if an individual, when an individual indicates that they've had prior use of cannabis, it does prompt a further inquiry as to understand, just as if they say their prior use of alcohol, to understand the nature and manner of it, including minor. If they're not an adult and they've used a cannabis or alcohol, we explore those. But we take it into account of the total person. However, if the person is a habitual user, chronic, or has a dependency on it, then that would be a disqualifier.
Well, Chief, thank you for your responses, and again for your presence here this morning before our committee. But Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get a report back on CF 20-0873, again regarding how the LAPD conducts background checks on candidates who may have had history of cannabis use. I understand that there's some discussion going on between the city attorney and just trying to get some clarification on that. Also, I'd like to request the LAPD, again, consistent with the questions that my colleagues have been asking about overtime, I'd like to get a report back to the council on a quarterly basis of the police department's overtime usage during this fiscal year.
All right, was that clear to the department? All right, thank you very much.
Quarterly report.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. In the interests of time and in light of the hours, I'm going to try to be quite abbreviated on this. So let me focus first on overtime. Chief, I think I heard you say, in fact, I think I heard you say multiple times, that you believe that this budget provides adequate funding for overtime so that we will not have to bank overtime this year. Is that your belief as you sit here today?
Yes, I believe it provides for the essential needs as we know them today.
Great. So further on overtime, this budget does provide, as you've pointed out, a number of specific line item carve-outs for deployment of overtime, and it that has been the city's practice from time to time. We've tried from time to time to get away from that practice and allow greater latitude to the department and how overtime is deployed. But candidly, each of us has concerns, in our council districts that, are important to each of us. And so I think there has over the years been an emphasis on things that matter to a particular geographical area of town or a particular council member or to the mayor, which is fine. What I'd like to ask is that on each of the line-itemed overtime carve-outs, I'd like the department to report with the CAO on performance metrics as to each of those. What did we get for what we paid for historically, and what should be a performance metric benchmark going forward in the view of the department. Number of members have asked for reports back on how we can reallocate some of the overtime money into unarmed response and other things. I think in order to do that successfully, we should really look to see what return on investment are we getting for the particular categories of overtime carve-outs that we're already specifying in the budget. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. With regard to risk management, this has been an area that I've focused a considerable amount of my time on, as well as the city attorney. And in some areas, I would like to compliment the department in the work that you've done in risk management. In other areas, maybe not as much. And the one that continues to continues to be an area of great concern of mine is on workplace issues, labor management kinds of issues, cultural issues within the department relating to harassment, retaliation, discrimination, and so forth. And to be really blunt about it, use of force happens from time to time. It's the nature of policing. When it is wrong, that officer should be held accountable for that. When it comes to traffic collisions, police officers drive cars, they drive motorcycles, and sometimes when that many people are driving, especially in an emergency situation, there are going to be collisions, and the city should be held accountable when there is negligence in that. But when it comes to workplace issues, that's really purely a management issue, and it's a culture issue within the department, and we just need to do better. We need to do better in ensuring that the LAPD's workforce is free of discrimination, free of retaliation, and that we do the best job that we can to put the department in a position where it's able to, accurately defend itself in those cases when those claims may, particularly on the retaliation front, when those claims may not have merit. And so I think I want to emphasize the need to do much more in that. And so on that score, are there any needs that the department would have to continue its progress on risk management that aren't provided in this budget? And rather, I would just say if there are such needs, I'd like to ask that those be reported back.
Absolutely. The Pepperdine Dispute Management Program, which is repeatedly requested each year, staffing within Risk Management Division, development of our personnel. And of course we also established a Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer, which is Commander Flores, and she's been tasked with the internal culture and identifying where our gaps and weaknesses and what is it that is creating this liability through cultural aspects of microaggression and practices and so forth. So we would look forward to the opportunity to respond back.
Then I would ask for that report back, please, along with the CAO. A number of members have discussed the civilian workforce. This committee and the council has worked for 6 years, probably more, to continually reinforce the civilian workforce and advance the transition to the civilianization of civilian tasks. And we've had great success at that until last year. And we've seen a huge setback where we've, especially because of SIP, we've now lost pretty much all of the progress that we've made in that area in the last 6 years. So I'd like you to, and you've discussed many areas today, but for the sake of having everything in one place, I would like your report back, and I think this has already been generally requested, but specifically, I'd like to have, when you report back on the civilian workforce and what positions might be able to be, or what tasks are currently being performed by sworn that could be performed by civilian, I'd like you to really prioritize those and identify for us in pursuing the department's core functions. What are the areas of civilian hiring that are of highest priority to ensure public safety?
Absolutely.
This is not going to be a budget memo because this is much too big of an ask to try to resolve in this budget. But I think we have to start having this conversation because you talked a lot about overtime, and as you gave the breakdown of overtime as between court days being a big driver, as it always has been, about a quarter of the overtime hours spent on court, compared to operational needs, somebody needing to stay beyond their shift, for example, because of a crisis situation. So I would like at some point for us to analyze whether changes in the deployment schedule would be helpful in reducing the need for overtime. If an officer is on a 3-day work week, there's a much greater likelihood that a court day is going to be on a day off, and there's going to be an increase in the need of overtime because of that 3-day work schedule. On the other hand, a longer work day makes less likely the need for overtime for operational needs. And I just frankly, as I sit here, have no idea how it cuts. Whether there are models that we could adopt in the deployment schedule, which of course would have to be negotiated with labor. But I would really like us to start looking at how we can reduce the need for overtime through better, more efficient deployment of the normal work week. So I'd like to have, this is a special study report because I don't think we're going to get to that in this budget year. And I know we're not because we still have to negotiate this with labor, but I would like to start this discussion happening this year. So let's do that as a special study report back from the department. And then finally, this is going to be a budget impact memo because one of the things you pointed out in your presentation was that by the department's estimates, 216,000 calls for service could be diverted if additional alternative services were available. And this reinforces the point that you were making with regard to mental health and other things that, sure, there's a lot of things that we could divert off of LAPD's plate that all of us would love to do, but the question is never answered, who then is going to do it? And we need to start answering that question. And we need to start, and I think some of the work that we've been doing, some of the work reflected in this budget, some of the work that my colleagues have been doing on the council, moving towards unarmed response and a whole variety of other reimagining of police service and reimagining of public safety is moving us in the right direction. But I would like to have your thoughts on what the most immediate ways to achieve that diversion of those service calls could be. What would be, in your view, the things that could happen most quickly to get service calls off of the police department's plate if we were able to provide funding in, say, other city departments?
Okay.
Okay. And I think that's all I really would like to request at this point. Let me just take another look and see if my colleagues have anything else that they wanted to get back to that they didn't have a chance to ask. I don't see. Mr. Blumenfield, are you raising your hand or waving your hand?
Yes, I'm both raising and waving, trying to get your attention.
Okay,
One
go right ahead.
quick thing I forgot to ask for, which is I'd like to request a report back on the resources needed to reactivate the LAPD's participation in the Animal Cruelty Task Force.
Okay, and absolutely, we'll identify the staffing realignment on that. I just want to bring one point up on overtime. Just it was whispered in my ear, and I didn't address it because I think the overall issue was cash compensation versus time, and the bulk of it is really a financial decision of the city to provide funding for hours worked. However, the existing agreements allow an employee to designate whether they want cash compensation or time. Now, generally, in years past, it's a 90% cash, 10% time. And then the employee will cycle off or take time off that they bank. However, there could be a residual effect where a person puts 10% of their overtime they put into a bank that they never cash out because they're making an investment in their quote-unquote future. So I didn't bring it up at the time, but I think it has a lesser impact than the macro, which is when the department is unable to pay cash compensation, as it was during the aftermath of the civil unrest, in which we had to bank, I believe, about $10 million worth of overtime because there wasn't funding that was available for the end of that fiscal year.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not going to get in the position of negotiating through the budget committee here.
And that's
at
why
all.
I didn't raise it, because I think but it was whispered, so it was important to someone, and so I wanted to raise it.
But I will just say, that's what you've observed is correct. Where this becomes especially problematic is when that time is banked and not taken, because it accrues at a rate that is phenomenally expensive, and in other workplace settings, time off must be taken, and it must be taken within a certain time of it being accrued. So if we don't build something like that in to our negotiated agreement, then banked overtime will continue to be the single most expensive liability that we have in the workforce, and we just have to avoid that, I think, to the greatest degree we can. So I think you've covered my questions. It looks like you've covered all of my colleagues' questions. I don't see anybody else waving their hands. So again, thank you very much for an extraordinarily thorough discussion. A thorough presentation. Thank you for your patience during this day, but also thank you for your leadership, and thank you to the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department over the course of what has been one of the most extraordinary years in the city of this history. We appreciate your professionalism and the work that all of you do in service to the people of this city.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity today for us to, and for me and my colleagues, to tell our story and to represent. And then lastly, I appreciate this budget. I believe is a good budget. I think it's one that has, as the mayor expounded, justice, equity. I believe it provides for public safety. You have many hard choices in front of you. We will be responsive to these budget requests, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you all very much. Members, we are quite far behind schedule, but we're going to power through. So we're going to have an abbreviated lunch, and we're going to put off the memo review until after EWDD. I'd like to get started with EWDD right now, and see if we can make up some time and then we'll go ahead and have lunch as soon as we're done with EWDD. So I see Ms. Hull is with us with her team. So welcome, Ms. Hull. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for your patience. We do have your letter, which we appreciate. Feel free to give a brief introduction, and then we'll go right into questions led by our Economic Development Chair, Councilmember Price.
Thank you. I just want to do a sound check. Can everyone hear me?
Perfectly.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, council members. I'm Carolyn Hull, the General Manager for the Economic and Workforce Development Department. Thank you for the opportunity to address the budget for the department. EWDD welcomes and appreciates the new opportunities presented by the mayor's proposed budget as the city moves forward from a difficult year to a new phase of restoration and rebuilding. The past year was filled with unprecedented challenges brought on by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The department met these challenges by collaborating with the mayor's office, city council, other departments, and the private nonprofit sector to deploy over $65 million in CARES Act funds to micro-entrepreneurs, small businesses, child care providers, and to dislocated workers. This in addition to deploying over $11.5 million in city funds. Sorry. I'm just gonna, thank you. I'm sorry. This in addition to deploying over $11.5 million in city funds for grants to 835 businesses. This was a Herculean task considering that the department was operating at drastically reduced staffing levels. Furthermore, these programs were developed and implemented through an equity lens that prioritized Angelenos and regions of the city with the greatest need. In the incoming fiscal year offers many opportunities to focus on the recovery and offer expanded services to Angelenos with a collective emphasis on equity and inclusion. The mayor's budget will enhance the already broad range of programs administered by the department in areas such as business support, place-based initiatives, and adult and youth employment. Some of these programs include the New Angelino Corps, LA Optimized, the Restaurant and Small Business Recovery Fund, as well as the Student-to-Student Success Pilot Program. EWDD's programs are administered by a team that is supported by grants and the general fund. Given the expansion of the services in the mayor's budget, as well as the anticipated discretionary grants and support for the American Rescue Plan, from the support of the American Rescue Plan, it is imperative that EWDD maintain sufficient staffing levels to push forward the mayor and council's vision and successfully implement and administer the new services. As a result, we are requesting that 4 positions slated for deletion be reinstated. These include a senior real estate officer. This position manages opportunity zone sites and enhanced infrastructure district sites, as well as other real estate activities. We're also seeking a management assistant. This position provides indispensable support in the administration and accounting of the excess non-housing bond proceeds. We are also seeking management analyst positions. In particular, the council approved 4 management analysts in EWDD's fiscal year 2021 budget, specifically for the JEDI zone program. However, in the current budget, we only have 1 position. We request a minimum of 1 additional position in order to successfully implement and move this council mandated task forward. Increasing youth employment is a critical component of our goals in the upcoming fiscal year, and we are requesting a senior project assistant to assist the Boyle Heights in the Boyle Heights service area. The city may lose grant funds due to reduced services if this position were deleted. In conclusion, we are requesting that the council support the mayor's budget as proposed for EWDD, but also augment it with the resources to support additional staffing for critical programs. Thank you for your time, and EWDD team welcomes your questions.
Thank you very much. We'll start off with our Chair of Economic Development, Mr. Curran Price.
Chair, and Ms. Hull, again, thank you for your service. You and your team have been extraordinary angels for many, I know some would call you, some businesses might call you something else. We're going to call you agent.
That's right. I'll take it. I'll take it.
We know it's been a real struggle and challenge, but you've been creating programs and implementing programs. And so I get our hats off to you. And we're excited about the budget. There are a number of bright spots in it that are going to assist particularly small and emerging businesses in ways that we've just not seen before. One item I've got a question about is the LA Rise, expansion of LA Rise. We know this is a subsidized job development program for folks experiencing homelessness. Can you give us a little more insight on how you plan to increase this program, and how we're expanding it, how we're recruiting and identifying individuals to participate?
Absolutely. In fact, to give the detail on that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Gerardo. Gerardo, do you want to just say a few moments and respond to the councilman's questions?
Sure. Good afternoon, council members. Again, Gerardo Rubalcaba with EWDD. And yes, with LA Rise, the mayor's budget included about $922,000 for additional participants. So what this will allow us to do is serve an additional, about 140 additional participants through this program. And again, this will include providing transitional work experience for people with, very little to no work experience. It will allow us to, again, provide additional workforce services to those to help transition into unsubsidized employment. And so through this initiative, one of the areas that we really are focusing on is trying to increase our services to homeless youth. We know within the city of LA, there's about 3,000 homeless youth between the ages of 18 and 24. So, one of our recent efforts, as was funded through the city council, is expanding our LA Rise Youth Academy. So this will be one effort that we will increase with this additional funding. But again, we do work with our traditional social.
You plan on serving with this, how many youth do we plan to serve with the Youth Academy, with the expansion of the Youth Academy?
Sure, and through the Homeless Housing and Assistance Program, or HHAP grant that was recently approved by City Council, we will serve 226 youth. And then we will increase that with these funds. So we don't have those exact figures yet, but I would expect that we would at least 30 to 50% of those slots would be allocated to homeless youth. And through this program, we are making that connection through our LAHSA partners to connect them to the housing services as well.
As far as the non-youth participants, how are they recruited from our supportive housing sites, or we're just going around to encampments, or how are we identifying participants for this program?
Sure, and I would say it's all of the above. One of our recent efforts has really been increasing our efforts to recruit and partner with Bridge Home Sites to recruit those that were more recently homeless. We also partner with a number of employment social enterprises that work directly with homeless and reentry populations. And so we use that as one of our entry points. And then we know our workforce system also serves about 3,300 homeless individuals annually through our WIOA program. So it really is an all of the above kind of strategy where we do identify participants from a number of different entryways.
And so again, how many participants did you have last year, for example, and what kind of expansion do you hope to see with the increased funding? How many people are getting service? That's the bottom line.
Sure, and through our general fund dollars, we are anticipating that we will end up serving about 370 to 400 individuals, again, through general fund dollars. Last year was an anomaly in that, we are one of our primary funding sources, which has been the LA County Measure H funds, were reduced. We had started off with about $3 million the prior year. Last year, that funding was reduced to $1 million. So overall, we have been serving about 800 individuals or more per year. But because we did lose that Measure H funding last year, we did have an overall decrease. We've also been impacted by the pandemic because many of the social enterprises that we used to place individuals into transitional employment were shut down, as a result of the pandemic. So now as the economy begins to reopen, the transitional employment opportunities have also opened up for our participants, and we are seeing a large increase. We have received confirmation that our Measure H funding will be restored next year. And so next year, we are looking to serve over 900 participants through all of our funding sources for LA Rise.
That sounds exciting, and it certainly is important and necessary. So we want to be supportive with you on those programs as they develop. Another bright spot I thought was expansion of the day labor services program. Talk a little bit about that and kinds of services that are going to be new, if anything, to the program this year.
Sure, and we are very excited about this increase in funding for day labor sites, as we know, in terms of our efforts to serve the highest barrier populations. I think day laborers tend to be some of the most vulnerable populations. So this will allow us to increase our services, both in terms of the days that our day labor centers are open. I think our plan is to expand days from 5 days a week to 6 days a week. And then we are also working through our partners in LAUSD and other adult education partners to increase education and training services for those participants that come through our doors.
Now, I'm not aware of a site in South LA. Is that just an oversight of mine, or do we have a site in South LA?
We do have them across the city. Off the top of my head, I honestly don't know where. I can't give you the exact sites, but I would be happy to share that information.
If you can follow up. Okay, I'd like to get that information. And related to that, how do we work with the work source centers? They're another important ally in this effort. What role do they play?
Sure, and for those that are eligible for services under our WIOA program, we do partner the day labor centers and make referrals to the system. However, because the primary funding source for WIOA or for our work source centers is WIOA, and the WIOA legislation does require right to work for our participants. So there is some limit in terms of, again, the partnerships that we can do, but definitely anytime we have flexible funding, or again, we identify those that meet the right to work requirements, there is partnerships in place that provide those referrals to and from each center.
Okay, street vending represents again a group of micro businesses that we think are going to be coming back. Are going to be reasserting themselves, I should say. We've done a great deal to legalize it. Talk a little bit about how we are assisting our street vendors in applying for grants and other kinds of financial support programs that they may be entitled to.
Thank you, Council Member. The street vendor program is one that we have put a significant amount of time and resources into. My colleague, and I'm going to turn it over to her and or Fred to provide additional information.
Good afternoon,
Daisy,
Council.
are you on the...
Go ahead,
yeah.
Daisy.
Hi, good afternoon, Council members. Daisy Hernandez with EWDD. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information about our programs and what we've been doing to help micro enterprises and businesses in the city. We have been assisting sidewalk vendors through the process of not only getting their permits in place, but also we had a program specifically through the LA COVID Regional Fund, specifically to assist sidewalk vendors with financial assistance in order to continue their operation during the pandemic. We understand that it is critical that we assist this very vulnerable business sector in our city, and we are ready to continue to provide assistance through, as the mayor has proposed, funding to continue the assistance to these vendors, including assistance for the purchase of food carts, which are needed in order for them to get their food vending permits. So in addition to to financial assistance for the carts, we are also looking to continue to provide assistance for the permitting process, which we know can be very cumbersome. So again, our department is ready to continue this necessary service for our sidewalk vendors.
Well, certainly the provision of carts is very important. Have we agreed upon a standard or a model that is acceptable? Are we still sorting that out with the county, or what's the process?
Yes, we have worked closely with the county to try to come up with pre-approved sets of plans for these vending carts. I know that the county has been working on that, and we're waiting for that outcome for us to be able to utilize the pre-approved plans that the county will come up with in order to help the vendors. So that's still in process, and we're again working closely with the county on that matter.
Okay, well, again, we want to be supportive of that effort as well. So just keep us posted, please, as that moves forward.
Absolutely.
Something that was not talked about in the budget, I think, enough, are the good food zones. This is a program that pioneered, I think, in CD9 last year. I think things sort of shut down right after one of our stores opened. But given the fact that there's already a food desert in many parts of our city, given the fact that there's been somewhat a negative response by some food providers to the hero pay, for example, I think we ought to be doing all we can to expand and to assist the availability of fresh fruits and vegetables. Talk a little bit about you talk about needing two more management analysts for the JEDI zones. Would these analysts also be available to assist other incentive areas like good food zones?
Thank you, Council Member, on that. But as you said, the Good Food Zone program is a pilot program that is critical as we look at the healthy food initiatives throughout Southeast LA and other food deserts in the city. The two management analysts that we discussed for the JEDI zone could be used partially for this program, but the reality is that we would need, in order to really spearhead this program, we would need 2 additional management analysts. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jackie Rodriguez, to talk a little bit more about the additional resources that we would need and where we are with the Good Food Zone program. Jackie?
Good afternoon, Jackie Rodriguez. The Good Food Zone, you're absolutely right, Councilmember Price. I think it was approved right around the start of the pandemic or the beginning of the shutdown. We were intending to use our existing BRU, Business Response Unit staff, to help with the staffing of the Good Food Zone, in addition to Councilmember Rodriguez's also the feasibility of establishing a Good Food Zone in that district. So we still haven't forgotten Councilmember Rodriguez. We know it's a two-part zone. However, due to the loss of staff, we don't have staff for the business response unit, which causes a gap of services, and it causes a gap in the Good Food Zone as well. I absolutely agree that it's crucial. We still do have our Healthy Market program, which is running in a parallel track, which is funded by CDBG funds. Some of those markets have already been pre-approved prior to, so they go on a continuum for almost a year and a half. And some of them are in South LA, some of them are in different areas. I can get you the actual locations. We're working with about 15 stores currently this year. So they're located throughout different areas. 2 additional staff members will be able to launch both of the zones, do the feasibility, launch the initial zone, do the feasibility for the second zone, as well as augment the business response unit.
Okay, well, I think it's important that we provide that kind of support, as I said, especially in view of the environment that we're in now, and the opportunity to provide healthy foods is even more imperative as we rebuild. Let me switch to 2 more areas, maybe 2 more areas before I turn over to my colleagues. But Bringing employment opportunities and resources for our youth has been a priority for me, and I know others on the committee as well. I'm excited about the 2 pilot programs that are proposed in the budget, the Angelino Corps and the Citizen to Citizen Success Corps. Can you talk a little bit about each of these programs and what recruitment looks like, and what our council offices can do to help promote the programs?
Well, thank you, Councilman. We're really excited about both those programs. And Gerard is going to give you a little detail about how we're going to implement those and how we can all work together to make them successful.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Council Member. Yes, with Student to Student is actually a program that we did pilot this year with LAUSD. It is a program that has been focused on using our youth employment program and our work experience dollars to help reduce the achievement gap in different parts of the city. So we are, through these programs in partnership with LAUSD, are hiring older siblings to help tutor their younger siblings and to help them support them through their education. So we did pilot this program. We are currently administering our first cohort. We have about 350 youth that are currently working now. We are recruiting for an additional 350. And we are using our existing youth source centers and about 10 different community-based organizations that augment our youth system to help provide transitional employment and work experience for youth. So this program, will allow us to serve an additional 1,000 youth starting July 1st. And again, this is a great partnership with LAUSD where they hire CTE teachers to help provide training to and support our youth through this process.
Now, the Student Success Program is different from the Youth Employment Program, correct? Or are they kind of one and the same now, or how would you distinguish those two?
This is really augmenting our summer youth employment or higher LA program with a specific focus on students supporting LAUSD, again, siblings. But they are both work experience programs and are administered through our youth source system. The Angelino Corps is a new initiative that we're also very excited to launch. This program is really about community service, and we will work through our youth source system, focus on disconnected youth, through our LA College Promise students to identify between 300 and 400 youth that will engage in a year-long community service program where they will receive stipends or wages during that year, and they will be engaged in a whole host of community activities. But it really is about, again, reconnecting youth, disconnected youth, and providing that connection back to community service. So we are still working through the details on this one with the mayor's office. So we do hope to have more information for you as we kind of put together the details shortly.
Well, it seems like with all the programs, there'll be over 1,000 youth could be impacted. So that's a significant number. Again, we're just want to make sure that there's a equitable distribution of these opportunities around the city. And, sometimes equity means more than just dividing it by 15.
Sure. And our approach with all of our higher LA programs is to allocate funds based on service planning areas using youth in poverty numbers. So we do allocate, to those service areas with, the highest number of youth in poverty, we'll allocate our slots proportionately.
Another bright spot I thought in the budget was LA Optimized. And it seems that that's kind of a focus on minority businesses, women-owned businesses. What's the focus going to be in providing assistance or identifying businesses to participate?
Jackie, do you want to take that one?
Yes. So I am also excited about LA Optimize. LA Optimize will help businesses establish websites, be able to take cash payments for their goods and services. We will target in specific areas that are most in need, mostly micro enterprises, our smaller mom and pop shops that have really been affected by the pandemic because of their lack of technology, their lack of resources when it comes to being online, being able to have things shipped, etc. We will help them not only establish their website, help with the multimedia associated with the website, provide point of sale capacity for them, as well as continue the technical assistance through our business source centers. So this is something that is going to be innovative and helpful to a lot of businesses, especially some of them are harder hit businesses in the areas.
Now, is there participation limited by receiving previous grants? Or are they still eligible to participate in this program?
They're able to participate. There's not going to be a limit other than they have to be a micro enterprise, which is under 5 employees, to really target the most in need businesses.
I know I had a small business recovery program in my district at the beginning of the pandemic. And so I'm excited to see additional resources being made available, supporting businesses and restaurants through the $25 million that's being proposed in the GCP. How are groups going to be able to access these grants? What does the outreach look like? What's, again, the criteria for selection? How is that going to help get resources on the ground?
Thank you, Council Member. It is critical that we continue to support our small businesses throughout the city. And like we did with the LA COVID Regional Fund, we developed a metric for equity that looked at prioritizing those small businesses that have been hardest hit by the pandemic and or in areas that have been underserved. We will continue to use those criteria in terms of looking at areas that have historically been challenged, and also overlaying that with those industries that'll have the largest challenge in the recovery. And we meet those criteria or analyze those criteria based on the data that's being developed by outside entities such as LAEDC and Brookings Institute that look at the specific industries. And so we will develop and implement programs through an equity lens. And so the program, as we're currently thinking about it, will be $5,000 to 5,000 businesses. And they'll be able to use it for rent. We'll be really flexible in terms of using it for rent, insurance, whatever their needs are to get them back up and running.
And what kind of criteria are we talking about? 10 years of tax returns and proof of employees, or what's the general criteria going to look like?
We're still working on the details, but I can tell you that 10 years of tax returns will not be one of them. I think we've learned a lot through our small business program and the LA COVID Regional Fund in terms of looking at a minimal amount of documentation that proves up that an entity has been in existence, that they're viable, and so that we can get money to those businesses as quickly as possible. We'll report back on the requirements, but I'll assure you it will not be 10 years of tax returns. Give my word on that.
Yeah, that's helpful. But for some businesses, even 2 years might be a challenge. And so I just hope we're flexible in making sure that these resources getting to those businesses that need the help. And that help, of course, encompasses more than finances. Sometimes it's technical assistance, and sometimes just a pat on the back to say we're with you. And I think that's what
absolutely.
That's what these funds do. It shows our businesses that we're with them, that we support them. Well, thank you again for your responses, Mrs. Soul, and that of your colleagues. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to request 2 budget memos. One, a budget memo on the management analyst positions necessary to staff the economic development incentive zones, such as the good food zones and the JEDI zones, and another follow-up memo to identify the funding necessary to establish, again, good food zones and the JEDI zones, including providing grants to businesses that may be located in these areas. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Price. And just so that I'm clear, did that motion encompass then the 4 positions that were requested
Yes.
in
Yes.
the budget letter? Great.
Yes.
Then you saved me a motion that I was going to do on that. So thank you very much. And in fact, that expedites things so much.
Listen, the intent is to get these programs up and running again. And so, we accept the request for 4 to make that happen, and I'm prepared to make that motion.
Absolutely. And, let me just say, first of all, to Ms. Hull and your team, thank you very much. You have really been a breath of fresh air. You've helped to turn this department into a focused, mission-driven department that has really been instrumental, I think, in creating opportunity and jobs, particularly in underserved communities. And I just want to also mention our chair, of course, as well, of economic development, because no one has been more focused on these efforts and creating jobs and opportunity through an equity lens in particular than Councilmember Price and his role as economic development chair, and also even before that in his time in the legislature working on procurement and so many other things that he's done. But the frustration is that we come up with these great programs and then we don't have the staffing support to be able to implement them. And so the positions that you've described in your letter, Ms. Hull, I'm glad you focused so carefully on some of the things that many of us in the council have wanted to get up and running for a while now, and I'm very happy to be able to support you and Councilmember Price in those motions. So I have nothing else. That's all I was going to ask about, and I do want to just thank you again, all. This department is going to play one of the most important roles in the coming year or two in this city. As we emerge from COVID and get back on our economic feet, this department is going to help lead the way. And so I really want to thank you all for your being here and for your work. That's all I'm going to say. So let's go next to Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, anything for EWDD?
Just really briefly, just to echo the comments that have already been made, you've done a phenomenal job standing up a lot of programs in the wake of the pandemic that are supporting community recovery. And so I just want to thank you all for your work and doing so during these very difficult circumstances, but your work has been really just incredible. Daisy, thank you for all the work with getting the street vendor pilot moving. That was incredible. Convincing them that it was real and that it wasn't fake, that we were actually offering this help and services. I appreciate all that work. Just to echo Mr. Price and obviously, and thank you, Jackie, for the acknowledgement on the pilot with the Good Food Zone. I think, seeing how the pandemic affected communities of color disproportionately, but even that absence initially of having access to produce and some of those basics, even, again, forget the food pantries. I'm just talking about being able to go to the grocery store and find anything, and how that exposed so many more people to COVID. This pilot really reflects an opportunity for us to close those gaps and really get to the root of these equity issues with respect to, especially as Mr. Price indicated, in the wake, in the aftermath of certain grocers exiting certain communities in retribution. It's an opportunity for us to both support small mom and pop owned operations in the very communities that need access to good quality food, and I think it's just a win-win for that work. But I just wanted to go back to one of the areas that Gerardo talked about, and it just piqued my interest. Did you indicate that you all get Measure H dollars for programming? Did I hear that accurately?
Yes, that's correct, Council Member. So for the last maybe 3 years, we have received close to $3 million per year to support the LA RISE program. Last year, that amount was reduced, but we're hoping that it will be restored to the original amount in the next program year.
Okay. That's fascinating because separately we're having conversations about our allocations related to Measure H and had no idea that we had departments that were directly deriving resources from the county in support of that work. So that's fascinating. Separately, I think we'll have a conversation just on homelessness issues separately in policy committee related to that work. So, but that's good to know. I did want to, again, to echo the comments on the memos, the memo requests on the positions. But I wanted to just ask on the, with respect to the grants. So there were some positions that have also been partially funded by grants, if I'm not mistaken. And what is the potential threat and duress of loss of programmatic dollars that might be associated with the deletion of some of these positions that are also partially grant funded?
Thank you for that. And my colleague Anthony will probably follow up my comments. But because EWDD is heavily funded through grants, which cover our administrative costs, if we actually don't have staff to carry out the program, we have to give back funding which will mean that we have to then be more heavily dependent on the general fund for administrative costs. So oddly enough, it's an inverse reaction. So if we have grant-funded positions and we don't fill them, and Anthony can better respond to the number or which positions are grant-funded, we actually lose money and are a bigger draw on the general fund. Gerardo, Anthony, you want to expand upon that?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, council members. Anthony Sanchez with the EWDD. In the mayor's budget, there's a total of 22 positions slated for deletion. That includes SIP positions, SIP alternates, and some others due to cost-saving measures. And looking at a breakdown of general funds and special funds for all of those positions, the total amount of special funds funding for those positions is about approximately $1.5 million. So that's $1.5 million in grants that we were turning away. In addition to that, and that's really just the salaries of those positions. In addition to that, the grants also provide funding for reimbursement of fringe benefits and what we call central services, which is funding for services of internal departments, GSD, ITA, and so forth. So, so based on that $1.5 million in salary money from grants, it's roughly about $917,000 in fringe benefits and central services reimbursements that would otherwise it will fall on the general fund. So, keeping those positions would mean that we get that $1.5 million plus reimbursements for the general fund for fringe benefits.
And in terms of program impact, if I could add to that, many of these grant programs do require, extensive project management, whether it's, building relationships with employers or community-based organizations so that we're outreaching and fulfilling our enrollment goals. And so when we're not able to backfill those positions, our staff is just spread thinner across different grants and really does reduce our effectiveness. And in addition to the staffing cost that is returned, we also return grant dollars.
Right. I would like, given the potential impacts and in some of those positions, I'd I'd like to request a report on the positions that were deleted and provide alternative recommendations to the proposed reductions to ensure EWDD has the capacity to carry out existing programs, COVID recovery, and grant-related programs proposed in this budget. And so if you could do that. And then finally, and just more of a question, if you could just answer this for me right now, with respect to the tutoring program that was that's being stood up within this, is there an MOU existing with LA Unified in terms of measuring the outcomes associated with that work? In terms of the efficacy, and how do you measure success associated with that program?
Sure, and we do have a contract with LAUSD, and we track enrollments in the programs. We're tracking the again, the hours worked by by various participants. In terms of the performance measures, we would have to report back to you on what specific measures we're including. But we do have an MOU in place which includes a worksite agreement, a master worksite agreement between EWDD and LAUSD that speaks to the supervision and management of the program.
It would be helpful if I could get that. That would be great. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Certainly I want to express my strong support for the report backs that my colleagues have asked for already, and Ms. Hull and team, I just wanted to also start by thanking you. You guys have been great, especially this last year when we've been dealing with COVID, the economic crisis. I know we've leaned heavily on your department, and you've responded perfectly. So really, I just wanted to thank you, and particularly also thank you for your work on the restaurant and beverage program. I proposed that and council approved it. That's to provide hospitality sector with additional resources to survive this year, and your staff has gone above and beyond to try to make that happen. So thank you for that. We talked about the JEDI zones, which was an issue for me, and the youth centers was an issue for me. Another issue we haven't touched on is, and this is just, I raise this every year, which is to make sure that we have the resources needed for expending the excess CRA bond funding. This is something that's that I've bird dogged since I got here on the council, both because I was involved in the CRA legislation at the state level, but more importantly, making sure that the city got its $90+ million worth, and now we have to spend those funds by the end of 2023 or the beginning of 2024, which is right around the corner, and we just need to make sure that you've got that under control. We're going to be able to spend all that money. Do you have the resources needed to do it? I guess that's the question, and if not, I'll ask for reports on it.
We do not. Let me just be very clear. We've lost a position due to the SIP for dealing with that particular area. It is an area of concern, I have to admit, for me personally, about whether we do have the resources in place. You will see in our budget memo, we asked for a management assistant to deal with that. We also absolutely need to replace the individual that we lost due to the SIP and/or positions that would address that particular area. So to answer your question, we do need additional resources to make sure that we meet our goals.
Okay, well, I certainly want to request a report back about adding that management assistant position. It would be just foolish for us to let that state money go by the wayside. I mean, that's, with the CRA no longer in place at the moment, this is the last bit of those critical economic development dollars, and it would be, it would be painful to not see that spent out appropriately.
That's an understatement. Very painful. Very painful.
Yeah, so we can't let that happen. We have to figure out a way, either with new resources or moving around existing resources, because it's just we just can't throw away that money. It's for a critical purpose, and it's also it's money that we don't have. So,
Right.
So anyway, so that's the main thing. And then speaking of leveraging, I mean, it's about leveraging those dollars. Your department is critical, not just for figuring out how to spend our city money, but to how to position us to better leverage state and federal money, of which there will be a lot of in the next couple of years. And I just wanted to check in with you to make sure that you guys are on that. You've identified how we align with that and the resources that you need to make sure that we're taking down those state and federal dollars.
So excellent question. And I've given some thought to, ideally, we would have a position in our department that would be solely dedicated to analyzing the American Rescue Plan, working with the county and the state, making sure that we fully leverage those dollars. In lieu of that, what we've done as a team is work collaboratively with nonprofits, universities, and the county. We have significant relationships with Brookings and others to look at to make sure we understand the American Rescue Plan, what's in it, how to leverage, how to use those dollars. And so I'm on weekly calls with various entities to look at what programs would best be used and how to expend those dollars. But in the end, we work with the state at with CalEd and others to look at the program, the GoBiz, to look at the programs that the state is proposing and to analyze those budgets. But absolutely, there is a need for coordination, particularly in the next year or two. If we had a dedicated individual to coordinate between all those various departments, utilizing the data that we get from universities and think tanks, making sure that we have data-driven responses and we understand how we can measure and make sure that our programs that we're putting in place are effective.
No, and for that, and also the infrastructure money that's coming down, that's going to be, dwarf a lot of these other funds. I mean, I think it's important. I guess toward that end, I'll ask for a report back about resources for that position. Is there any way that a position like that could be funded out of special funds and not out of the general fund, like to take a little bit of all these grants?
Let me report back. I'll work with Anthony on whether we could take a little bit from the various special revenues to cobble something together, or if that would fit into the mission of those special funds, because we have to make sure that we are meeting the objectives of the grant. So it's part of that report back. We will report back on the ability to do that. I also want to mention that I want to thank my fellow general managers, such as DOT and the Harbor, planning. We started a small group just last week of us getting together to coordinate our efforts as it pertains to the American Rescue Plan. We are going to internally with the various departments throughout the city, because almost every department has economic development. While we spearhead it, every department has an element of economic development. The important part for me and our team here is that there's better collaboration, that we're not in silos, and that we're working with all the various departments to make sure all the programs are aligned, and not only leveraging dollars from various levels of government, but leveraging the programs that we're doing right here in the city.
Great. And then I know we focus also on the disabled, making sure that we're leveraging, or that not leveraging, but that we're focusing our resources and job resources on bringing them as well. We talked about youth. Is there anything that you need in terms of making sure that we're bringing our disabled population along as well?
Gerardo, any thoughts on that?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. That's a great question. So we do, through our workforce system, have strong partnerships with both the California Department of Rehabilitation as well as our city's sister department with the Department of Disability. So we do work very closely with both departments to ensure that we're promoting accessibility, that people with disabilities have access to our programs, but also through resources. We know the California Department of Rehabilitation just has the significant resources available for training and education, and so we work very closely to ensure that our work search centers and youth search centers are aligned with a Department of Rehab, and that our participants benefit from those services.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomfield. We'll go next to Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Hall, and all the staff for coming in today. Just really quickly, I know that my good friend, Mr. Curran Price, made a report back, and I want to make sure in that report back that also includes a staffing position of support for Boyle Heights as well for youth services. So, Mr. Chair, I just want an addendum for that report back from Mr. Curran Price to make sure we also include staffing needs for youth services in Boyle Heights.
Okay, very good.
Okay, and I'm gonna go just rapid because I know that folks want to take. We haven't had a break as of yet, and don't want to hold folks. So it's not going to be like obviously with regards to LAPD. Question I have, actually, you know what? Not even a question, unless you want to comment. It's up to you in terms of time wise. But in terms of, I'd like to get a report back on the existing security staffing and infrastructure for the Boyle Heights Tech Center, and what additional staffing and or improvements are needed in order to improve safety at the facility. So if I can get a report back on that, that'd be fantastic.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. That's it for me. That's good to go. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Ms. Hull, and to your team. Again, we really look forward to working with you in the coming year as Los Angeles emerges from the economic challenges that we've had, and we ensure that jobs and opportunity are available to everyone in this city. And we thank you for helping us to achieve that goal. So with that, members, if there's nothing else, we made up some time just now, so thank you for that. It's now 1:45. We'll take a lunch break now until 2:30. And just to be mindful of where we are in the schedule, that would put us an hour and 20 minutes behind schedule. So I hope that we'll be able to make that up in the afternoon. But let's go ahead and break now until 2:30, and then when we come back, please be prepared to provide any comments that you have on the budget memo list, and we'll go ahead and approve that as well. So with that, thank you all very much. We are in recess for lunch.
You need to be 18 years or older to apply to the program. You don't have to be a tenant. Landlords can apply on their tenants' behalf. So that's a very important information for landlords to know. They could apply on behalf of their tenants if they do pass through rent. So once you go online, then you need to register. And that's something that they need to know, because many people think that once they go online and put their name and their email, that's their application, and that's not how it works. So I'm showing what you're going to be seeing if you are applying. So the first step is to register. So once you enter your information, which is basic information, name, last name, phone number, and email, then you will receive an email to the inputted email with a link, a username, and a password. So once you receive that email, then you're gonna go to the link provided on that email to start the application process.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jeanette. You mentioned several key dates. Can we refresh the viewers' memory regarding these very important dates?
Yeah, so I think it's important for them to know now that they have through April 30th to apply. Regardless of when are we gonna do the random selection, the application needs to be submitted by April 30th.
The other thing is, I think this is a very usual concern. I can relate to it. What kind of documents or proof do they need for this program?
Yeah. So they need to, if the tenant is applying, they need to prove that they're residents of the city of LA by providing a government issued ID. It doesn't have to be a California ID. It could be a passport. It could be a consulate ID, as long as the ID is current or expire within the last year of issuance. They also need to provide, to prove their tenancy by giving us a copy of the rental agreement, a copy of a notice given by the landlords, a rent receipt, or any notice or anything to show that they are tenants on that unit they're applying for. They also have to provide proof of their income, loss of income and their current income. Loss of income to show that they were affected by COVID, and current income to show that they follow or qualify under the AMI brackets. So that's all the tenants need. And also they have to sign a participation agreement, which is online. Now there's no new forms that they have to print and submit. Once they go to the application process, one of these forms is available on the system for them to just complete and agree to participate.
Thank you. Jeanette, you talked about income. What exactly is considered household income, which is something that you brought up in the presentation?
Yeah, so household income is literally any earned income by all household members. And earned income could be wages, it could be unemployment income, it could be any financial assistance the tenants receive. And it has to be by all household members, again, regardless of their relationship. There's many households who share rooms. They are just roommates, and each household is renting separately. So this assistance is for the entire household, is for the rental unit, not for the particular tenant who's applying. So if I am applying on behalf of my unit, I have to include everybody's income in order for me to qualify for the assistance.
That's interesting, Jeanette, because then I'm assuming there's people watching who might have roommates or who might not be the main tenant. Can subtenants and roommates also apply to the program?
Yes. Subtenants or roommates could apply on behalf of the household. Again, the subsidy is for the entire unit. So yes, subtenants or roommates could apply. They need to consider that they must provide income information from the entire household. If a tenant applies or a roommate applies and he doesn't know that the other roommate had applied, we are gonna monitor those duplicate applications and perhaps decline one of the applications, and just, if the household is eligible, approve one only, because it's per household, not per tenancy.
And what type of property is eligible for this program? Are there any limitations or distinctions?
So basically, all residential units in the city of LA are eligible to participate in the program. This includes single family homes, condominiums, duplexes, apartment units, any units where there's renters, and the unit has to be occupied for living purposes, residential purposes.
Okay, so let's imagine someone applies and their application is accepted. Now, who gets the assistance? The renter, the tenant, or the landlord?
So if the landlord agreed to participate, the landlord is gonna receive the subsidy directly. If the landlord disagrees to participate, then the 25% is gonna be payable to the tenant, the applicant person.
And then if I'm applying again as a tenant, does my landlord need to know? And here's the other thing, because landlords can also apply. So let's talk about what it's like for a landlord to apply. So what
Yes.
kind of proof can have landlords got to submit for the application?
So the application for the landlord is a little easier because obviously they don't know the tenant's income information, or many don't know the tenant's income information. So the application process for the landlord is exactly the same, where they have to go to our website, same site. It's just the landlord's say portion or button or part, or they can call as well and apply over the phone. It's basic information as to the name of the tenant, how much is the past due rent, how much is the current rent, and as much information as they know from the tenant. So once the landlord has applied on behalf of the tenant, we're gonna notify the tenant. Your landlord applied on your behalf to participate in this program. In order for you to qualify, you must provide this documentation. And then we're gonna be asking for the documents that we just discussed from the tenant, because they must be qualified in order for the landlord to receive the assistance.
So I guess regardless of who is the person who applies, it's always like a dance, right? So if a renter applies, their landlord needs to also be part of that application and vice versa, correct?
Correct. That's correct. And so say that the tenant apply, because we need to have the landlord agree, we're gonna be asking the landlord to provide also a government issued ID, proof of ownership, and a participation agreement where they're gonna waive the 20% of the pass-through rent, and also they're gonna be asked to complete a W-9 for W-10. I'm sorry, for their income. For us to provide at the end of the year for income tax purposes. And that's the same thing if they apply. If it was the landlord applying, they also have to complete this participation agreement and provide these documents so they can, we can proceed with the application process.
Now here's the question, Jeanette. What happens if me as a renter cannot get hold of the landlord? Can my building manager apply on behalf of the landlord?
Yes. Yes, so landlord, it doesn't have to be the property owner. It could be the on-site manager or the property management company that's managing the building.
And I guess now one question that affects both renters and landlords. Can they apply to other rent assistance programs?
So in the city of Los Angeles, this is the only program available of this kind. There is another program that the state, that the county is with the state kind of doing it at the same time that we are, but that's only for residents in the county of Los Angeles. So if you're a resident of the city of Los Angeles, the only program that you could apply to is this one.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jeanette, for all this very valuable information. I hope it helps our viewers out there. So like I promised, we're going to now do like a summary in Spanish, like a 10-15 minute summary. Así que, Jeanette, ¿estás lista ahorita para hacer una especie como de resumen de todo esto que dijiste tan valioso durante la presentación, para que la gente hispanohablante que nos está viendo, gracias por vernos, también sepa cómo funciona el programa, qué tienen que hacer para aplicar, etcétera?
Sí, claro que sí. Pues hablando en resumen acerca del programa, básicamente la ciudad de Los Ángeles, en conjunto con el gobierno estatal y el gobierno federal, crearon este programa para ayudar o asistir a los inquilinos que no han podido pagar la renta debido a que fueron afectados de alguna manera por el COVID-19. Ya que perdieron sus trabajos o los despidieron porque el negocio cerró o porque las escuelas cerraron y tuvieron que quedarse en casa, no pudieron pagar su renta desde abril del 2020 hasta marzo 31 del 2021. So, este programa es para esas personas quien no pueden pagar o no pudieron pagar su renta y que tienen que calificar debido a que son de bajos recursos, básicamente. los inquilinos tienen que vivir en la ciudad de Los Ángeles para ser elegibles en una unidad de vivienda. Y otra vez, el ingreso tiene que ser menor del 50% del ingreso en la ciudad de Los Ángeles, o también, sin embargo, perdón, vamos a dar prioridad a aquellas personas o aquellas viviendas o familias que sus ingresos sean menores del 30%. Ellos son los primeros quienes se les va a dar la asistencia, y después nos vamos a ir moviendo hasta llegar a las familias que sus ingresos son del 50% o menos.
Y es muy importante saber de qué manera pueden aplicar, ¿no? Cuáles son los medios a través de los cuales ellos pueden aplicar, ¿no? A lo mejor internet, quizás llamando, ¿cómo pueden hacer esto?
Sí, hay diferentes métodos de aplicación. Algo que quiero reiterar y que no quiero olvidar mencionar es que no importa el estado migratorio de las personas para aplicar y recibir este subsidio, esta asistencia. Nosotros y nadie en la agencia le va a preguntar si usted es legal en el país. Así que no tenga miedo a aplicar a recibir esa asistencia solo porque viene del gobierno. La asistencia es por todas las personas que viven en Estados Unidos, en este caso en la ciudad de Los Ángeles, quienes no pueden pagar la renta. Entonces, para aplicar necesitan un teléfono celular, o pueden hacerlo usando una tableta, la tableta de sus niños, o pueden utilizar una computadora. Y tienen que ir a nuestra página de internet en hcidla.org y aplicar en nuestra página de internet. Las aplicaciones están abiertas las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana. O nos pueden llamar a nuestra línea directa del programa de ERAP. Nosotros tenemos un centro de ayuda donde ustedes pueden llamar de lunes a viernes de 8 de la mañana a 8 de la noche. Y el teléfono es el 373-0587. Otra vez, 833-373-0587.
Gracias. Ahí también aparecía en pantalla para que ustedes puedan tomar nota. Hablando un poquito también de la aplicación, de los documentos, muy importante, es cierto, recalcar que no importa el estado migratorio. Y algún otro documento que hemos comentado que sea importante, hablamos de los ingresos familiares, y eso, ¿en qué consiste exactamente, Shanat? Y qué tienen que tener listo para cuando llegue el proceso de ya aplicar.
Claro, como el programa es para las personas que no pudieron pagar la renta debido a que fueron afectados por el COVID. Estas personas tienen que comprobar que son residentes de la ciudad de Los Ángeles, y lo que les estamos pidiendo es una identificación con foto que fue dada o expedida por una agencia gubernamental, ya sea un pasaporte, un ID de California, un ID de otro estado, la matrícula consular de su consulado, cualquier documentación con foto que confirme que es esa persona y fue dada por una agencia del gobierno. Esa identificación tiene que estar actualizada, tiene que estar vigente o expirada por lo menos un año antes de que aplicaron. Los inquilinos también tienen que comprobar eso, que son inquilinos de la unidad por la que están aplicando, ya sea que nos den un contrato de renta o un aviso que el dueño en algún momento les entregó, como un aviso de aumento de renta, o porque van a entrar a inspeccionar la unidad, o recibos de renta. Cualquier documentación que confirme que ellos son inquilinos de esa unidad también tiene que comprobar que ellos fueron afectados por el COVID. Porque perdieron el trabajo, entonces van a dar un aviso del empleador que perdieron el trabajo, o no sé, un aviso de la escuela. Las escuelas estuvieron dando notificaciones a los padres que tenían que salirse de trabajar para quedarse en casa. Cualquier documentación que confirme que ellos fueron afectados de alguna manera por el COVID, o porque tuvieron COVID, entonces estuvieron en el hospital, o cualquier prueba de ese tipo. Y también tiene que comprobar sus ingresos, ya sea por medio de unos impuestos o unos talones de cheque, o cualquier documentación que confirme cuánto están ganando actualmente. Si los inquilinos no tienen pruebas, hay una manera de cómo se pueden certificar jurando en un papel de cuánta cantidad ellos ganan.
Muy importante. Y ahorita no hay que olvidarse también de los propietarios, ¿no? Porque hablamos de inquilinos, ¿cómo se conjugan estos dos grupos de personas?
Claro, este nuevo programa, los dueños o los propietarios pueden aplicar por parte de sus inquilinos. En el programa anterior solo inquilinos podían aplicar, ahora son los dueños también. Y básicamente el dueño tiene que aceptar recibir el 80% de la renta adeudada o atrasada para poder participar en este programa y perdonar el 20% de la renta que se debía para que así ellos puedan recibir el subsidio. Una vez que el dueño califique, tenemos que calificar al inquilino también. Perdón, una vez que el dueño aplique, tenemos que calificar al dueño, al inquilino también. Entonces, las mismas pruebas de las que ya hablamos se le van a pedir al inquilino para poder procesar la aplicación.
Ok, gracias, Shanat. Bueno, llegamos ya al final del show y de la presentación. Entonces, para hacer un pequeño recap, primero en español y ahorita ya cerramos en inglés, ¿dónde pueden encontrar todo eso? Dijiste una web y un número de teléfono, ¿no es cierto?
Correcto. Las personas nos pueden visitar en nuestra página de internet en hcidla.lacidy.org o nos pueden llamar a nuestra línea de ERAP al 833-373-0587.
Thank you so much, Shanat, for being here and sharing all this very valuable information about the new Renters Relief Program for the City of Los Angeles. So just to wrap it up, just a reminder of what website they can visit and what number they can call.
Of course. So any prospective applicant, or if you think you're eligible, please come visit us at hcidla.lacity.org. 24/7, application is open 24/7, remember through April 30th. And you can call our hotline at 833-373-0587, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much again, Shanat, for joining us. This was Shanat Rosas. Thank you so much, all of you, for watching us. We hope that this was very informative, and we'll see you soon.
Mayor Garcetti signed Executive Directive 27 in the summer of 2020 to study and promote racial equity in the city of Los Angeles.
Executive Directive 27 that Mayor Garcetti signed on June 19, 2020 was really a revelation for the city of Los Angeles. It was a statement of a commitment to racial and ethnic diversity, to create inclusion, and to create equity throughout the city.
Why do we need it anyway? What purpose would it fulfill? When you take a look at the executive directive, the very first sentence speaks to the issue. We have a city that's been dealing with pain, and there is a hunger for change. You might say, what change? Things are nowhere near as bad as they used to be. Well, that is a perspective that some might hold. But I think we can see over the past year, with many of the social issues that have taken place, this past month, with things that took place in Washington, D.C., that even though change has happened, change has come slowly, and change has not come consistently. So Executive Directive 27 is saying we really need to aggressively, passionately deal with this change.
This executive directive establishes a racial equity officer and racial equity plans within each city department, a racial equity task force, and a citywide chief equity officer, who is actually Deputy Mayor Brenda Shockley.
Executive Directive 27 is needed in Los Angeles because the data over the years has shown that members of certain racial and ethnic groups historically are not fully and fairly recruited, hired, promoted, or retained in a manner that is equitable to all.
In African American Heritage Month, we look at the data, we say, well, African Americans are approximately 10% of the population. And then when we look at the data in terms of public contracting, we see that they are 0.3% of those who get the contracts. That's just one example.
And so as a department, overall, we're somewhat almost dismal in the gender, because we're at 78% male, 22% female. If we aspire to be 50-50, we have obviously a long way to go.
Since Prop 209, apparently what it was attempting to solve got worse. Contracting opportunities became fewer for certain groups. Work opportunities became fewer for certain individuals. So whatever it was attempting to fix did not get fixed. Numbers with respect to participation for minority and women-owned businesses have gone down.
Executive Directive 27 is not designed, or is it expected, to take something from one group and give it to another. This is really about we as a city family looking at what is fair, what is equitable.
27 allows us to do the right thing. It allows us to do the right thing. And so for that, it is a courageous piece of public policy that does not take away from the effort that 209 seeks. And we have to remember, 209 never specifically said, you cannot hire an Asian American. It never said you cannot hire a Latino American. You cannot hire a woman. You cannot hire an African American. It just says that you're not forced to hire them. We want to create an environment and a culture where people want to do it.
The personnel department is also partnering with the mayor's office to assist in creating a study of the history of racial equity at all levels of citywide employment. And this is really, I think, revolutionary, because it will give the city the opportunity to understand where we've been. What is the real truth about the balance of racial equity in terms of who's been invited to roles of management, who's being hired, and where people are placed. This history and this historical effort will help us to paint what should the future look like. We have an idea, but you can't really know where you're going unless you understand where you've been.
Mayor Garcetti is making clear that we are going to do more than just talk about these issues. We're going to be about racial equity in the city of Los Angeles.
So it helps us not only in terms of the jobs, at who works with the mayor, who works in the Department of Public Works, but it helps us, on the other hand, with those who are able to get a construction contract to repair sidewalks, to help build the 6th Street Bridge, and other kinds of publicly funded construction and other projects. So that is the beauty of Executive Order 27. It will allow Los Angeles to be an example to achieve inclusion.
Not only does it help us to acknowledge past wrongs and inequities, but it also is a call to action to ask each department head and the Department of Personnel to take action and do something. What can you do in your department that will make a difference?
One of the things we're very proud of is our partnership with the historically Black colleges and universities. And that has helped us with other city departments go to these colleges with recruiting teams to really reach out to engineers who are at these universities, and they can become engineers for the city of Los Angeles and ideally for the Department of Water and Power.
And when we look at, for example, engineers in the city of Los Angeles, that is an area where we have done an outstanding job to assess our needs to include communities. The African American community is among those that we have targeted to help to increase opportunities to get information to be more included.
You know, I fully ascribe and believe in the mayor's vision. I share in that vision, and I'm so determined to have it be the case. we in LA San have a connection, a direct connection to the civil rights movement of the 60s led by Dr. King, in that it was Dr. King who came to the support of what had been striking sanitation workers in the city of Memphis. And, they were fighting for wage equity. So Dr. King came to support them and highlight their cause. That gives us a unique link to the movement of the 60s, the civil rights movement, which was the beginning of bringing to the surface and to full open daylight the struggles of then African Americans. And of course, we know that also applies to other people of color.
Combined with Executive 27, our Renew program will turn equity into real action for workers of color in our city. Companies that sign the Renew Pledge commit to the following 6 things: to have 30% of their workplace for African American and Latino new hires, 16% of Black and Latinos in leadership, 100% Black and Latino pay equity, 14% of total vendor spend with minority-owned vendors, and 12% of their marketing or business development spend. And then number 6, to double the contributions as it relates to racial equity causes. The pledge is measurable. The pledge is real. People can, put hashtags on their website and say, we support equity and we support justice. But we want to see what's on their payroll. We want to know how people are being treated in those workplaces. Do they have abilities to move up in the companies? Will they have pay equity? So it is really important for us, as it relates to looking at the Renew Pledge, to thank the mayor for his leadership in launching this in 2020.
We all have something to strive for, and this gives us a directive to say, hey, this is top priority, let's get it done.
We're better when we're reflective of everyone and not just some of everyone. And so when you think of Executive Directive number 27, think of it as a commitment to change of hearts and change of minds, so that all will have an opportunity to participate in what I would argue, because I happen to be a native Angelino, one of the strongest and greatest cities in this nation.
We seek not just simply diversity, we really truly seek equity.
So the public library, to me, growing up, meant like a wealth of knowledge, like a bank of knowledge, is where my imagination and curiosity was stirred. Also, the beginning of opening up my mind. So the art on the library card, this figure Kintaro, and actually I referenced an image from a woodblock print, and the woodblock print was done by Yoshitoshi, who lived in the late Edo period, which is the end of the 19th century. Kintaro himself is like an iconic image in Japan, just because he's the symbol of boys growing up, a symbol of virility, strength, courage. Kintaro usually takes out evil, and so he quells demons and brings in good luck. I thought this would be great for LA to have as like an amulet of a kind. Nice quarter-mile walk to get to the library from our house. We were able to scope out the neighborhood and see what was going on, and stopped over at some friend's house, and we'd all go to the library, catch the AC. Well, I used to trip out because she would come in wearing jeans.
Yeah.
My experience with Pearl, just taken aback that there was another Japanese American in Boyle Heights working at a library. I was intrigued as a young boy, and she wasn't the atypical librarian that I thought of, that I saw like on TV.
Hey, Chief. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Oh my gosh, it's been a long time.
I mean, our current library card is, you know, bright because it's got orange and it's got kind of a purple, but yours is just so like, hello, here's your library card. It's great. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I thought it was really cool that Pearl was there at Stevenson. I feel very privileged because it's almost like I'm the face of the city. I feel like Ben Franklin on the C note or something, you know? But it feels in a way sort of like appreciation for the city in kind of giving back with what I've made, what I've created. Yeah, I feel very honored. When we shared the sample to young kids, they were really psyched about getting it, but then I had an opportunity to share it with my friend Alex's mom, who's like, she's like 80, and when she saw the library card, she was so hyped to go get it like the next day, and I had to like calm her down and say, hey, wait, it hasn't been launched yet. So, you know, that's super exciting when you can get a broad range of people who are aged from young people to old excited about a library card. I think that's super cool.
Hola Angelinos, su departamento de bomberos de Los Ángeles de confianza y yo queremos tomarnos el tiempo de compartir con ustedes algunos consejos fáciles sobre el uso seguro de extintores de incendios. Una herramienta muy útil cuando se trata de apagar pequeños incendios. Para eso hoy contamos con la presencia de dos bomberos, Kurt y Joe, que nos van a enseñar los pasos básicos de PASS, Pull, Aim, Squeeze and Sweep. Así que recuerden, angelinos, los incendios pequeños se propagan rápidamente. Cuando se trata de fuego, sean inteligentes. No se pongan en riesgo por tratar de apagar un incendio grande. A diferencia de ustedes, las posesiones se pueden reemplazar. Y el mejor momento para aprender a utilizar un extintor de incendios no es cuando descubren un incendio. Así que recuerden y practiquen PASS. Tirar, apuntar, apretar y barrer.
Los Angeles was that beacon on the hill for so many, including Black people that were migrants. Los Angeles is a place, as a Black person, you could come and you could actually do well. You could do better than you could do in the South. LA offered promise and hope to someone wanting to make a better life. This was a land of opportunity. When I think of Robert William Stewart, I think of where he came from, what he overcame.
Robert William Stewart was born a slave in Kentucky in 1850. He worked his way across the United States, and in 1889 was appointed one of the first two African-American police officers in Los Angeles. And he was probably also one of the first two police officers, African-American police officers in the state of California.
He came to Los Angeles and was able to achieve this very monumental achievement in the history of Los Angeles and in our state. And really, when I think back nationally, here's a person who was born as property belonging to someone else, and he comes to Los Angeles, and then he becomes the first Black officer to enforce the laws of the state of California and the city of LA. That part just blows my mind when I think about it. The disadvantages that he had to overcome to do that.
Stewart came on at a time that nobody ever thought an African American would be a police officer. So we talk about somebody that is like a Jackie Robinson. He would be the Jackie Robinson for law enforcement.
Robert Williams Stewart went on to have, at least for 11 years that he was on the force, a very impressive record. He was a policeman's policeman. He went out of his way to help fellow officers. He went out of his way to help the citizens of Los Angeles.
And then it was pretty much all taken away from him through really no fault of his own. Robert Stewart was dismissed from the Los Angeles Police Department by the Police Commission after he was charged with raping a white teenager while he was on patrol. And there was no indication of what happened to him, so I decided to look into it and started pulling on the thread, and it turned out to be a very long thread.
He comes across her late in the evening. I believe there was a curfew at that time for young people. I think he inquired of her about being out at that time of night, and that was pretty much it. That was his only conversation with her. She then fabricates later, we don't know really why, but she fabricates the story that, he raped her.
Officer Stewart was immediately arrested.
And at that time, when an officer was charged with anything of significance, they're relieved of duty.
Stewart got a raw deal. He was not given any chance to present any defense to the police commission. The first trial was a hung jury. The vote was 7-5 to acquit him. The district attorney decided to retry the case, and when it was retried at the end of December 1900, he was acquitted in 40 minutes.
Once he was acquitted, the Board of Police Commissioners refused to reinstate Officer Stewart.
He never was able to get his job back.
He worked as a laborer primarily until he was 70 years old, and then the last 10 years or so of his life he worked as a janitor.
It has taken 120 years for us to recognize that an injustice was done to Officer Stewart.
For over 100 years, we didn't know about this guy. And how does that happen? How does his story get buried? And here we are in 2021 trying to make it right.
What does it mean to us today moving forward to ceremoniously reappoint him, which was done yesterday by the Board of Police Commissioners, allowing him to retire in good standing?
I was so pleased that all of the commissioners recognized that this was the right thing to do.
Having the police commission vote to restore Stewart undoes what their predecessors did 120 years ago.
Just by virtue of what Mike Moore was willing to do, it's like, I'm gonna make this public. We're gonna do what we can here to correct this and make it right. We're gonna reinstate him. We're gonna honorably retire him. He's done his part.
We have righted a wrong, a social and historical wrong that can only be explained by systemic racism at that time.
When I was 27 years old, my great aunt blurted out the great family secret that my father was Jewish. And I subsequently learned that when he and his sister went to Point Furman Elementary School in San Pedro during World War II, they had to run home from school every day because the other kids called them dirty Jews and threw rocks at them. So I might not be black, I might not be descended from slaves, but
I have some personal feeling for what he went through.
We're still dealing with this 10,000-pound elephant in the room called race. Race played a factor in how he was treated then, and race plays a factor as to how black people and other people of color are treated today. Yeah, what happened to Robert Stewart makes some certain people feel uncomfortable, and it should. So it's important for the city of LA to embrace that part of its history, just like we embrace it. We have to look at history in the context of all of its parts and pieces. And we can't just look at those pieces that make people feel comfortable, because it's not a true depiction of reality. And it doesn't allow for, true conversations.
Uncomfortable aspects of the past should not remain buried. They should be brought to light, and to the extent that lessons can be learned from them, that should be done. So if this helps stop anything like that from happening again, brings other events from the past to light, encourages other research, makes our history more known, because what happened in the past is why things are the way they are today.
There's no denying that if Robert Williams Stewart hadn't opened that door, me and legions of other black officers, including one who would become the mayor of this city, Tom Bradley started his career at the Los Angeles Police Department. That gave him his foundation for public service, and then he went on to become mayor. If it wasn't for Robert Williams Stewart's success in that position for 10 years and proving that a black man could do this job, I wouldn't be here. He was the first. He opened the door. So every single black officer on the Los Angeles Police Department that has ever been owes him a debt of gratitude.
He is someone that we should be proud of. And I hope that this, in some small measure, is just a glimmer of what can happen in our city if we all come together.
It's a story of redemption. It's a story of somebody that thought bigger than what his circumstances allowed him to be at the time.
People in the city should know that Robert Stewart was a good man. He wanted to protect the citizens of Los Angeles.
The city of Los Angeles has a wonderful opportunity if it chooses to do so. And that opportunity is to begin to uncover its history at its best and at its darkest. And it just shouldn't stop at Robert Williams Stewart. There are Latinx people in the city who have done phenomenal things. LGBTQ people in the city who have done phenomenal things. There are Asian people in the city who've done phenomenal things. There are women who have done phenomenal things. And I think, we need to start telling those stories.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting in consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22. I don't think that we need to call the roll again, but I'm Paul Krikorian, joined by my colleagues, Mr. Blumenfield and Ms. Rodriguez, and I think other members will be joining us momentarily, but we're ready to begin now with consideration of the fire department's budget. So I'd like to invite Chief Terrazas to join our meeting, please. Good afternoon, Chief.
Hello, sir.
Welcome.
Let me dial in my Zoom.
So, Chief, thank you very much for providing your letter outlining the department's priorities and recommendations for potential changes in the Mayor's budget. I also appreciate the joint letter between yourself and the United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. We have those letters and we appreciate them, but by all means, go ahead and give an overview, if you will, of what your thoughts are about the Mayor's budget, and then we'll go right into questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, council members. I will briefly discuss the 7 items that we're asking for consideration to be added to the proposed budget. The first one is incident command support, which means 1 emergency incident technician at a cost of $187,000. This position was deleted from Battalion 14A for some unknown reason. We think it's an oversight. All other battalions and all other platoons have an emergency incident technician. Item number 2 is our Reg 4 unit staffing. We're asking for 1 Inspector 2 at a cost of $118,000. We project $1.4 million in new revenue. Revenue will be generated by an increased pass-through fee. The Reg 4 unit currently has 1 position used to maintain compliance of 76,000 systems in over 26,000 occupancies in our city. Annual inspections of life safety alarm systems reduce false alarms and increase availability of firefighters for other emergency incidents, thereby improving response times. We believe that this program is ready to accelerate in its effectiveness and efficiency. Item number 3 is extractor installation at a cost of $250,000. Annually, our LAFD Foundation purchases 5 industrial washing machines, which we call extractors, to clean our personal protective equipment, or our PPEs. These extractors allow our firefighters to wash their PPEs and work uniforms after they respond to structure fires, so that all carcinogens and other toxic chemicals can be removed from the gear. These funds will pay GSD for installation of these extractors at 5 of the remaining 35 stations that do not have extractors. This is a top priority for our firefighters. Number 4 is the false fire alarm program, which consists of 3 civilian positions, 1 senior MA analyst, 1 accountant, 1 accounting clerk, at a cost of $195,000. Estimated annual revenue for this program is $1.7 million. We're requesting that $195,000 be placed in the UB account pending approval of a council report, which we're in the process of developing. Patterned after the successful LAPD alarm program, this program, we believe, will have similar results. The primary objective is to reduce responses to false alarms through the establishment of a false alarm fee. The false alarm fee will escalate each time our firefighters respond to a false alarm. The fee will start at $50 and increase by $50 increments until it reaches $150, at which time it will remain the same for additional alarms. Violators can get the fee waived for the first violation by taking an online fire alarm education course. This will have the effect of increasing the availability of our firefighters for other emergency calls, thereby improving response times. We average 34,000 false fire alarms each calendar year. Item number 5 has to do with technology, hardware and software support at a cost of $475,000. One-time funding was provided in fiscal year 2021. Funding is needed to support ongoing technology subscription needs, increased usage of cloud-based systems, data analytic systems for FireStat, and increased licensing costs that support our CAD, or computer-aided dispatch system. Item number 6 also is related to technology. It's the telecom recurring cost at a cost of $250,000. Funding is needed to offset increased usage of broadband and other telecom services that support our field operations. Our entire fleet of emergency vehicles is being upgraded with broadband to facilitate greater situational awareness. Examples of this include real-time mapping, drone live streaming, and our automated vehicle location system. The last item, item number 7, is an early intervention treatment program. It's basically an athletic trainer contract at a cost of $82,500. In 2019, we had 1,257 work comp claims, which cost the city $16.8 million, resulting in 17,000 lost 24-hour work shifts. The 3 top work comp injuries were for back, knee, and shoulder. We have to start thinking that our firefighters are tactical athletes. There is no other profession that requires their people to regularly awake from a dead sleep after midnight to full exertion at a structure fire in a matter of minutes. Initially funded through the Innovation Commission, the Early Intervention Treatment Program is the first meaningful effort to address rising work comp injuries and costs, and was initiated in October of last year. To date, the program has served 334 members and performed 782 treatments. We anticipate that this will have a positive effect on the reduction of work comp injuries and costs, but it's too early to quantify what that reduction will be at this time. Now look forward to answering any questions about anything concerning the LAFD budget.
Well, thank you very much, Chief. And let me say at the outset, just like every year, you come to this committee with a very thoughtful, prioritized, reasonable list of requests. And I do want to say that that's true every year. You always, give great care to what you come to this committee recommending, and I appreciate it very much. And it makes it easy for us to request reports back, so I'm going to cut to the chase and simply ask for a budget report back on each of the requests that you've just itemized that are indicated in your letter for further consideration by this committee when we get to that point. And in addition to that, I'd like to ask for 2 other things. I'd like to ask the CAO to work with LAFD and the Office of Petroleum and Natural Gas Administration and Safety and report back on the costs associated with requiring well operators to submit proof of bond and insurance coverage as part of annual applications for LAFD operational permits, and for LAFD to upload those bond insurance documents to the city's electronic database, including any necessary personnel required, a timeline to achieve them, as recommended by the City Controller's report in 2018. And I would second like to ask that the CAO work with LAFD and the Office of Petroleum and Natural Gas Administration and Safety to report back on costs, timeline, and personnel associated with performing a comprehensive analysis of the oil and gas operations in the city and the surety bonds associated with each operation to ensure they are financially up to date and adequate, particularly for well remediation upon the closure of these facilities. Let's see if there was anything else I had to ask you about. The SAFER grant positions. Blue Book, on page 290 of the Blue Book, there's $8.4 million that's allocated for continuing resolution authority for 48 Firefighter 3s, and those were brought in under the 2016 SAFER grant process. So are we to assume that those positions will be regularized after this year?
Yes, sir, that's our plan.
Okay. And can you give us some indication of whether they'll be able to be supported in whole or in part by future SAFER grant proceeds or other grant proceeds?
They will not be funded. The SAFER grant is for, I believe, a 5-year period. The SAFER grant is available for new hires. So once we run up to the 5-year limit, it's on the city's dime to continue those positions.
Okay. And I did also want to ask you about the breathing apparatuses. We did do I thought a system-wide replacement of the breathing apparatuses just a few years ago. I don't remember how long it's been now, but what is the anticipated life cycle for those? And what do we, how frequently will we need to be cycling them out?
The particular model we're in right now is the manufacturer is no longer supplying replacement parts. Typically, they last 7 to 10 years. In my 37 years, we've gone through about 4 or 5 breathers. The total cost of this purchase is $36 million. It is the most critical piece of firefighting equipment that we have. And it's not just us, because the vendor supplies these breathers to fire departments across the country. Other fire departments are facing the same dilemma.
And then finally, Chief, the proposed budget includes $2.2 million for mental health services support and associated costs, various pilot programs. Is that the funding for the therapeutic van pilot programs?
Yes, it is. It's the city's contribution to the total cost of that program, which I believe is over $10 million in total.
And can you give us just an overview of the status of the program and how we're managing that agreement with the county?
We have a meeting this afternoon. We have weekly meetings with our internal work group, and we're including Department of Mental Health Services representation starting this week. We've identified the 5 fire stations that they will run out of, which coincide with each of the county supervisor districts and give us good equitable citywide coverage. I checked with the CLA's office this morning. The report on the Theravan project, the pilot program project, is forthcoming, and our labor partners, UFLAC, support that the process be completed. That process is the report is completed, submitted to council, then goes to public safety, then approved by the entire council, which I support. I think we're real close to that. Right now, we're working on the details in terms of which algorithms they should be added to, developing a training curriculum to train up the county employees. The vans will be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They'll consist of 3 county employees. One is the driver, one is the caseworker, and one is a mental health professional. I think this is really a partnership that the city, the county, and the entire country can look at. For the first time, we will have trained mental health professionals to respond on a 24-hour basis to the people that need it the most.
Very good. Just one last clarification for the CAO, if I probably should specify that one of the chief's requests involved the false fire alarm program salaries. The report back should assume that if that funding were to be included in this budget, it should be in the UB, as the council hasn't developed policy in that area yet, so it would be premature to move that funding into the department. With that, thank you very much, Chief. And we will go next to our Chair of Public Safety, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krikorian. I think you covered a lot of ground, so perfect. I'm going to attempt to be as succinct and efficient as you were so we could make up for some time here. Chief, with respect to the use of overtime and reconciling that with also an effort to restore personnel services to pre-recession levels. As I recall, recession level sworn personnel was upwards of 3,500, and we've never recovered. And in the wake of knowing that we are going to be approaching yet another severe wildfire season, you know, it begs the question for us to really be reflective about hiring staff versus a dependence or overdependence on overtime use in order to fulfill staffing needs. Can you, you know, I know Mr. Krikorian raised the question about the SAFER grants. Could you speak a little to your initial investigation? I know we have a standards of cover report that we're still looking forward to seeing. But with respect to so many stations, I know Fire Station 74 among them still not having their engine company available to them. We just did 75s about a year and a half ago. You know, what, just to kind of capture all of these things together, what opportunities are being pursued with respect to SAFER grants, additional securing of SAFER grants so that it can fund the initial staffing costs associated with that and equipment, and also investigating the availability of Prop 19 resources that will also be made available to our fire district, the applicable uses for those resources, and helping to grow our hiring and staffing levels for the department.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. There's a lot of questions in that statement. I was taking notes, so we'll start with our staffing. Because of the drop program, we have a pretty good idea of when our people are going to be retiring, and we project out sometimes 2 to 3 years. We're losing 117 people in January of 2024 to retirements. We keep our staffing level at about 250 to 275 vacancies. As we speak, it's around 275. We had to reduce our current drill tower in half to save money during this current fiscal year. We are graduating about 32 recruits in May, at the end of May. As we approach this brush season, last year was the worst brush season in the state's history. Over 4 million acres were burned. The previous record was 2 million, and this year's drought is even worse. What I'm looking at is, number one, we continue to train for our brush fire season response preparedness. We have the drill tower class graduating, anticipating getting our COVID staffing back, which is about a little over 100 of our members who have been dedicated to COVID. We have because of the support of Mayor Garcetti and the City Council, we have all our helicopters in good shape, all 5. We have the lease of the helitanker, and we have access to the super scoopers through the county. We also have all the technology that we've been using in recent years, Wi-Fi, Virus, and for the second year now, we have alert wildfire cameras in the brush that will be monitored by CERT volunteers on high hazard days. So we're in a good position for that. In terms of SAFER grant funding, we did not apply last year during COVID, but we're going to take a look at it this year. We want to look at also the standards of cover report, which is due next summer. That'll tell us of any gaps we have throughout the city. And one of those gaps is in Sylmar and Fire Station 31's district. It is Fire Station 77's district, which includes currently Fire Station 31, is the largest district in the city. It's 8 square miles. Therefore, the response times are a little bit longer there than anywhere in the city. So we definitely need to look at that. And that standards of cover report will tell us that. Regarding Proposition 19, that was the ballot initiative passed last November. And there may be some money there for some fire station funding. As I understand it, that's a decision that the CLA and the CAO will make, and that money would go into the general fund. And if it was decided that it would be used in part to fund a fire station, we already have plans written up for Fire Station 31. We do have a site location identified, and we can always pull one of our engines out of reserve and staff it up with equipment. So we're ready. We're just waiting for the opportunity.
So if you have reserve engine and staffing, why haven't we restored 74s?
Well, we have out of the 18 companies that were closed in fiscal year 10-11, we have restored 9 and added specialized resources like the fast response vehicle, the APRUs. We have not made the decision to move forward with restoring those others at this time because of the huge expense. We'll continue to evaluate risk and call load as well as the standards of cover. For the first time, rather than my opinion and my staff's opinion, it'll be an outside expert telling us where our gaps exist. So that's going to be an important tool. If they identify that 74s or 31s needs to be staffed, we can roll that into a budget request.
Okay. Because again, it goes into, the constant staffing versus variable, and making sure that, those areas have all their gaps closed. And I know with even the APRUs and, it's not sustained in terms of the service on a constant basis. And so it still leaves us vulnerable in certain areas, as 91s is also kind of overtaxed, as you indicated. With respect to youth programs, and I'm just, I know we've had conversations about this in the past. My familiarity with the programs, and so just just out of sensitivity to the timing that we have available for a variety of budget discussions, I just want to go ahead and dig in straight to the budget memo requests that I have. I would like to have a report on the resources needed to restore the sworn staffing to pre-recession levels, and what changes to deployment schedules can be used to reduce the use of overtime. I would like a report on the staffing and resources needed to restore engine companies that were closed, as well as obviously the resources that we're looking at for the restoration, or for the new fire station in Sylmar at 31s. And I'd also like a report on an overview of youth programs that includes participant numbers and demographics broken down by zip code and or neighborhood, data on the locations where the programs are operated and their availability, requirements for participant selection, training, education requirements for departmental personnel assigned to these programs, and the programmatic goals, standards, and policies of these programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. And that'll take us next to Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Chief, it's great to see you.
Hello, sir.
And I certainly agree with what Chair suggested at the beginning, in terms of the various priorities that you put out. I think they're all very solid, and certainly want to see report backs on all of them. You were just talking about staffing and how you had 100 members who were basically assigned to COVID, and they've been doing a fantastic job. I've gone to many of the different vaccination sites and that are overseen by the fire department, and certainly everyone deserves kudos for that. How is that, though, that extra mission, which you obviously nobody had thought about last year, that would be part of your mission? How has that impacted your ability to have, to still be ready for fire life safety, and to be 100 people down essentially, but still the emergency calls and the fire calls don't diminish just because they're doing other things?
Thank you, sir, for that question. It has made it more difficult. We have had difficulty in staffing up on certain days at the fire stations, but we've had to make it work in terms of, I was thinking if we didn't feel this need, who would? Our firefighters have the skill set in terms of being EMTs and paramedics to at first test people and now to vaccinate. I'm very proud of the fact that we vaccinated over 1.1 million people and tested over 4.3 million people since this pandemic began. We have diverted our special duty personnel from recruitment, from training, from throughout the department to fill the COVID need. And the vast majority are not field assigned personnel. So 10 to 20% every day we hire on overtime field personnel. That's where it impacts our fire station staffing. So we've been balancing the need for vaccinations with the need to cover our fire station staffing requirements.
That's a tough thing. And obviously, as time goes, hopefully you'll be able to offload as it becomes more regularized in terms of the vaccinations and everything else to offload that and get back to the prime mission. But it's great that you've stepped up. The CERT program, you know, I'm a big fan of the CERT program. And right before the pandemic, we were still short on CERT instructors. Your office had a few classes for the public, continues to push for more. Have there been increases in the number of CERT instructors, or can we look forward to that in the near future?
Yes, sir. Thanks to your efforts, we did get 2 additional CERT positions in fiscal year 1920, but many of the CERT instructors have been diverted to COVID as well. We currently have 2 vacancies in that unit because of retirements. And soon as the unfreeze is lifted in July, we're going to apply to fill those positions.
Great. Look forward to doing more partnerships and CERT trainings out of my office and all the rest, because we get calls regularly from the community, and it's just part of what we need to do as a city to be prepared, is to train as many people on CERT as we can. Wanted to talk about the extractor priority, which I think is super important. The one thing though that nags at me is the cost. You actually already have the extractors, as I understand it. So it's not the fancy washing machines that are costing money. It's literally plugging them in and installing. I don't mean to imply that it's so easy that it's plugging it in, but it's an installation process, and you know, you've asked for 5. That's with $250,000. That's assuming it costs $50,000 to install each one.
Yes.
And it's my understanding you actually have 12 at the ready. So in theory, if we could bring down the cost of installation, we could not only do 5 extractors, we could do 12 extractors and actually save money. Well, and the extractors themselves cost what? They're like $5,000-$6,000?
They're $13,000 each.
$13,000. And then to install them costs $50,000.
Yes. Foundation, let me respond to your question, because like you, I was perplexed why it would cost so much. And I had meetings with GSD, and it's through no fault of theirs, but I learned that 1/3 of that $50,000 is built-in contingency, just in case they have to move a panel or they have to core some concrete to lay some pipe. Working with Tony Royster, he has been able to, on occasion, because some of them don't require that, it reduces the cost. But to protect their interest in terms of underbidding the estimate, they have a standard cost of $50,000 per. In years that they find that it was actually less, we install more extractors. We're lucky to have the foundation, who annually gives us at least 5 per year. And we've been incrementally chipping away at the remaining stations that do not have extractors. And as we speak, that number is 35 out of our 106 stations do not have extractors.
So if we were to put aside $250,000 and we were to figure out how to make it cheaper, you would be able to. I want to make sure that part of that ask is not limited to the number, that it's to install as many extractors as we possibly can in the most efficient manner that we can.
That is my plan, sir.
Okay, well, but we have to make sure we write it that way, because the way I'm reading it, it's for 5. And if there's a possibility to get more out of the same amount of money, we just need to make sure, and I'm saying this out loud so the CAO and CLA hear it, so that we write it in the appropriate way, so that it basically gives you a minimum of 5 extractors installed, but hopefully more than that. And I guess I'll bring it up with GSD about how it can be done cheaper, because that number just jumps out at me as ridiculously high to install what's a fancy washing machine. You know, I mean, what needs to be installed besides the water and the exhaust and everything else?
Well, they need higher amperage, and some of our stations are very old. You know, like our station in Westwood is built during World War II. It's wood-sided, and that probably would need a panel installation as well. Sometimes it doesn't cost $50,000 because everything is in alignment. The place that we're going to put it has nearby plumbing, the power is sufficient, and we can do it for cheaper. And you're right, we did word it for 5, but the reality is we try to get as many as we can with that $250,000. We've been trying to do this for the last 3 or 4 years.
Great. Well, I would just ask the CAO, CLA to make sure that it gets worded with the flexibility to maximize the number that are done and to minimize the cost. Now, another topic, I have a motion pending working with you to bring back the fire inspectors for the illegal cannabis manufacturers. So we can avoid another tragedy like the Boyd Street tragedy that we had and I went and visited those guys at the Burn Center, and you know, we clearly need inspectors for some of these, you know, marijuana oil inspections, because that's where we're having more of these kind of tragedies pop up. So do you need these inspectors? Could these folks be funded through the cannabis department budget?
To answer your question, do we need them? Yes. And I would like them to be funded by the cannabis budget and not the fire department budget if possible. But I looked into this matter a little bit more in anticipation of talking about this topic. The CAO looked at cannabis occupants, and there was 12 inspector positions allocated to do all the inspections, but that was based on the premise that we would have 400 of these businesses. At the time they did their analysis, the number dropped down to 90. But we checked this morning, it's currently up to 618, plus 300 are in the application pipeline. Not to mention the warrant work. Year to date, there's been 38 warrants served. And last year, in the entire year, probably because of COVID, there was only 21. So the workload definitely needs more inspectors to get the work done. I can't hear you, council member.
All right. So with that, I'm going to ask for a report back about the restoration of 2 fire inspector 2s and 2 fire inspectors, you know, per the council file that I referenced, which was 20-0684, which those folks were deleted in last year's budget. So, and with that, I'll stop and thank you for your continued service, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Let's go next to Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to commend you. I think in one fell swoop, you did a report back on all the items that we want to see a report back. So I want to thank you very much. So we're making this much more efficient. Quick question for the chief, and welcome. You know, I want to thank you very much for all the incredible hard work that you and the women and the men do at LAFD every day for Angelenos. Given the influx of resources allocated to homelessness, do you have the necessary staffing resources to inspect what we anticipate to be an onslaught, hopefully so, of units, whether it be room key, whether it be home key, whether it be tiny cabin, non-congregate shelters, as well as permanent supportive housing?
The short answer is no. We've been making it work by using voluntary overtime. And we also offer that opportunity to our former inspectors who are now assigned to the fire station. But I do anticipate, like you, that workload is going to rapidly escalate. We're going to need people in the plan check arena, and we're going to need people in the inspection arena. We are ready to respond to a council request for what that staffing model would look like.
Do you have a ballpark figure, an idea of how many staff members you would need to successfully execute all the necessary inspections so we can not be backlogged and just sort of in a holding pattern waiting to doors open when it comes to inspections.
On the plan check, the case management side, we would need 2 fire protection engineering associates, 3 inspector 2s, 1 inspector 2 in the hydrant unit, 1 captain 1, and 1 admin clerk. That's on the plan check side. On the inspection side, we would need 10 inspector 1s and 1 captain 1.
Okay, through the chair, I'd like a report back on the fire department's inspection staffing, so we can see whether it'll meet the increasing need and what resources would it take to ensure that it's made whole, if the chair deems it appropriate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Terrazas.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll go next to Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Chief, again, for your leadership during these extraordinary times. You and your department have just been extraordinary. Special shout out, of course, you've been partnering with all of us all over the city, but we're especially proud of the resources we've been able to deploy in CD9. Thanks to your help at each of our parks. We've got about 3 parks in rotation. We've been able to vaccinate over 88,000 citizens. And so we are greatly appreciative of that. And we're excited to get some news today that we're going to have a shift next week at Green Meadows from 9 to 9.
Yes, sir.
And again, that's just important that we have these opportunities for people to get the vaccine who may not otherwise be available during the day because they're working or other issues. And so, again, we just appreciate the flexibility that the department has demonstrated and its commitment to making certain that these resources are available to all of our communities. We really appreciate it. I got a couple of quick questions, though, Chief. One on cannabis and cannabis enforcement. We kind of talked around this issue before with some questions from my colleagues, but the question is, do you have adequate staff to regulate, to do what you're supposed to do? Do you have staffing adequate for the purpose?
Thank you for the question, sir, and it's related to one of your colleagues' question. We do need the 2 inspector 1s and 2 inspector 2s. The CAO did not approve that funding on the premise of a much lower number of occupancies, not to mention the warrants, not to mention the number of illegal occupancies out there doing business. Right after the Boyd Street incident, I directed that all 106 fire stations do a windshield survey. We identified 386 buildings that may have this type of hazardous material occupancy. Of those buildings, they were transmitted to the Fire Prevention Bureau, who did a walkthrough inspection. We found that many of those were not in our system. We shut down 12 immediately because the risk to the public was too great. In 40 of those buildings, we were
funding 2 positions.
And only 2 people have been tasked with inspecting that number. So the additional 4 would be very, very helpful.
Okay, well, I agree. And again, as our cannabis activity picks up, both in terms of licensees and the revenue that we're generating, Mr. Chair, I'd like to get a budget memo on the 4 positions that would be required to provide the support in the enforcement unit as discussed by the chief.
Very good.
Also, Chief, let's talk a little bit about youth development. I know Member Rodriguez has been really focusing on this, but talk a little bit about how youth are recruited for your program and any kind of special outreach efforts we may be engaged in, again, to just broaden our pool of potential applicants.
I'll talk about pre-COVID. COVID was really shut us down in that area. We had to divert all resources to COVID. vaccinations, plus the schools weren't open. But what under normal circumstances, and we anticipate next school year, we'll be able to re-implement our programs. We have many. We have the girls camp. We have 4 magnet high schools, which are Banning, Wilson, Dorsey, and Monroe. We have our Crew 3 program, which is young men and women who clear brush and get valuable experience. We have our cadet program at our fire stations that bring young men and women from the community and give them some practical experience in terms of training. We utilize all of those programs to cultivate future firefighters, and it's our goal that someday we'll be able to offer them employment. So we're very, very involved with youth development, and we support all the city's efforts to make it even better.
As a segue, the training, the recruitment programs, youth programs, hopefully are a funnel for recruiting potential firefighters. Talk a little bit about how recruitment is going to go or pick up after COVID, and what steps the fire department is taking to ensure diversity. I know you're very proud of the record over the past several classes, but what's the plan for ensuring that we have a level of diversity that really reflects the city?
We look at that constantly. I look at the class, every class that we populate, we make sure it's very diverse. And our department statistics indicate that we are a very diverse department. We compare ourselves to the City of LA's labor force. And that is our objective, to stay in alignment somewhat with that number or those numbers. In many categories, we're very close or overrepresented. In some categories, we have some more work to do. The most underrepresented group are Hispanics. We currently have almost 32% in the fire department, but 48% is the city population. So we look at things like that. We have a reasonable goal for women. It's 5%. Right now, we're about 3.7%. Each drill tower class raises that by about 0.2%. The thing that holds us back in this area are the large number of women retirements. So we're going to get to 5%. It's going to take a little longer than I anticipated.
Okay. And then lastly, I think you touched on this earlier. Obviously, the fire department has been intimately, actively engaged in the COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. What's the source of funding for these, for the vaccinations that you're able to administer?
We get those vaccinations through the county, and it's actually at no cost to us. I think that's covered by FEMA. All our staffing costs, backfill costs, and equipment are covered by FEMA. We just have to seek reimbursement. What is not covered has been covered by local foundations like the Wasserman Foundation, the Caruso Foundation, Bank of America, Annenberg. That's what allowed us to open up the USC vaccination site, the Southwestern College vaccination site, and we're going to open up a site in Century City pretty soon.
Well, again, we appreciate the effort and know that we are with you 100%, and your team, as you protect us in many ways. So we are very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And I should have known I was too efficient. I missed a couple things. So I just wanted to go back and ask you first, Chief, about wall time. You've spent a lot of years now working with the county, working with the Hospital Association, and trying to come up with some innovative solutions to reduce the wait time in emergency rooms that take our crews out of service. What's the status on wall time now? What progress are we making or not making, and what do we need to do to make it better?
Good question, sir. Thank you for that. I think the biggest enhancement we've seen in the last few years has been the implementation of the AVL program, Automated Vehicle Locator System. That has corrected a lot of the status. We believe a major contributor to the extended wall time was inaccurate unit status. Our ambulances would still show hospital when in reality they were on the road or soon to be returning to their fire station. Now that we have AVL, we know in real time where they're at. So that number has come down for that. The other thing that we continue to monitor through our FireStat performance management system is to look at wall times and to hold each of the 4 bureaus accountable and to compare each other to see why does one bureau have lower wall times versus others. That is a system that we'll always have to continually monitor. The other problem that we worked on indirectly is meeting with county supervisors requesting that additional transport destinations be opened up. If we have more facilities, emergency rooms, and mental health clinics, substance abuse clinics, we won't get backed up in county emergency rooms. I believe it's better for the patient to be taken to a facility who is trained for that particular issue, whether it's mental illness or substance abuse. So all those things in combination have helped reduce wall time.
Great. And in terms of the mix of calls that the department is now responding to, a few years ago it was about, I think, 85% medical calls versus fires. Have you seen that mix changing in recent years?
Yeah, you were cut off, sir. I believe the question, the mix of fire versus EMS, are currently, it's around 88% is emergency medical services. 12% is fire of all kinds, structure fires, auto fires, brush fires. So I believe we have a very robust deployment model that allows us to pivot depending on the need. And the standards of cover study will confirm what gaps we may have.
Great. Related to that, I'd like to ask for a report back on the number of fire and medical calls the department has made relating to homeless encampments and specifically referencing any injuries that have occurred in fires in those encampments. And then lastly, I did mention the therapeutic vans. I'd like to get a report back on that, on the entire cost of the program from non-city sources as well, so that we can see how the city's participation in this program compares to other sources of funding relating to it. Does that make sense?
I could also add
Ms.
to
Rodriguez.
that what the projected offloading of service calls would result from the implementation from that program as well. If I could just add to that.
Yes, perfect.
Terrific, thank you.
All right. Well, with that, Chief, I think you have the uniform thanks and appreciation of everybody, certainly on this committee and in our city. The Los Angeles Fire Department probably shouldn't even be called the fire department anymore. It should be called the Department of Solving All Problems, because that's what the department does. Every day, the men and women of the fire department show up and they solve problems and they figure out solutions. And as Ms. Rodriguez pointed out in her request for a report back, we still have not rebuilt this fire department to where it was before the last Great Recession. And I hope people who are listening heard Ms. Rodriguez when she asked about that, because there were years when we didn't hire firefighters, and the size of the department was decimated in the aftermath of the recession. And so a decade later, to still be in a position where not only have we gotten back to sea level, let alone met the requirements that will be necessary once we finally get the long-awaited standards of cover report, is a sign of really how much more we still need to do to invest in the fire department and support the men and women of the fire department in the same way that they support us. So with that, Chief, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here as always, and appreciate the request that you've provided and the information that you've provided today.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your support.
All right, members, terrific work. We just picked up, I think, a half an hour on our schedule, so thank you for that efficiency. I did forget that we were going to come back and review the budget memo list. So did anybody have, after having reviewed that, any changes that you'd like to request, or anything that didn't look right about the summary in the list?
Good.
Yes, Mr. De Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You told me when, and I will verbatim read to you and for the record what the CO needs to do on the report back with regards to transportation yesterday.
Okay, go right ahead if you have a change.
Okay, I'd like a report back from the department on what vacancies need to be filled in order to install the necessary electric vehicle charging infrastructure needed to hit the SB 100 goals 10 years earlier by 2035.
Great, and that's a revision to the request that you had actually made yesterday, right? Because I think
that is correct.
Yeah,
And
okay.
Department of Transportation made their presentation
Okay.
before us.
Very good. I'm just making sure that.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, okay, we got it. Any other changes to propose, members? All right, if not, what we typically do with these is we vote to approve the list each day, and that way staff can get started on preparing the report. So I'd entertain a motion to approve the list as amended by Mr. De Leon.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Rodriguez. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
5 ayes. These memos are approved.
Very good. Thank you very much. That will bring us next to the Department of Cannabis Regulation. And I see Ms. Packer is making her way. There we go. Okay. Ms. Packer, welcome. Good to see you again, and thank you very much for your letter. We have that, and we appreciate it, and we'd like to invite you to make any comments of an introductory nature that you'd like to make about your comments on the mayor's proposed budget, and then we'll get right into questions.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, committee members and committee chair. My name is Kat Packer. I'm the Executive Director of the Department of Cannabis Regulation, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this body to discuss the city's budget and resources for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. I'd like to first take this moment to recognize the mayor and city council for navigating this city through one of its greatest storms, between seeking to address racial injustice, COVID-19, and the city's fiscal crisis. You all are to be commended for your brave leadership. I'm proud to be a member of the city family and an Angelino. At the beginning of this fiscal year's budget process, myself and other general managers shared concern about how we would be able to continue to provide services amidst COVID-19 and the city's budget crisis. We were seeking to more intentionally and systemically take on opportunities to address racial inequity and sought to make our operations more efficient. Our budget request was reflective of the city's fiscal crisis and related restrictions. And overall, we'd like to thank the mayor and the budget team for their continued support of the Department of Cannabis Regulation and our operations, which allow for the licensure and regulation of cannabis businesses here in the city of Los Angeles. The mayor's proposed budget continued necessary resources for critical positions and makes good on a budget policy that was adopted by City Council in 2019 to provide $3 million a year for a period of 3 years to the Social Equity Program's Business Licensing and Compliance Assistance Program. We thank the mayor and his leadership for inclusion of these resources for the Social Equity Program as a part of the budget's allocation specifically to racial and social justice. This now allows us to provide direct technical assistance to our social equity applicants as they progress through the licensing process. We also want to thank the mayor for including in Exhibit H a related action that would be necessary to effectuate the budget, which is an instruction to the personnel department to prioritize the hiring positions that remain unfilled in the department. With the continued support of the mayor and city council, since the establishment of this department less than 4 years ago, the department has made great progress in its effort to develop and implement more equitable and responsible cannabis policies. For that, we are grateful. This support has allowed us to issue over 1,000 licenses to over 450 businesses to date, which are responsible for generating over $125 million in business taxes for the city. This is also further support that allows us to build programming that reduces barriers to entry into the legal cannabis market. I want to end my opening remarks there. We do have a couple of slides to reference some things if these questions come up related to the city budget. But thank you, and I also want to let you know that my Assistant General Manager, Jason Colleen, is also on the line.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and start our questions with Councilmember Blumenfield.
Okay, great. And Packard, thank you for the work that you're doing. You've created this or taken this new department and have been expanding. I know we've had a lot of bumps in the road with this, because we are creating something so new. But I really do want to start with just appreciation of the work that you do. To kind of pick up where we left off with the fire department, we were talking about further inspectors. Is there a way that you can see where cannabis funding could help with getting those inspectors? And I know it's tricky because generally speaking, the cannabis fee money has to go to something where the folks who are being feed are directly benefiting. And enforcement of non-licensed kind of is in a bit of a gray area. Can you speak to that or how we might be able to fund that? And do you think that would be useful for, obviously, for the legal cannabis places as well?
Thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield. I appreciate the question. I think that this speaks to a larger conversation about resources necessary for enforcement against unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. As you accurately raised, the fees that are paid by our applicants and licensees go into our special fund and should not be used for enforcement against unlicensed commercial cannabis businesses. We've been in communication with city leadership about trying to create a dedicated funding source for enforcement activity. And I think that part of this conversation is trying to figure out how we create a dedicated funding source that would fund those other departments like the fire department who are increasingly more central to the city's enforcement strategy. I was listening to Chief Moore previously, and it's constantly raised both in policy conversations and in budget conversations about LAPD's transition out of leading the enforcement strategy. And I recognize that that means transitioning the responsibility for coordinating unlicensed enforcement for unlicensed commercial cannabis activity to the department. I think we're in a moment now where we should have conversations about beginning that transition. And we did submit a supplemental memo which describes how we think we could begin to do that. Through the leadership of the mayor's office, we already have a cannabis enforcement task force that includes membership from the fire department, the Department of Building and Safety, water and power, city attorney, et cetera. And we want to make sure that all of these agencies, each of which have their own tool that is necessary and sometimes appropriate and sometimes necessary, is funded. And so, Jason, if you have any further comment specifically about the fire department and the funding of their inspectors, whether it be licensed or unlicensed, please do so. Also, if you have any comment about the supplemental memo, please do so at this time.
Just to pick up on what the director was saying, the fire department does have a cannabis support unit that basically filters and does the initial inspections for all of the businesses that are going through DCR's licensing process. And as part of our temporary approval process, we do invoice them for the fire inspection fees. Thereby, they're routed through the Fire Prevention Bureau for any permits they may need. But one of the common concepts from the enforcement working group is a lack of funding for coordinated activities and general managers having to make determinations about whether or not they pull resources from other programs to do coordinated cannabis enforcement. I know building and safety in the city attorney's office, we've been working on the board up and padlock ordinances to address some of the unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. But the funding source that building and safety relies upon is also stretched thin. So creating a unified funding source that departments could tap into to basically fund the activities, and to the extent that they're reimbursable, put the money back into the fund, would go a long way to having a unified enforcement strategy.
Well, it's critical because it's, this kind of enforcement is not only about maintaining the law and maintaining safety, which in and of itself is worthwhile, is worth it. It's directly related to how much additional funding we're going to get as a city, and because if it pushes the business to the legal places as opposed to the non-legal ones, fairly straightforward. Talk a little bit about the backlog. You talked about the equity license, but there's also a backlog of the non-social equity applicants that are trying to modify their applications. I do hear a lot from those folks as well. Is there any hope that backlog can be settled?
Thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield, for the question. I'd like to pass that question to Assistant General Manager Jason Colleen. It may be appropriate to use this as an opportunity to show one of those slides that articulates kind of what our caseload is across different license activities.
So currently there are 116 applications that are in DCR's pre-application phase. Applications that are deemed eligible for further processing move into our temporary application process. This is where the bulk of our phase 3 applicants and a lot of the phase 2 applicants that have pending modification requests are in. There's currently 736 different commercial cannabis activities in this phase. We intend to get the backlog of modification requests eliminated by the end of next month. Staff have been diligently working overtime to process as many of those requests as possible. And a lot of the requests require the applicants to go to the state agencies and also get updated information through the state agencies. And unfortunately, we don't have control over the state's process. One of the recommendations that will be made before the end of the current fiscal year is looking at ways to streamline the process and decouple our local process from the state's process so that we're not requiring applicants to go through the state licensing agencies before we're able to finalize their modifications at the local level. We would basically condition those modifications based on the state accepting them.
Makes sense. So, but you said 736, you expect to get most of them done by next month, or all of them? Is that what you said?
For the modification request, we had close to 400 modification requests as of last month, and we're down to about 220 pending modification requests. The modification requests that we do have pending are typically tied to activities that require people to get updated licenses from the state, legal business name changes, relocations, premises diagram changes. The The challenging thing is all of our applicants are in the temporary approval process, so they have temporary licenses. And as folks are fundamentally changing the premises diagram, adding or removing activities, or they're looking to relocate, that changes their project description for environmental analysis purposes. So it's challenging to lock down what their actual project is to continue moving them forward. And because we're coupled with the state's process currently, we need to make sure that whatever project they've proposed to the state matches their local process. Decoupling those two will allow us to streamline our process, and hopefully those recommendations will be out by the end of next month.
Okay. And then generally, just overall, is the license number, I mean, do you feel like it's about the right number, or do we need more to meet the demand? Having too few puts us in this potential loop of constantly trying to, enforce against unlicensed businesses. How do you feel about the overall numbers at this point?
So thank you again for the question, Council Member. In terms of the retail licenses specifically, we currently have about, I want to say 190 or so retail businesses that have been issued licenses. We have a pool of 200 social equity applicants who are completing that temporary approval process, who have already been selected. They're just navigating through the temporary approval process to receive authorization to operate a retail business. Assuming all of those businesses become licensed, we will double the number of licenses that we have available. And we also will have about 125 additional licenses retail licenses that we could make available through phase 3 retail round 2. Now, I think that in terms of the retail opportunity, I would recommend that we move forward with processing phase 3 retail round 2 before we would do an assessment about whether or not we had issued enough retail licenses. But I would like to use this as an opportunity to comment specifically about cultivation licenses. The City of Los Angeles does currently limit the number of cultivation licenses. And I recognize that there were, and there's still maybe many council members who have concern about a proliferation of cultivation operators existing in their community. But I think that this also goes back to our enforcement strategy. We can either license these businesses and bring them into the regulated market, or we're going to have to dedicate adequate resources to funding their enforcement. I think that because of the regulations that have been adopted by the state, because of the regulations that we have here at the local level, we can mitigate around the concerns that folks may have about these businesses existing. I would recommend that the city eliminate the cultivation cap. It's for indoor cultivation specifically. We can limit the square footage if folks want to relook at where these businesses are to be located. But I would say generally we want to have a complementary, a licensing program that is complementary to our enforcement strategy, an enforcement strategy that is complementary to our licensing program. And because the reality is that enforcement efforts have primarily focused on retail operators, I think that there is this larger need for us to allow folks to enter into the legal market for those non-retail activities. Jason, I don't know if you had anything further to add.
I'll just say I agree with you in terms of I never understood the reluctance on the cultivation as much, because you're talking about the nuisance issues that can be associated with retail. We can talk about those all day, but there's not really, other than the smell, which can be mitigated. It's a business. If it's a legal business, why wouldn't we want we want people producing here that they can export to other parts of the state. It's just a cultivation business. It's all contained within the four walls. It doesn't spill out into the community or into the neighboring businesses. So I don't know. I don't quite understand the reluctance on the cultivation side, as long as we have bumpers around the issues about security and smell and those kinds of things, it's not, to me, that's not the issue. I mean, there's issues around retail, there's issues around, obviously, use, and as you start talking into actual, lounges or things like that, those are all community impacts, but I'm not sure what, how bad the community impacts are with cultivation, as long as you have those, safety, those boundaries around it. But I'll leave it at that, and I'll turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blumenfield. We'll go next to Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Cat. Appreciate you're really pulling us through. This has been a kind of work in progress, and you have been there every step of the way. We appreciate the efforts that you and your team have made to make order out of sometimes chaos. And so we appreciate your efforts, your ongoing efforts in that. And let me just voice my support for this compliance and enforcement program. I think it's long overdue. I like the idea of a centralized compliance and enforcement effort. It's going to be a tremendous improvement from how we currently operate now, as you know. And the idea that each department individually does something is just not the most efficient way to do it. Also, you find that unlicensed commercial cannabis businesses that are shut down in one area just reemerge in another area. And so again, having a tracking system that's coordinated and it's comprehensive, I think will do us all very good. Understanding that the landscape is constantly changing, what's your best estimate now of how many unlicensed commercial cannabis businesses are currently operating in our city?
That's a great question, Councilmember Price, and I just want to say thank you. I appreciate your leadership and your continued support of mine. This is a question that I don't think that the city has ever truly wrapped its hands around. I think we've had different projections from different agencies over the course of the last several years, at least since I started. But the reality is that the nature of commercial cannabis activity has changed dramatically over the course of the last several years. It's not just brick and mortar storefronts that we have to be concerned about. There are pop-up facilities where people are just selling cannabis out of garbage bags. There are delivery facilities. There are folks who, say that they're hosting cannabis events in the city, concerts, et cetera. So I think that the nature of commercial cannabis activity in the city has changed dramatically. But if I had to estimate, I'd say that there are over 1,000 illegal businesses amongst, at least across the supply chain here in the city of Los Angeles. And I think that our enforcement strategy, again, has typically prioritized enforcement against retail facilities. If you all hear some squealing in the background, I apologize. You can probably see him, but I have a little husky. His name is Ice, and he's making lots of noise. So
Good. Well, the audio is working. Let me just shift for a minute. We talked about the complaint portal, or you referenced it at least, complaint portal. What other mechanisms are going to be in place for people to report cannabis activities or complaints? What about folks who don't have access to a computer or are not computer literate? What else can folks do to express their concerns and complaints?
So I think this goes back to kind of just having a centralized method for folks to share those complaints. And I'm at a point now, the department is at a point now where we want to be that central agency. This is part of the reason why we took on the responsibility of managing the city's complaint portal. But time and time again, it's either community members, neighborhood councils, and sometimes some committee members contacting us about cannabis issues in their community. And far too often, we're unable to provide a response. And I recognize that that's unacceptable. The reality is that the City of Los Angeles created a Department of Cannabis Regulation, and we're at a point where we want you all to have a one-stop shop to address any cannabis-related issues that you have. I've heard from different council members who have articulated that when there is a problematic, unlicensed business in their community, sometimes they have to follow up with 4 or 5 different agencies to find out what's going on. We want to be at the helm of this coordinated enforcement strategy. I do think that it's going to have to include a public information campaign and one that centers equity so that we are reaching out to communities most impacted. Sometimes those are the communities where there's a larger proliferation of unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. But we believe that with our proposal and then also with efforts that we've been successful to date, the Department of Cannabis Regulation just recently applied for a grant, and it's being administered by the state of California. It's Proposition 64 Enforcement Grant. We had the third highest ranked proposal in the state for developing a enforcement model. There's $1 million that we would get over the course of 3 years. But to me, this is the foundation of what could be if there was a larger investment by the city to fund this enforcement model. But I think it's going to require a public information campaign. I think it's going to require tapping all of the city's tools that include fire department, building and safety, water and power, and LAPD and city attorney. But then also, Councilmember Price, I want to make sure that we have enforcement strategy that is equitable. And that can share data on a regular basis about where actions are being taken and what the outcomes of those actions are in the long-term actions, because as folks have recognized, sometimes we just have repeat offenders. And I think that that's where we need to be saving and utilizing our resources most effectively is towards those folks who are not going to respond to a simple cease and desist letter or to a utility disconnect. And there are numbers of those operators.
Mm-hmm. Well, in terms of complaints, certainly we want to make sure that there's equity involved, you know, and that we're doing this, we're taking complaints in a variety of languages. It's not all English, and maybe not all English and Spanish, but we need to be multilingual in a way that I think reflects the users and the community in ways, again, that we haven't before. What kind of metrics are going to be in place to ensure that complaints are addressed? You know, whether they are deemed unactionable or actionable. Any thoughts on some metrics that we can start looking toward?
Yes, I would recommend that we use a simple case management model that essentially allows complaints to come into our complaint portal. Generally, they'd be categorized in one of 2 ways. The complaint is either associated with a location that has a license, or it's associated with a location that does not have a license. If they're associated with the location that has a license, we would route that complaint to our compliance unit. Depending on the evidence that we have, we could follow up and do an investigation. We would be able to say that there are open cases, closed cases, and essentially with the cases that were closed, we could be able to articulate whatever the disposition or outcome of that particular closed case is. I would imagine that we could implement a similar model for the unlicensed facilities. But in order for us to implement that model for the unlicensed facilities, it's going to require coordination with the other agencies, because each agency may take its own action and they may be subsequent to one another, but it's creating this task force model, or at least funding and institutionalizing this task force model, puts us in a position where we can have that whole approach to actually figuring out the disposition of these complaints. That's one of the issues that we have right now, Councilmember Price, is that we're not always collecting the information on the back end when complaints are routed to other agencies, and by having dedicated resources to make sure we're tracking, monitoring, and reporting those cases, I think are going to go a long way.
I agree, and we got to make sure we include those council offices in that report back loop, as I know you are totally supportive and understanding of, because frequently it's the council offices are the last to know. And the frustration that that's experienced either on the streets or in your offices about the reporting and compliance is multiplied tenfold by the council offices, district offices that are on the front line. So we think that, again, establishing this task force is going to be very, very important. And with that, Mr. Chair, I want to, like a budget memo regarding establishment of a cannabis task force establishment fund and the associated position and costs associated with that. That could be a budget memo. I would appreciate it.
Very good.
At questions about the SEED program. We were excited to see that that it was launched. Again, providing some financial support for our social equity entrepreneurs. So just want to get an update though. What's the status of this program? How we're going to be launching these SEED grants, and how much are they going to be, and when are they going to be available?
Thank you, Councilmember Price. We launched the SEED grant program on 4/20. SEED is an acronym that stands for Social Equity Entrepreneur Development. We are able to make resources available through this program through the California Cannabis Equity Grant. To date, we've been able to allocate $6 million towards the SEED grant program. It's essentially separated into two mini programs where one $5 million bucket is being made specifically available to the Phase 3 Retail Round 1 applicants. Because we have 200 applicants, each applicant would be eligible to receive a total of $25,000 to the furtherance of their business. And then we have a second bucket, what we call SEED 2.0, in which there's a total of $1 million available to any social equity applicant that met two milestones. You get $5,000 for the first milestone, another $5,000 for the second milestone. The first milestone would be having an application that was getting through the pre-application process. Essentially, you pay a $500 fee to make sure that the location was eligible, but once you paid that $500 fee and that location was eligible, that applicant would receive $5,000. The next step in the process would for them to be able to apply for the state license. Once they're in a position where they could apply for the state license, they'd get an additional $5,000. So all in all, there'd be $6 million that we've made available, that we're making available now to social equity applicants, but we were just recently awarded an additional $2 million from the Cannabis Equity Grant Program. We're required to spend 80% of those funds on direct financial assistance. So we know that these resources are going to continue to grow. I am hopeful that in the next couple of months, we will be able to, and I don't even want to say in the next couple of months, I'm hopeful that next month we will have our first set of grant disbursements. And I think that getting those dollars out the door are going to go a long way. Once folks hear that folks have actually gotten their checks and gotten their money, I'm sure that more people will apply for that program. So we're very excited about this. This is the first time that we're making direct financial assistance to social equity applicants. And we know that because of, unfortunately, the federal government hasn't caught up to the city of Los Angeles and the state of California, which means that our businesses can't participate in many of the programs and relief opportunities that every other industry in the city of Los Angeles and in the state of California have access to. So these dollars may be the only dollars that participants in the cannabis industry have access to. So we want to make sure that we can get these dollars out the door and continue to see these programs expand.
I agree. It helps create a sense of certainty and predictability. I think, again, if we can make these resources available. How much are the grants going to be?
So for SEED 1.0, the grant would be $25,000. For SEED 2.0, it's two different allocations. So there could be two $5,000 grants. The way that we've structured this is that folks have 120 days to apply. Because we launched it on 4/20, that 120th day is going to end on August 18th. And anyone who applies by August 18th, if there are monies left available, we are going to distribute the monies that are available on a pro rata basis. And so there could be a situation where if we don't get the full 200 Phase 3 Retail Round 1 applicants, that folks actually get a grant in excess of $25,000. The reason why we structured it that way is that We do have a deadline to either spend the resources or return them to the state. We wanted to make sure that we weren't in a position where we were returning any money to the state of California. And so by August, we will know who those applicants are. And if the full pool of applicants do not apply, we will distribute that money equally amongst the folks who have applied by August 18th.
Good. Well, I agree. We don't want any money to go back to Sacramento, so let's make sure we get it out. Got a question about phase 3, round 1 processing. My office is still getting feedback from social equity applicants regarding the lengthy process for processing their applications. One or more complaints we received indicate that folks don't have any idea of how long each step in the process is going to take. So they find themselves in a constant state of kind of limbo and uncertainty. Now, I understand that completing the license process involves the approval of the state as well as other departments. And oftentimes, we have really no control over that. However, what more can DCR do to provide applicants with better expectations about the processing process and how their applications are going to be moved forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Price. I want to say, first, I know that my team is working diligently to try and process those applications as quickly as possible. We have implemented a number of different operational changes to try and expedite that process. So, for example, we just recently changed the hours of operation of our public counter so that they're only from Monday through Thursday, so that we can spend Fridays entirely just reviewing and processing applications. But beyond that, I think that we have, there's an information gap that exists, and we need to improve our communications to the public. We have hundreds of different stakeholders, each of whom are going through their own experience navigating the process. And unfortunately, because we have been unable to fill certain critical positions related to communications, I think that has had an adverse impact. One, on our ability to process applications in a timely fashion, because we're taking capacity away from processing applications to try and handle communications related items. But also, we just haven't done the best job of managing expectations because things are constantly changing, and we haven't been in the best position to communicate them effectively. Believe it or not, I have one communication staff, a public relations specialist. She is excellent. She does excellent work, but we need to fill the other positions that we have in the department to be able to improve communications, and this also improves processing time. So again, we're very appreciative for the mayor's office and their prioritization and instruction in Exhibit H to instruct the personnel department to prioritize the hiring of our positions. Those two positions, we have a public information director that we're seeking to fill a position for, and a public relations specialist. Those are going to be critical to allowing us to process additional applications. But I do have Jason Colleen, my assistant general manager, who leads the licensing effort. And so Jason, if you want to provide any additional information about specifically what is taking so long for applicants to get through the process, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Director. So the applicants that understand how the city's process work and know how to navigate it have been successful. To date, 3 of the 200 have received their temporary approval. 6 of the 200 have received their state licenses and are going through the final equity share review. To date, only 15 of the 200 have actually completed both the DCR and fire department inspections. 46 of the 200 have local authorization to apply for their state licenses. And as I mentioned earlier, our process is coupled with the state's process. And in order to get temporary approval, they have to demonstrate that they already have state licenses. I think the most challenging thing is only 63 of the 200 have actually submitted one or more of the temporary approval documents that DCR needs to move them through that process. So there are challenges with folks still looking to put together business plans, raise capital, identify co-owners to help fund this endeavor to move through the process. And because of the length of time and the necessary requirements to receive temporary approval, I think a lot of people have been unwilling to put in that capital money until they have a better level of security that they'll be able to move forward at their current location. One of the biggest challenges we face, and this will be addressed in the Planning and Land Use Management Committee in the near future, is our current law deems somebody compliant with our land use regulations when a license is issued. And it could take somebody 12 to 18 months to receive a temporary approval license and actually be deemed compliant with our land use regulations. As part of the comprehensive changes council adopted last year, we reorganized our entire process to move the land use review to the front end, which is our pre-application review process. And there's an ordinance amendment pending that would change the point in time when somebody is deemed compliant from when a license is issued to when their application has been deemed eligible for further processing. And that would be really the point at which people know for sure they could stay at their location, invest the hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring that location up to compliance and move forward. What we've seen right now is, given the length of time, daycare facilities come in, private schools relocate, things have happened with COVID where things are moving around. They're creating sensitive uses, which then knock out a potential location, and then folks have to start over from scratch. So those are some of the challenges where you've got folks that were moving forward, and all of a sudden a sensitive use appeared on the map, and somebody now knocks them out, and it precludes DCR from issuing a license. And then other folks are unwilling to make the monetary investments because they're afraid of being knocked out. So they're hopeful that this ordinance amendment is going to get updated, and once it gets updated, they'll feel comfortable moving forward in the process. But really it comes down to the fact that less than 30% of our phase 3 round 1 applicants have submitted the necessary documentation to move forward. And there's a number of factors that are precluding people from feeling comfortable and moving forward in the process.
Right, and time is money though. And so anything we can do to expedite, speed up, educate folks on the process, what's required, and to make sure that our own mechanisms are moving in an efficient way, I think will help address that issue. And allay concerns that applications are just sitting someplace, not being processed and are out of control. Let me ask one last question regarding using cannabis business tax revenue to fund community development, community-based programs, and other activities. We've had some discussions with your office about using the revenue to fund some community-based programming. Talk a little bit about what's going on in some other jurisdictions and your awareness of how these funds are being used to support community development programs in a way that we might want to adopt.
Thank you, Councilmember Price. I appreciate the question. This isn't a new conversation here in the city of Los Angeles. We've been having this conversation about the potential to use cannabis tax revenue specifically to fund community reinvestment since I joined the city. In fact, I want to say in the summer of 2018, there was a motion that was introduced that would have created a community reinvestment fund. However, I don't think that folks took action on moving that motion forward. But what I would want to say is that there are a number of jurisdictions to date that have created community reinvestment models, and increasingly this concept of community reinvestment, specifically using cannabis tax dollars to go back into communities who are most impacted by the war on drugs, specifically Black and brown communities, is something that continues to be raised by stakeholders today. The state of California was actually the first jurisdiction to develop a community reinvestment fund. It was included in Prop 64. It articulated that of the $1 billion that was going to be generated in the first year, there'd be 10 million, the second year, there'd be 20 million, all the way up into the fifth year when there would be $50 million allocated towards community reinvestment. And those funds have been made available for essentially nonprofits and local health organizations to do things like reentry services, to fund things like education programs and youth development programs and health specifically for communities who have been impacted. I know that to date, there are lots of jurisdictions who have kind of modeled community reinvestment after the state of California. Illinois, for example, has a program, I believe it's called Reinvest, Renew, and Restore. Their legalization initiative, which was the only one that was started by the legislature, actually dedicates 25% of its cannabis tax revenue towards a community reinvestment fund. And similarly, nonprofit organizations who are doing work specifically in communities that through an analysis were identified as being disproportionately impacted on things like gun violence prevention, healthcare, reentry services, education, again, are being funded by this initiative. The nice thing is, Councilmember Price, is that because of the work that we did here in the city of Los Angeles, folks are modeling equity in cannabis policy increasingly. It's very difficult for newer jurisdictions to pass legalization without considering what equity means. And again, increasingly, that includes this conversation about community reinvestment. So even New York, I think New York has gone the furthest thus far, but they may be competing with New Jersey. New York's legalization effort dedicates 40% of its cannabis tax revenue. And so I think we're at a point where we can explore. There are now models, we won't be the first, but there are models that we can explore specifically for community reinvestment. I actually think that the mayor's proposed budget is very much aligned with this concept of community reinvestment, considering the huge investments that he made in this year's proposed budget towards things like racial justice and social justice. But by creating a community reinvestment fund, we can make sure that those types of initiatives have a sustainable funding source that is intentionally derived from cannabis tax revenue because of the history of the war on drugs.
Great. Well, again, we think this is going to be an important opportunity again for Los Angeles to show some leadership. I'd like for us to have the most aggressive, the most progressive policy in this area. We're going to be introducing a motion, I think next week or so, and look forward to collaborating with your office to make sure we're crafting it in a way that is not just aspirational, but really functional, and provides, as you said, a source of sustainable funding for many of the programs that we want to make sure are implemented. So again, Madam Executive Director, again, thank you and your staff for your hard work, for your willingness to keep your foot on the pedal. I certainly am supportive of what's going on, and we want to do all we can to expand the activities, expand the efforts, and make sure that everyone is benefiting, again, from the resources that are available. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And thank the members for their consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. And if I could just ask the CAO, in responding to Mr. Price's report on the Cannabis Task Force Enforcement Fund, if we could examine the broadest possible range of paying for the expenses relating to that, with a particular eye to full cost recovery. I'm not at all convinced that enforcement costs should not be borne by the licensees who benefit from that enforcement, so I'd like to have that examined. And then there's also $500,000 almost in the budget in LAPD for LAPD services being provided to the Office of Finance for cash payments of business tax. And it seems to me that should be borne by those who are benefiting from being able to pay in cash. So those are some of the cost recovery things I'd like to be looked at as well. Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Kat, for very thorough answers. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Curran Price. We're next door neighbors, CD9, and I appreciate your line of questions as well as commentary, Mr. Price, with regards to future uses of dollars as tax revenues increase with regards to cannabis sells in the city of LA and what we can do through an equitable lens. I think we can use a template clearly, very similar to what we did with Senate Bill 535 when we took auction revenue proceeds from putting a market price on carbon through our cap and trade program. And we invested hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. It's still ongoing into programs that benefit those communities that are disproportionately impacted by both carbon dioxide as well as carbon dioxide equivalents. In this case would be smog and NOx in particulate matter, in energy efficiency, in terms of rooftop distributed generation, in terms of planting trees and so forth. So that's a template, obviously through an equitable lens and helping those communities that most have been impacted in many ways by by cannabis and other issues that are not related specifically to cannabis. So I'm looking forward to working with you and actually developing the policy along with others that we can provide the direction. I don't think necessarily that we need to seek direction from the departments themselves on this issue, but we as a legislative branch provide that policy direction very specifically. Less about, actually no questions, but more so a comment. Looking forward to working with you, Kat, as well as your staff members. I am concerned on a variety of issues, especially with regards to the disproportionate number of dispensaries that I have in CD14, specifically in downtown LA. Understandable, it's not a traditional residential neighborhood like we have throughout the city of LA, but downtown LA is increasingly becoming, or is, I should say, a actual neighborhood. It's not our grandfather, grandmother's downtown LA of yesteryear, in by night and out by 5. It's a ghost town. It's changed quite dramatically what we have. So I'm just looking forward to how we can decomplicate perhaps and provide for more transparency and criteria that is clear for the applicant as well as the stakeholders who are impacted by the dispensaries. We want to create an environment, obviously, that provides a stream of revenue. I think it's healthy for businesses, and obviously with the legalization of cannabis that goes beyond medical purposes, but now for consumption for your own personal use, however you see fit. You know, it is what it is. It is the law of the land, the state of California. We want to do this in a manner that is I think as efficient as possible. As you probably know very well as a director, I've had numerous critiques and complaints with regards to the complications for what the criteria is. And so this is stuff that I'm looking forward to sort of detangling, if you will, with you as well as other staff members. And with that, you know, I thank you very much for taking the time at your busy schedule to come and present. Very, very impressed with your knowledge. And with that, that's it for me, Mr. Chair. I think the report backs by the members themselves, in particular, the issue of centralization by Mr. Blumenfield covers my base.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Leon. Ms. Rodriguez.
And thank you so much, Kat. You know, you've done a lot to stand up this department and get it operational. Been, you know, happy to work with you and your team to help facilitate illegal cannabis operations and shut them down through the utility shutoffs. We know we have far greater efficacy in permanently shutting down a number of the illegal operations. And just as I think my colleagues have kind of exhausted the conversation with respect to illegal cannabis, the one concern that I have is the potential duplicative nature of the funding allocations associated with what you're proposing and what LAPD has allocated and proposed in their budget. What expenditures might basically, what are the same in terms of what your proposed expenditures would cover versus what LAPD is currently including in their budget. Frankly, much of this does require and rely on LAPD's vice unit going out there and doing some of the initial kind of legal due diligence, if you will, that would enable, I think, also the potential for us to bring in DWP and obviously your folks as well to help do that enforcement. So with respect to that report back on the, and breaking down that information, it would be really important to really break down what costs are going to be associated with that, so that it's we're very clear on what we're paying for and how many locations. And I think it would also be beneficial, and perhaps this is one that we need to update with an LAPD report back, is based on the allocations that we've had previously, what was the estimated cost essentially per location in the enforcement actions that were conducted as a result of the previous efforts for utility cutoffs. As I said, I know that we ended the hamster wheel chase of revisiting the same locations repeatedly after doing some of the traditional enforcement methods. We know utility cutoff has been very effective at least shutting down a large number of some of that, in that first tranche of going after illegal operations. But I think it would be really important for us to get a cost assessment and breakdown of what it looks like per agency, and assuring there's no duplication in what you're proposing and what LAPD has allocated for that same enforcement effort. And then separately, I wanted to just, I know my colleagues have been talking about the reinvestment dollars, and Mr. Price mentioned, and I thank you for mentioning youth development as one of those items. I want to remind my colleagues that they might recall that we actually discussed all of this, and there was in fact a motion and a move for this city to have youth development funded by the proceeds that were generated as a result of cannabis, from the legalization of cannabis. And sadly, it was swiftly and very silently eliminated from that being effectuated here in the city of Los Angeles. So I really look forward to, and that was an amending motion that was introduced very. It was a moment that I remember seeing happen. I just couldn't believe that it was happening. But in any event, I look forward, Mr. Price and my colleagues, to helping to reconcile that, because when we talk about the legalization of cannabis and CAD, as you indicated, and as my colleagues have as well, the efficacy of having a legalized cannabis operation also means that we have to shut down the illegal operations. But more importantly, that we're able to manage this in a manner that that doesn't create a new cycle of problems in certain communities. We need to reconcile those histories. And when we're seeing, as Mr. De Leon mentioned, a great deal of activity growing and being born in certain neighborhoods over others, we need to make sure that we reconcile that with investments and equity conversations with respect to reinvestment dollars. So I look forward to the body of this council re-engaging in that very important conversation in helping to use some of the proceeds and profits that are generated from the cannabis sales being reinvested into these very communities that have historically borne some of the biggest injustice in terms of enforcement actions from our, from a not so distant history, that we can continue to help reconcile that with reinvestment dollars that also include a substantial reinvestment for youth development. So I look forward to us engaging in that conversation going forward. But again, I think the other thing I wanted to mention, you mentioned that you estimate that there was upwards of 1,000 illegal operators. Can you confirm that your office is still deriving all of the reports of illegal cannabis operating locations? Are you still collecting that?
Not as systemically as we should be, Councilmember Rodriguez, and this is part of the reason why we really feel as though we need this coordinated effort, because when folks, I essentially want to get the receipts. You know, when there are enforcement actions that are taken out in the community, it's legally important for us to get that information, because we have an obligation to deny licensure to folks who have certain criminal histories, but then also to deny licenses to locations that are associated with unlicensed activity, so that we don't have landlords who are taking advantage of the city and making money off of illegal activity. And then whenever they get their act together, or have an operator that gets their act together, is able to doubly benefit from the license market. So I appreciate your continued leadership, particularly in relation to creating strategies to more effectively shut down unlicensed commercial cannabis activities. I think that LAPD would be more appropriately suited to give you the direct data, but in conversations that I've had with the Cannabis Support Unit, they have said that the utility disconnects have been 50% effective. And to me, that's extremely effective. If we know that that's a tool that is 50% effective, that's the type of tool that we want to use more readily to go after unlicensed activity. All of our other resources could be used for those operators who aren't going to be impacted by those types of activities. But I look forward to continuing to work with you and the rest of this body to ensure that we have the strategies in place, and appreciate you providing the resources to make sure that those strategies are meaningful.
So are you suggesting that LAPD has not shared the locations of where we've shut down through our utility shut off, or even just some of the vice efforts?
So we do get the utility shutoffs, but the reason why we get them is because we actually sign off on the way that it's actually operationalized. Is that if LAPD identifies a location that is operating illegally, there's a form that folks have to fill out, and LAPD essentially fills out this form, and the department fills out this form, and it's a kind of a joint effort. They fill out the form, we fill out the form and say they don't have a license. LAPD fills out the form and says there's unlicensed commercial cannabis activity taking place. And then those two forces combined allow us to then take action, the city, us, to take action. So we're getting the data on the front end, but we're not necessarily getting the data after. We know that we've identified this, but we don't necessarily know if an action has been taken. We don't know if an action has been taken, if the facility has opened back up, if they're illegally using generators. There are a whole host of kind of dispositions that these cases can be left in. And again, we want to case manage. I think it's really important for us to be able to have all of this data, but it takes time and resources. And I think that if we fund the strategy that we've put in place, or at least explore the strategy that we're recommending, we'll be in a better position to do this more effectively moving forward.
Okay, well, we're happy to also work on that to make sure that you guys are getting the closure detail related to those enforcement actions, because that's important, that we make sure that the department is sharing that data. And so we're happy to continue to work with you to close that gap. Because it's going to be those are some of the critical pieces that I think are going to be, again, it shows those illegal operators. And we've seen, sadly, we've seen an outgrowth of when you look at even some of the grow houses, for example. Recently, tragically, the murder of a young man associated with an illegal grow house. They are continuing to reveal themselves in a variety of communities, leaving, again, very vulnerable populations being exposed out of a desire to help, make ends meet and help support their families. But they're being put in some pretty precarious and dangerous situations as a result of the illegal operations. And I think for the greater public safety benefit, but also for for these communities where they're being housed and operated, it's really important that we help close these gaps on enforcement. So look forward to working with you on that and getting this report back to make sure that we can help close this loop. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez, and thank you, Ms. Packer, very much. Appreciate your being with us and your leadership of the department. I hope we weren't too disturbing to your friend there. So, but that actually brought a little bit of levity to our day. So we thank you very much. All right. Next up, members, we're going to be hearing from the Department of City Planning, and I'd like to welcome General Manager Vince Bertoni and his team to our hearing. Mr. Bertoni, we received your letter. We thank you for that. Feel free to give any introductory comments you'd like to make before we go into questions.
Thank you, Chair, Krikorian, members of the committee. I just want to thank you all for spending the time with us today. Our goals, our priorities as a department are racial justice, addressing the climate crisis, housing all Angelenos, and economic vitality. This last year is always, as like for everyone else, has provided us with a lot of challenges, but we think that we've met the challenges through transforming the way that we've operated over the last year, really moving what we do primarily online, both hearings with all of we have 9 commissions, 22 HPO, Historic Preservation Overlay Zone boards, as well as 13 design review boards. We move forward key economic development initiatives such as the local emergency ordinance for small business recovery, our LA Alfresco program, in coordination with other departments, including building and safety, to support small business restaurants, and a restaurant beverage program that our City Planning Commission recently approved to really help streamline the process for obtaining alcohol service for restaurants, as provided that they meet objective standards. We understand that this department will play a key role in the economic recovery in terms of promoting business through the creation of jobs, housing, and investment in our built environment. Like many departments, we've had staffing challenges in terms of reduction in staffing. We've also tried to bring to the table additional resources. We delivered to the City Council in December a comprehensive fee study that looks at all of the fees for our entitlement, our project planning entitlements. And our hope, it's scheduled to go for the Planning and Land Use Management Committee of the City Council next week. And our hope is to increase our cost recovery from 63% to 84% for project planning. The mayor's budget, we greatly appreciate what they have delivered for us in terms of not doing any reductions for our department and providing a few key targeted increases for us. A few things, what I like to do is just highlight what we've included in the letter. And in the letter, our first initiative is regarding racial justice, and that's one of our key overarching priorities as a department. And we have included in there, in addition to what the mayor's office has included in terms of 1 senior city planner and 1 administrative clerk, we're asking for 1 city planner and $150,000 in contract services. And this is, in our racial justice initiatives, it's really seed money to think about Los Angeles, South Los Angeles differently, in both having maybe 1 or multiple field offices of the planning department there really permanently for the first time. We're very excited about that because we wouldn't just be dealing with issues regarding project planning, but we'd also be really trying to focus in also on community engagement, working with people who live in South Los Angeles, how they can better understand and engage in the land use process. The second one is also, it revolves around another priority of ours, which is addressing the climate crisis. And this is for wildlife protection. And we had 2 positions in our budget that were authorized for the wildlife study pilot project. They were not funded this year. And so those 2 positions are an environmental specialist and a city planning associate. And we're asking to fund those again. Also regarding racial justice and the climate crisis, really addressing oil drilling operations in Los Angeles. This is a very high priority of the city. Recently before the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, we're going to really be responsive to the City Council and their goals on this. We're going to be required to do some detailed studies, probably an amortization study for oil wells, and there'll be an important public process and also some important environmental studies that will go along with that. So we'll be looking for 1 senior city planner, 1 senior city planner, 1 senior planner, city planner, and 1 city planning associate. for a total of 3 positions. Our home sharing implementation, again, this has dealing with making sure that we have housing for all Angelenos, and we successfully have created a registry program. And that registry program has really resulted in an 83% reduction in the number of listings. So the fewer the listings, the more housing unit that's available for Angelenos for long-term and permanent housing. So what we're looking for is to really increase our enforcement to really better enforce this program. So we're looking at 1 zoning administrator and 2 city planning associates as part of that. So that concludes our what we request. We do have our budget and executive team here along with me to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Well, if I could just start with a question about the Valley Development Services. We've kind of lagged behind the rest of the city in Valley Development Services, and I'd like to know what resources would be necessary to be able to expedite the processing of development services in the Valley. What resources do you need? What are the barriers to getting us up to speed?
Yeah, I mean, what we'd like to see is really have the Valley office really on par from a development service perspective with our other offices. So we'd be looking to really increase the number of staffing, an addition of 1 senior city planner in the Valley office would really help us create the same kind of attention that we have in the rest of the city, that we have the overall management and oversight of the office when things, when issues arise. We're looking at additional 2 city planning associates there because of what we anticipate is additional activity in parts of the Valley, given what will be coming from a transit standpoint. There's a few issues that are there. We actually are expecting there is some, if you will, conflicts between the old CRA plans and what our regulations are for the transit-oriented communities incentives. And so with the North Hollywood CRA expiring in the last few months, that conflict was eliminated. So we're actually expecting an increase in projects in North Hollywood because of that. So we'd like to be able to address that with the 2 city planning associates. We were also, one of the areas that we always have a backlog in is a Mulholland specific plan. It's a very large area, and it's in essence the size, I think Burbank is the what we compare it to. So we'd be looking for additional staffing there of 2 city planning associates. And then Warner Center is another area where we have increased activity. And again, it's another area of our future housing as well as jobs in that area. So we'd be looking for a city planning associate there too. And we're happy to detail that in a kind of follow-up report.
Great, I appreciate that. And I would like to ask for a budget memo on those positions in order to bring the Valley resources up to speed and funding sources available to pay for them. I'm also glad that you mentioned the wildlife study pilot project, which of course has been a high priority for many of us on the council. And I'd like to ask for a budget memo back on ensuring that we have the positions necessary to do that work and complete it. And then you also mentioned in your letter the regulation of oil drilling operations. And
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned in your letter the regulation of oil drilling operations. And I would like to ask for that memo back, that budget memo back, but I'd like to encompass within that memo analysis of where those resources should be situated, because it's not just planning. There will be planning aspects of this. There will also obviously be the Office of Petroleum resources that will be necessary. There may be fire resources that will be necessary and otherwise. So I'd like that memo to encompass the resources that will be necessary to be able to fund a regulatory program, particularly if we move to making oil drilling a non-conforming use throughout the city, and what regulatory resources will be necessary as those resources are phased out and amortized. So it'll be planning, but also the other relevant departments as well. And I think that covers my concerns. So we'll go next to Ms. Rodriguez.
Orion, So thank you for the conversation around the wildlife positions. Check that box for me so we can skip that. But wanted to talk really quickly about home sharing, and just for some insight, it was originally conceptualized that the per night home sharing fees were going to provide cost recovery for the unit within the department. I was just curious in terms of whether or not we've achieved that yet, but also just in terms of some of the enforcement actions. And I think about what occurred just this last summer with the party house and the enforcement actions. And I actually intended to ask that question of LAPD earlier as well, of what are the costs associated with enforcement, because it's likely that residents won't be contacting the Department of City Planning when there's a problem. They're going to likely be calling LAPD and having to respond to those issues. So could you kind of give me some insight as to how that's going?
Absolutely. In terms of the enforcement, what the key aspect of planning plays is that we actually created the registration system, right, which enables the city to really begin the enforcement process. So it's basically, it goes through multiple departments there. You're right, planning's not the one that comes out. And enforcers were the one that does the registration. When we had the approval, we also had a limited number of positions, partially by design, in terms of that we had available to create this system. So what our goal is to create a better, if you will, entry point to the city in terms of understanding the registration and the operations that are happening, so the city could better operate. What I would like to do is turn a little over, Kevin Keller, who is our executive officer, has been working on this in a little more details, and let Kevin kind of get a little bit more into the details of that, if you'd like, council member.
Yes, and thank you so much, council member, for that question. Just to build on what Vince was talking about, planning is kind of the point of entry into the enforcement system. We are not the lead enforcement agency, but we do play that role in terms of coordinating, researching, monitoring, and providing information to our sister departments. So that is something that we are doing. It is providing more work than we had anticipated with our existing staffing. We are cost recovery for our existing staff. We were initially general funded for our home sharing activities, and we did adopt, as you mentioned, a per night fee, which covers our existing staff. So in our letter, we did outline a request for a potential addition of 1 zoning administrator and 2 city planning associates. And we do feel those would likely need to be general funded, but we would be able to come back and update our per night fee to cover those over time. The zoning administrator is also in request to, I think the third part of your question, is that we have many departments focused on this issue of problematic houses or party houses that are really focal points for potential anything from neighborhood nuisances to neighborhood crimes. So we have proposed inclusion for consideration of the committee and council, a dedicated zoning administrator that would be available to assist in those enforcement efforts when revocation is the best viable option. So we have prepared that. We are happy to submit that material if it's something that would be helpful to the committee.
Well, just also kind of piggybacking on the conversation we had with Kat related to cannabis enforcement, making sure that we're closing the loop with LAPD on those locations is going to be paramount to actually have any level of enforcement efficacy when it comes to the issuing of the permissions and holding those agencies accountable, because they will inevitably, it becomes the chain of events where we then have to pursue nuisance abatements and what have you. If we discover early on that, for example, it is part of a home sharing issue and not perhaps something we're then discovering through a process with the city attorney's office through nuisance abatement or neighborhood prosecutors, it would save us a hell of a lot of time. So we need to just make sure that, and if, separately, we should just kind of have a conversation about really memorializing an enforcement process that closes all those gaps. Because we know that residents are not going to have, again, they're not going to be calling the Department of City Planning to report it. So we know that LAPD will bear a substantial burden in terms of its cost for response to these problematic locations. And we want to make sure we close that loop, to make it more effective.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. As you know, we're very excited about the East San Fernando Valley light rail coming in, and we've been seeking the opportunity for a transit-oriented community study and making sure that the staffing is in place. We've got a lot of optimism in the funding of these studies. It's a very important part of how we will deliver greater affordable housing opportunities along this corridor. And we're chasing we're running up against the clock here in terms of getting that laid out. So I do want to request a report back on the recommended 1-year staffing and associated costs necessary to support the development of a new TOC specific plan for the communities along the East San Fernando Valley Light Rail project alignment. And my apologies, Mr. Krikorian, because I don't know if you did mention that. My apologies if you did. But I know we're all aligned on that.
I did not, but I'll second it.
Yeah, and so want to make sure that we get that. And finally, there's been a lot of success in telecommuting and a lot of efficiencies that have been achieved through telecommuting, and wanted to, obviously we've all worked through our initial startup challenges. So many departments did, but I think many departments also found they hit their stride in finding greater efficiencies and depending upon their line of work. Has there been any cost benefit analysis on some of the remote, the telecommuting deployment for the department?
We haven't done any detailed studies about it, but I think that one of the things that we found pretty early on is the fact that it just shifted work around and it actually created a lot of efficiencies, and because you created more efficiency in people's time, if you will. And so people are able to manage their time a little bit better. So we found, we did find some efficiencies in it, especially in our project planning areas, because they were able to manage their workload a little bit better. So in other words, they could compress their interruptions so that they can get through their work a little bit better, and they could manage kind of the workflow much better. And I appreciate, one of the things that I'm really interested in this is the fact that this is not only a time for us to really think about how our employees can maybe partially work from home and partially from a city office, but it can really rethink our city offices. We've been bound to very kind of traditional, I need a certain number of employees to have an office function. But now, because now we have all these new remote working tools, I'm looking more than just what about our employees working in between their old office and their home, but maybe looking at new offices that weren't available in the past. And that could allow us to really engage in our communities, with our communities much more authentically than we ever have in the past, and do many different things. So that's another thing that we're really excited about doing.
You've been able to also grow the online presence and services that are available, which I think is also, I know many people have, to your point, there's been a lot of greater efficiencies that have also been achieved in actually forcing, more online activity, which I think facilitates better workflow in many circumstances, or perhaps most so in yours. It wouldn't happen necessarily with many departments, but I think for planning, it would be it helped to accelerate the progress of online presence.
I think you're right, and if I could just add to that, Councilman, you brought up an excellent point, which is the online presence. We had shifted, luckily, right before COVID, to do a brand new website, which we tried to make much more relatable to everyone, so easier to walk through as the everyday Angelino. It helped us accelerate our online presence to submitting applications, and it put it at a point where everyone had to kind of get involved and do it. And we plan on continuing that through the end of this year and into next year. In the past, some people will be backed up maybe a month or so to be able to submit an application, and now you can do those things online. So we're very excited about that.
Great. Well, I would love to have a budget memo prepared and a report back analyzing the cost benefit of telecommuting options within the department and the feasibility of continuing telecommuting post-pandemic, and also a report back on the existing in-person services that can potentially be offered through a department's website and the cost associated with that transition. And that's all from me, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Vince and team. Always enjoy working with you all. It's a great team of folks, and I also want to do a shout out to the folks in the Valley. It's a great staff to work with there. They're very helpful and process a lot of difficult cases. You know, of course, one of my goals is to get the West Valley to even go faster and improve the case processing times and level of service. And that's part of the partly budget, but that's also just partly doing the work. I wanted to start with following up on the home sharing issue. You mentioned, Kevin, you mentioned that planning is not the primary enforcer. Who is the primary enforcer for home share? For example, if somebody reports that it's not somebody's primary residence, that they're using a non-primary residence, who would that go to?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, we are the initial source of contact, so we can certainly be a primary enforcer as well. But our role revolves around the authorizations for online home sharing and the maintenance and oversight of those authorizations. So exactly, in terms of primary residency establishment, granting of home sharing authorizations, tracking of those authorizations, we are the lead agency there. We do have a electronic database and a contractor that we work with to provide those services. That would include verifying and, if necessary, revoking those authorities. Many of our properties are either unregistered or rogue, or are having issues beyond the realm of simple registration and oversight. And that's when we work with LAPD, and I think it was a fantastic comment for us to potentially work to thread those needles more seamlessly with LAPD, with Department of Building and Safety for single family properties, with the Housing and Community Investment Department for multiple family properties. If there's an actual code enforcement issue or an activity issue on site, we'll work with those partners and share that information. But we do operate that first point of contact for many home sharing applicants, and we do monitor the overall program. So we certainly are part of the enforcement team, but the City Planning Department itself does not have the code enforcement authority arm that other parts of the city do have. I hope that helps.
Is there a primary, because you said we're not the primary enforcer. Who is there somebody, or everybody just has a little piece of it?
You know, I think it depends on the issue at hand, and maybe we need to work on our terminology on our side. I think it's a very comment well taken that we are often the initial point of contact, but I know we have Lisa Weber here too from our team who may have more experience on some of our enforcement, but if there's a live situation happening, I think as Council Member Rodriguez mentioned, oftentimes LAPD is the lead enforcement agency that's called to the scene if there's a unruly party or a neighborhood nuisance. If it's a code-related structural issue about the building's use or additions or uses that are not compliant with building codes or zoning codes, it may be Department of Building and Safety or the Housing Department for those. So it is a complicated patchwork, and I think the public deserves a more seamless experience that we are still resolving. I don't know if
do you need additional dollars to make that happen? I mean, we get, as you know, we get complaints, folks who say, hey, this is not somebody's primary residence. They're using, we get this all the time. They're using their second residence, or they're renting it out, and and that is a key part of our whole ordinance. Mm-hmm. And I've always presumed that that's something that planning would check into. You can verify if it's a primary ordinance, and if it's not, then who else would yank them from the registry? It would be planning, right?
Correct. The registry would be planning. We have the ACE program as well as one of our enforcement arms in the city attorney's office, but correct. In terms of our resources, we do have, I don't know if we were labeled with a report back there or not, but we do have the ability to report back on our resources we might feel that we need from the staff level. For the per night fee, that does cover our electronic database costs, which no longer rely on the general fund. But in terms of administering those, we currently receive more inquiries than we have the staff to respond to. So we're working as quickly as we can through those, but correct. the online registry, the removal of sites that are not. We currently have some issues with operators claiming to be exempt as a hotel use, which normally is not the case. So we're working to resolve those issues as well. It is a live playing ground there, and we're dedicated to it, but we'd be happy to report back in terms of our resources as well that we've outlined in the letter.
Yeah, I think that was already asked for, but I think the chair asked for that, but maybe I'm wrong. So I'll just add on. If it wasn't asked for, certainly want that to be, I want to make sure we're able to deliver on the promise that we made. When we legalized home sharing, we made a promise to folks that we would enforce. That's part of the, the other side of the coin, and we just need to do that. And right now we aren't doing it well. And maybe resources, but it also may be that there are so many different, elements to this. There's no czar of enforcement, and maybe we need to make one. But I guess that'll be part of the report back to look into that. I guess I'll move to some other issues. The Southwest Valley planning updates are underway, plan updates underway, which is great. I know we were excited. We were the first one in. We were going to be the first one. As you know, it was initially a 3-year timeline, and that to complete the update back in 2017. We're now in year 4. So what's the status of the Southwest Valley plan update? And while I thought we were next in line, I understand downtown and Hollywood are going to be completed before the Southwest Valley. I also understand that the new Recode LA nomenclature is going to be used for the new Southwest Valley plan. So excuse me, what's the status of that?
Absolutely. So the lineup of our community plans hasn't changed. So it's always been Hollywood, which is actually the last of our plans to use the existing code, then downtown, then Boyle Heights, then the Southwest Valley. So that order is still the same with it. The shift in the new code will be between Hollywood and downtown LA. So that'll downtown and Boyle Heights, and then Southwest will have the new code with it, the new recode, in terms of really comprehensively rethinking zoning for the first time since 1946 as a city. So as like with everyone, we were down about, we got hit by COVID like everyone else to have to really rethink our operations and do everything online, and it created a little bit of a delay. Also, we were disaster service workers, so we had to pull about at one point in time about 20% of our staff into being disaster service workers, working in helping people who are experiencing homelessness as well as doing contact tracing and things like that. So we did have some of that in the beginning of COVID, but we have come back and we're back on track. We're moving back on track with those. So in terms of where they are in terms of this part of the process, I'd like to have Shauna Bonston, who's our Deputy Director for Community Planning.
Good afternoon, council members. Yes, so the Southwest Valley, we're expecting the next deliverable to be summer of 2022 for the draft EIR. We actually did just release the draft plan in the fall. The team is active, engaged, and working. And you're right that we are working on immediately. And recently, we brought the Hollywood Community Plan to Commission, and we're anticipating bringing the Downtown Plan to Commission, and that will introduce the first of our new zoning code. So we are actively engaged, and that is the status. Let me know if I can follow up with more details.
Okay. Also related to the plan updates, specifically regarding the racial justice, equity, transformative planning. Most of the material, I guess, is online. Interactive maps, feedback surveys, which is great. And I'm a huge proponent of using these technologies to create efficiencies. But for the folks who don't have access to a strong internet or don't have a computer for that matter, how are they able to review and comment all this great information? And this even goes for, I've had neighborhood council members who presumably have a decent computer at home, but they're just not, they don't have the robust internet to go with it. And a lot of these maps are not easy to access. So how do you plan to reach folks who typically don't participate in this process, and how do you plan on creating access for those who may not have the technology to access it?
For the community plan program, I'd like to have Shauna Bonson really talk about how we've done the engagement. I'll give you some examples. Like the whole way along, we were doing a lot of community engagement in person. But Shauna, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. We do always make our materials available in printed form as well. I think some of the benefit to some of the interactive website materials is some of the information can be easier to obtain. But our offices remain open. We do work with individuals when there's a different way to communicate. We certainly are using our Zoom and other web meetings, but also phone calls and emails work as well. So we are continuing to evolve that. In fact, we have a meeting, several meetings internally, but we have a meeting with that office, our Office of Racial Justice and Equity, and the Black Planners Association to really kind of work through some of the continued progress with engagement.
Another topic, the developer contribution ban, the Ethics Commission said they're going to obtain the information from planning and that they're going to have their end covered. Do you feel confident that planning has the staff and resources to supply the Ethics Committee with the reports, the names of all who qualify under the developer contribution ban, will be ready for application for the general of 2022 general election?
Thank you for that question. I believe that we can do it within our existing resources. Raul Mendoza could just elaborate a little bit on that if you'd like.
Yeah, I think there's council member, there are some pieces of information that we can gather from our existing systems. So it'd be kind of like a module or modification that we could do on a one-time basis within our existing resources, and then be able to, send that information over to ethics on a regular basis without additional resources needed.
Okay, great. And then I'll just general question. The RENA numbers are very high. Judge Carter is talking about pushing us to R3 in certain areas. How are we going to deal with the RENA numbers, I guess? How are we going to get there? What are you all thinking in terms of that, and do we have the resources to make that happen?
Right. Well, I think that this is going to be a multi-year effort to get there. So our RENA number was, and that's the Regional Housing Needs Assessment for those who may be listening to, who aren't have the knowledge of the terminology. So it's going to take us. It'll be part of our housing element. We're anticipating within the next couple of months, we'll be releasing our draft housing element. I think that what we'll be looking at is a lot of different strategies, to be honest with you. 450,000 is a large number, and we're going to have to achieve it in a lot of different ways. Under state law, we have a period of time after the housing element is adopted to achieve all of the changes that we need to do to our code in order to do it. I think that we'll be looking at strategies that'll be all over the city. It could be looking at what we can achieve as part of our existing community plan program. It may be part of what we could do. We have on our work program revisiting our density bonus ordinance and seeing if maybe we can create a separate local density bonus ordinance similar to our TOC program to really help increase housing. It could be looking at targeted rezonings outside of that. And those targeted rezonings could go through a whole variety of places. Everything's going to really be on the table. And we're right now in the phase of looking at everything to really achieve that. An important part of housing is not just producing new housing, but also housing security for people who already have it. So a key element of the new housing element will be about housing security and how do we really make sure that Angelinas are here can maintain the houses that they're in. So it's a whole variety of strategies we'll be releasing. We've been working with a committee over the last year on that, and Arthi Varma, who's our deputy director for our citywide policy, can maybe give you a few more details.
Yes, thank you, council members. Arthi Varma, Department of City Planning. We are releasing our housing element draft in the next 2 months, as Director Bertoni mentioned. We're also rooting our rezoning approach in kind of two main principles, equity and sustainability. So we're going to be looking at a fair share approach to how we approach the RENA rezonings. And we'll be releasing a report back. There was a council motion from Councilmember Cedillo that requested a report back on that RENA number and how it would be distributed across the city. So we'll be detailing some future implementation programs through that report back. And as we go through the council adoption process, there'll be opportunities for us to evaluate future implementation programs of the housing element, where we can look at how the housing is allocated across the city, where the rezoning opportunities are, whether those be local neighborhood programs or broader citywide initiatives that allow us to achieve greater capacity at a citywide level.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Let's go next to Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome Vince, as well as all the staff of planning. A couple questions. One is, I see that you're losing 3 staffers from the major projects section. And 2 years ago, you processed maybe about 30 EIRs. I'm curious what percentage of major projects you think are located in downtown Los Angeles, and what the cuts are going to mean to this section, and what do you think it's going to mean for DTLA?
Thank you. And so we've been in a hiring freeze, as you know, Councilmember De Leon, and we're hoping to be out of that soon and being able to start to staff back up those positions. We spent a lot of time prior to COVID staffing up our major project section, making sure that it was as fully staffed as possible. And as you know, we lost some. In terms of percentages, a good percentage is in downtown and Hollywood. And Lisa Weber, who's our deputy director for project planning, probably has that statistic very much easier on the top of her head.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Yes, the majority of our major projects are typically located in the Hollywood and downtown Los Angeles areas. A few of them are in the Valley. What I'd like to do is maybe come back with a report back because we can give you very specific numbers with regards to our existing work program. We currently have about 70 or so projects in various stages, hitting various milestones in various, preparing the environmental impact report, which is then followed with the discretionary entitlement process.
Okay, the report back would be fine. Mr. Chair, if we can memorialize that and report back with regards to the budget cuts and what that means specifically. I don't know if we want to include that for Hollywood and presumably for downtown LA, not downtown LA, for the Valley. We speaking about the Warner project, where I know there's a lot of activity, which is under Blumenfield's jurisdiction, but however you see fit, Mr. Chair, but I would like that report back.
If I could also add with regards to major projects, we've done a number of streamlining measures, and given that major projects is a full cost recovery function, I do anticipate that when we are able to fill positions again, we will be allocating resources towards major projects.
Okay, because we know with recovery, with COVID, with economy opening up and more vertical, development, especially in a place like downtown Los Angeles, I just I'm wary, obviously, of a lot of just backlogged projects because of our staff cuts. So we got to sort of kind of think about this in a holistic manner with regards to recovery, jobs, economy, revenues, and so forth. So we want to be, we got to be very careful that, and it's not on you guys, obviously it's the budget cuts, which I understand. But the report back would be very good because we want to get as much as revenues back into our coffers as quickly as possible. And if there's one certain geographical area in the city of LA, unquestionably, that is highly supportive of vertical growth, that's downtown Los Angeles, without a doubt. Let me skip over to the issue of homelessness. And the mayor's homeless budget identifies 9 positions specifically at city planning to help with permitting and the production of affordable housing. How many of those staff members are working full-time on permitting fully affordable housing projects? And through you, Vince, but whoever you want to direct that question towards on your staff.
Absolutely, thank you, Councilmember. So about 4 or 5 years ago, we created the Priority Housing Project Program, which dedicated staff in any project that included at least 20% affordable units as part of that. So they, in essence, when if a development project has at least, I believe, is 20% affordable for a rental or 30% for ownership, then they go into the priority housing project program. They in essence get top of the stack treatment. They're the first ones to go through, and they get expedited treatment. And that significantly reduced the amount of timeline it takes to go through there. And we're basically one of the first departments in the city to do that. It really was a model for the mayor's office and some of their executive directives. That's something in terms of the numbers. Lisa Weber can kind of give you a better idea in terms of what the numbers are, but it's something that's always top of mind for us. And what it's done is done a couple things, if you will. It's allowed us to prioritize getting them through more quickly. But in my mind, is importantly, it had one group looking at these affordable housing projects that can in essence problem solve them and understand the nuances of affordable projects. And then they have a very constant dialogue with our policy team, our housing policy team. So our housing policy planners and our housing project planners work together all the time to make sure that our housing policy is helping streamline the projects for them, given what their real issues are as they go through. In terms of some of the statistics, I'd like to turn it back over to Lisa Weber on that.
Yes, thank you, Vince. So along with the Priority Housing Project Program, we also established in response to Executive Directive 13, a dedicated housing services unit team that's housed over at our Development Services Center. And that team has grown in recent years to be 7 staff members in size, and they are dedicated 100% to doing all of the pre-application work and all of the consultation with housing developers, affordable housing developers in that pre-application stage. And so that is a dedicated effort. And then as Vince indicated, we have allocated staffing in each of our 3 geographic project planning divisions. That includes Central, that includes Valley, and that it also includes our West-South Harbor team as well. So that's the staffing. What we have found with our case tracking is that projects that go through the PHP program are completed in half the time as other housing projects. And so on average, that's about 3 months from the time of submittal. And then to further supplement that, we've always had our expedited processing section really prioritizing the acceptance of affordable housing and 100% affordable housing projects into their unit for processing. A few of the other things that we've done in recent years is really take advantage of a number of the streamlining measures. And so a lot of the affordable housing projects that qualify for example, Senate Bill 35, AB 2162 type cases that have a permanent supportive housing component to them are able to take advantage of a ministerial process, which means no CEQA review, no public hearing, and no opportunity for appeal. And that's been very successful in moving a number of projects through. Over the past 3 calendar years, from 2018 to 2020, we've entitled close to 13,000 affordable housing units. And a big portion of that has been through the implementation of the Transit-Oriented Communities, or TOC program. And our TOC program really facilitated our ability to introduce a new affordable housing bracket into the mix, and that's the extremely low level at 30% AMI. And so this category really wasn't previously served, and this is the category that's frankly the most at risk for homelessness. And so having this ELI bracket added into our TOC projects has been very successful. And over the last 2 calendar years, we've approved about 2,000 ELI units as part of our total.
That's a very good point with regards to the BLI, the very low income. Without question, I think they're holding on, figuratively, by a shoestring. And we don't know if that tsunami, when that eviction moratorium expires in June, if they end up being the unhoused, new inflow of unhoused individuals. So without question. Thank you, Lisa, as well as Vince. Mr. Chair, I'd like a report back from the department on the staffing that's needed to ensure that any project with more than a 50% of floor area that's dedicated to affordable housing is given priority. I think it was mentioned, concierge services, if you will, of dedicated staffers for the entitlement review, as well as identifying any potential funding sources to support this work.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. De Leon. And if I could just add on a clarification of my own on your previous major project motion. I would like that report to encompass the entire city, changes that there's been in the time that it takes to complete EIRs, and what resources may be needed in order to help expedite that. Because these are the projects that are going to be really critically important in our economic recovery, and it's lots of things being built right now, and we don't want to have those hang up in planning because we can't get EIRs completed in time. So anything else, Mr. De Leon?
Yeah, just a couple more issues.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
think
Okay.
Vince made reference a little earlier with regards to climate, and I think overall the question is, are we as a city, I know philosophically, I know values-wise, we're prepared to fight climate change and do everything we can to make sure that we decarbonize our economy and obviously eliminate, altogether CO2 and CO2 equivalent. So the question is right now more specific to staff and planning, which is currently, Vince, your department has 3 staff who work on issues related to CEQA. And the 2 staff positions are being cut, obviously, from the wildlife pilot study. I think you made reference to that, if I'm correct, earlier today. So the question, does that mean specifically that currently your department has only 3 staff dedicated to improving our city's environment and resilience and review?
Well, we have, thank you, Councilmember DeLand. We have staff who work in major projects who deal with the development project aspect of it. Then we also have staff that deal with this aspect largely of CEQA, in terms of making sure that we're implementing CEQA correctly and robustly and consistently throughout the department. One thing that we don't necessarily have is this bigger picture sustainability view within our department. I mean, you think about, we have folks in our department who do housing policy, right? Very critically important, and really evolve and develop housing policy. We don't necessarily have the equivalent from sustainability or the climate crisis standpoint, where we have that kind of policy staff that can really look more strategically throughout the department and the city, if you will, from a climate change standpoint.
So let me go this very quickly, because I have like a couple other a little more parochial questions with regards to CD 14, but maybe just a very quick, 1 or 2 word answer. How many staff biologists do you have full time in planning?
We don't have any staff biologists full time in the planning, city planning. We had as part of the wildlife corridor study, we had 1 staff position that was an environmental specialist, and that's as close as we got as a department.
Okay. Do you have currently any resources right now that's dedicated to updating the general plan's open space element, or adding a qualified climate action plan to our city's general plan?
We have not to that. We have other aspects of the general plan where we have staffing, a staff to it. Obviously, our housing element and a few other targeted element increases, but not the open space element.
Okay, thank you, Vince. Through the chair, I'd like a report back on the staffing needs and the funding sources available to fully prepare our department, your department, Vince, to address the climate issues and the environmental justice, including the new oil and gas regulations, funding a full-time staff, biologists, updating the open space elements, as well as finishing the wildlife study and preparing a qualified action plan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. 2 last questions. I think this is a little more parochial with regards to the 710 corridor, which runs partially through CD 14. I want to thank you also too, as well as your staff, for help with the 710 corridor in the El Sereno specific portion of CD 14, as we require the land to create the necessary housing that's so needed in our community. And this is one of those once in a lifetime opportunities where you have such a portfolio of properties, many of them uninhabitable at this moment, but we have a wonderful opportunity. I'd like just a quick report back with a full range of options from full staffing in your department and paying for the highest cost level of environmental review down to a part-time role for contract management, so we can consider the range of options and compare the cost versus the time. That's on that issue right there. And then just one last issue here, which deals with the Monterey Park road zone change, I should say. Just a report back, one of my first motions, I think first few months was on council, was file item 201426, and asked the department to look at the rezoning commercial parcels in the neighborhood, the community that's adjacent to the 110 freeway in Herman, adjacent obviously to Highland Park across from the 110 freeway. So I'd like a report back on the staffing and funding needs to accomplish that request that I made, the motion a few months back when I was sworn in for the first time. Other than that, I thank you, Vince, as well as your fine staff. I know you guys work really hard, given all the challenges. There's going to be so many more challenges before us, but I think we need to make sure that you guys are fully staffed to the best of your ability to execute all the policy motions that we make and the challenges that we have before us in terms of housing, homelessness, the environment, and climate, and so forth. So I thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. De Leon. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vince, good to see you and the team, as always. Like you, I think, I was excited to see the new service, Historical Preservation Overlay Zones and the Technical Assistance Program. It's got some interesting, I think, potential. The budget's proposing funding for a new service to help provide technical assistance for zones like 52nd Street in my district. Can you talk a little bit more about what these services would be and how you hope to roll these out throughout the city?
And that's regarding the Historic Preservation Overlay Zone Program.
Correct.
Assistance, and Arthi Varma, who's our Deputy Director for Citywide Policy, can get a little into the details there. Thanks, Arthi.
Thank you, Councilmember Price. Arthi Varma, Department of City Planning, Citywide Planning Bureau. Yes, we have partnered with a local organization, LANHS, along with USC, to provide some technical assistance to HPOZs in marginalized communities. And the assistance comes in the form of navigating the approval process. There's an extra layer of approval from an HPOZ board that happens in historic preservation overlay zones. Sometimes that can be challenging, usually for homeowners, single-family homeowners who may not be aware of our complex permitting process and may not always have the access and ability to prepare plans that are required for those approvals. And so this partnership would allow us to bring in technical assistance in the form of architecture services, contracting services for single-family homeowners to receive those approvals. So we're really excited about this program and this partnership.
So what kind of grants are currently available, or are they?
It's a great question. There are currently not grants available for single-family homeowners to go through the HPOZ approval process. Our primary sort of financial tool for the Historic Preservation Program is through our Mills Act program that provides some tax relief. But I think what's really been identified in a lot of our communities is the need to navigate through the approval process when homeowners are interested in making home improvements. And I think we've seen that desire a lot over the last year as there's been a lot of those types of projects. And so we really have been working hard to try to find some grant funding to seed this program, and hopefully if it's successful, we can expand it throughout the city.
Well, I think it is very important. You know, planning and land use is truly critical and an important component in quality of life in all areas of the city, especially those areas that have been neglected. And so we're anxious to help you roll this program out, certainly in CD9, making neighbors and communities aware of what the resources are, and that there's real help available. This is really kind of groundbreaking because usually, as you suggested, folks don't have the wherewithal or the knowledge how to pursue a challenge, either supporting it or opposing it. And so this will be very important. Another bright spot I thought was the the South LA Development Service Center concept. We know that we're expanding county services beyond the Valley and West LA. The budget proposes to fund 2 positions. Can you speak a little bit about how this office is going to compare to other service centers around the city?
Thank you, Councilmember Price. It's something that I'm passionate about. It's like a couple years ago, so the nucleus of it will be the existing city offices on Vermont and Manchester, which are going through a complete remodel, and once they're open, we have 3 spaces dedicated there. But I want to be more creative and about this, and not just have it just be about permitting, because there's permitting offices there. But I also want to look at things that we haven't traditionally done, like in the realm of perhaps partially with economic development. Earlier, I was listening to my colleague, General Manager Hull from EW, from Economic Workforce Development Department. And we've been working together very closely on issues. So I see this as an opportunity to engage in economic development issues. I see it engage in not just permitting, engaging in community planning and other issues like that, and to be more nimble in terms of our offices, not just having 1 office, but maybe having 2 or 3 offices in South LA. And I think that we can engage in a much more meaningful way on it. So I'm really excited about it. I think I see this as just a beginning point for our engagement in South Los Angeles. Someone, if I could just have, who's been involved with this more deeply than me, is our equity officer, chief equity officer in the department, Faisal Roblade. He has 2 hats right now he wears as our department's equity officer, as well as the head of project planning for the south and west part of the city. But a previous hat he wore was overseeing community planning in South Los Angeles. So he's worked in the intersections of a lot of what we're talking about. And Faisal, if you don't mind just a minute talking about some of the ideas that we've talked about too.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, council members. Yes, as Vince said, we like to be creative with this new initiative of creating South LA offices and not really just get stuck with that permitting process. We found out through the racial justice and equity exercise that we just began that a heavy lifting in that area requires the educational process, both for those who want to put applications through the city system, as well as people who live in the areas, just to educate them on planning, the processes that planning goes, how to speak to planning officers, and that entire gamut. So we like to be at this time, we had South LA office in the past, but we were narrowly focused on just advising people on permit process. I think we like to expand that focus now. We want to be nimble in terms of where the office would be located, so we can probably pilot between the Vermont Manchester office as well as the CD9, and if possible, even the CD10, so that we are reaching out to a larger section of the community. As a matter of fact, this will help us in enhancing our racial justice and equity program, because it will give us agility to reach to the maximum number of people within this greater South LA as well as other parts of the city. So yeah, we like to be creative, and we like to probably come back to you with more nuanced plan for this.
Well, you certainly were reading my mind. I want you to be nimble and flexible, again, creative. And we think there's an opportunity for some satellite operations, as you suggested, in CD9 and CD10. But give us some idea again. This is supposed to be a full-fledged service center. How does it compare in terms of staffing with other centers around the city?
It will not have as much staffing as some of the others, and part of that is a budgeting limitation, and part of it is a physical limitation. But so we could, so it's 3 staff. Well, we have space for 3 staff in the office in South Los Angeles, and it's not the same as the other offices are. So I think that is one difference. I think West LA has 5 dedicated staff. Obviously, the Valley has I'm not sure how many off the top of my head. I used to know that number because it has both community planning as well as project planning. So our challenge of having it in one spot, we don't have a lot of staff in one spot. My goal would be to start to grow it at least like what West Los Angeles throughout South Los Angeles, as well as maybe start growing it much farther, but it's not the same as the others.
All a matter of equity, right, Vince? Matter of equity. I know Faisal, you certainly are attuned to that. You certainly are well centered on resources in South LA. And you know, we just want some, we want some equity. Yep. You know, if you got 3 on the west, 5 on the west side, we want to see 5 on South LA. We don't think that's too much to ask for. You know, especially if we're talking about you know, encouraging the kinds of development that's going to be important in supporting our communities. And again, I certainly want to offer availability of CD9 for a satellite facility. You know, I like the idea. You know, it may not be staffed fully, but you know, there's a presence there, and so I think there's a way to you know, kind of leverage limited resources in a way to give you some more visibility and give our constituents more service. And so we want to make sure that we are achieving both of those objectives. But Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a budget memo on the additional city planning associates necessary to adequately staff a new South LA office, a discussion of potential satellite services, not just in CD9, but throughout South LA, and the addition of staff training and neighborhood engagement funding. Again, so we can do the outreach, encourage and educate neighbors about what's available. In addition, my colleague from the 10th District, Councilman Margaret Lee Thomas, has mentioned the need for additional staff dedicated to the entitlement and development of affordable housing units. Again, assisting in this, assisting in the addressing our needs for homelessness housing. And so again, we think this staffing is going to be very, very critical. And so I'm requesting a budget memo for 3 dedicated city planner positions to support the expedited review of affordable housing projects citywide within the Department of Planning. Mr. Chair, I turn the floor back over to you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Price. Anybody else have anything for planning? I think we've completed. So thank you all very much. Very much appreciate your patience in staying this late and being with us. And thank you for the important service that you're providing the people of the city. We appreciate it very much. Have a good evening. And so members, that is going to bring us to our next department, which is Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety. Mindful of the fact that it's 5:30 and all the good work that we did in getting ahead of schedule with fire, we quickly lost with cannabis and planning. I would like to remind us that LADBS is primarily funded through its enterprise fund, and the general manager has made no requests in his letter. So with that, I would like to welcome the general manager, Osama Yunan. Thank you very much for your extraordinary service and that of the men and women of LADBS to our city. If you'd like to make a couple brief comments before we get into questions, that'd be fine.
Right, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I would like to thank all of you for the opportunity to have us here to discuss our budget. I'd like to also thank the CEO and the mayor's office and the mayor for their support of our budget. Our department, like the others, we've faced many challenges in the past year because of the COVID pandemic, and we tried our best to deal with it and adapt and continue to provide the service that so many people rely on. During the midst of the crisis, we saw a significant drop in our revenue, in our plan check, permit, and inspection requests. But we are seeing good signs right now. In March, this past March, when we compare it to the month before, actually our revenue went up by 29%, our plan submittal went up by 24%, our permit issued is up 20%, and inspections are up 20%. As a matter of fact, when we compare this past quarter to pre-COVID, like plan check submittal is within 7%. So these are good signs that things are coming up and hopefully continue to be. Our plan check right now, we're about 23 days of backlog, and 10 days for expedite. We've hired a number of 120-day contracts. These are retired employees that come for 6 months at a time. And that's been really great help us tremendously. But what's hurting us in plan check is the vacancies, the same thing with our inspection. Our vacancies are our biggest challenge right now. And we're working on that to get them all filled. And the CEO has been really great helping us. Our inspection, the same thing. We had a number of people that stayed home during the COVID because of health reasons. And you combine that with the vacancies. We were hurting pretty bad in the inspection. Actually, one of the inspection groups, 1/3 of the staff had to stay home due to health conditions. And that has hurt us. But similarly, in the inspection, we did hire 120-day contracts, and that helped us a lot. Our code enforcement, we used many of our inspectors in the business ambassador program. We also changed the way we do our code enforcement violations, where we used to issue a violation on the first visit. Now we're doing actually a notice, and if that notice goes ignored, that's when we start to take the enforcement action. But on the very first visit now, we just get a notice, and if it's corrected, it goes away. We also complied with the council motion to focus our efforts on life safety issues, and we have done that. Code enforcement currently has about 16% vacancy rate. Our Technology Services Bureau, we're developing, our main focus right now is to shift all our transactions online. I think this is what we need to do. This is the future, and COVID made it very clear that's what we need to do. So our online plan check, we call it E-Plan. We developed it about a couple of years ago. So far, all MEPs are 100% available online. A lot of these building plan check architectural are available online. What remains are these type of plans that require multi-agency approval. And for that, we need to work with other departments, and we're doing so. We're hoping by this summer that all plans will be available online. As of today, about 15,000 plans have been submitted online and processed. And last week, 30% of all our submittals were electronic. We did hire a consultant, Gartner Inc. They're a private consultant, just to look at our strategy for our IT. And the good news, they've agreed we are on the right track. We have aging systems for our permitting and plan check, and we need to replace those as soon as possible. So we will be putting an RFP this summer to see what we can get. We much prefer to have like partnership with some of the firms that have experience in this area to help us develop new systems. With that, I just want to end on a positive note that even with all the challenges that faced the department in the past year, we were able to streamline many of our services. We created an affordable housing section, and that section processes affordable housing in fraction of the time that takes regular projects. As a matter of fact, ED13 projects are being processed within 5 business days. We also started virtual inspections. So far, we have about 4,100 inspections performed, and it's working really well, and we hope to expand that program. We created a webpage dedicated to ADUs, and we also have this program where an architect could submit an ADU plan and get it pre-approved. So anytime any constituent would like to use them, they're already approved. We just check the specifics for the site. We don't go inside that box and check it all over again.
Very good.
And finally, we created an internal review and investigation division. And that division has 2 arms. One is an investigation. So if anybody witnesses misconduct by an employee, it gets investigated by personnel investigators. The other arm, they're internal auditors, and they're continually going through our processes to identify any possible risks and tell us how to mitigate them. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yunin. Let's start with Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Osama, again, just thank you. You know, you do a yeoman's job, and we really appreciate your cooperation and your responsiveness to the calls that we make to you. I was interested to see this external communications support item in the budget. Funding being proposed for a new public information director to provide relevant information to residents and business owners. What kind of information can they expect to receive from this new officer?
Well, this officer is going to have a few hats on. First, he's going to work with the media. We don't have anyone right now that's professional with communication expertise to deal with media. So that would be that person. The other thing is, as we transfer our functions online, our communication with the public is going to be continual, and we need to put out these newsletters, whatever services we have, whatever issues we have, FAQs, all that requires that communication specialty that we don't have. And that's the kind of service this person, or the kind of duties this position would have to provide.
Be working with the council offices, because that's, we are an important funnel of information, if you will.
Absolutely.
How do you see this new position working with offices, especially on special cases, problem situations, for example?
Absolutely. We do, as you know, and Frank Lara is right here on this Zoom call. Frank Lara is the Director of Government and Community Relations, and he's dedicated to serve the council officers and all the elected officials, as well as the community groups. And that person would be working hand in hand with Frank Lara to make sure we have that communication going.
Well, again, I know the building safety is certainly critical for keeping our city strong and for maintaining the quality of life that we all want. I'm proud of the fact that you've got some staff at our district office. And when the office was open, it was a popular stop for constituents coming in, businesses coming in, asking questions. And so we just appreciate that connection, and we hope it's going to improve and increase. Improve and increase, because it's going to be important that we get the information that we need in a timely manner. So
absolutely,
we look forward to working with you, and we want to make sure we are a partner with you all along this process as we get information out and let our neighbors and businesses know what resources are available.
Absolutely. And again, Frank Lara and his team, they're dedicated to providing you whatever information, whatever help your office needs promptly.
Appreciate you, Anna, John, and Frank, and other members of the team as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
All I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. I don't have any questions or requests for a report back. I just want to express my appreciation and thanks to the tremendous responsiveness that LADBS has always shown to our office and our constituents. And you'll obviously be a vital department moving forward as we emerge from the post-COVID economic catastrophe that we've faced. And I very much look forward to working with each of you as you play that very important role of getting the city back on its feet. So just wanted to thank you all for your service very much.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
And let's go next to Ms. Rodriguez.
Orion. Hi, Osama. Good to see everybody. Quickly, I know that the pandemic has been tough, forcing everybody onto more of an online presence. And can you just explain, what the level of activity has been with the online services that you all offer, and how that potentially could be, I guess, what's the easiest way for people to navigate and approach those services, and how can we make it more widely accessible, either through encouraging even a kind of gateway access through 311? What would help facilitate more efficiencies with your online system?
Right. Thank you for the question. So our IT priority number one right now is making all our transactions online, just 100%. That's our goal. Our express permits, which are permits that do not require a plan check, such as replacing water heaters, re-roofs, and so forth, they have been online for a long time. The challenge there, if the address is within an area, such as a specific plan, or then the electronic system really stops because there has to be clearances from other departments. So right now we're experimenting with this program called Amazon Connect. That way, if the system stops because of a clearance, and instead of telling the customer you need to come in and get the clearance, it actually goes to a waiting room, just like I was here in a waiting room. And then a staff would come in and try to work with that customer on getting the clearance from the other departments without them having to come in. And those permits, these constitute the majority of our permits that we issue. The challenge so far we had is plan check, the plan review. And again, the biggest challenge in there is in our city, building and safety cannot issue a permit or approve a plan without other agencies. Could be city agency, could be LA County Health Department, could be any agency. Unless they all approve the same plan, we cannot issue that permit. So to get everybody to see that same plan and comment on the same plan, that has been a challenge, and that's what's taken the longest part. Those plans like TI, for example, or smaller projects that do not require multi-agencies, they're already online, we're already issuing them. So again, like last week, 30% of all our submittal has been online. And we'll continue to explore it, we'll continue to improve, and again, our goal is always going to be the 100%. But you have a good point there, we do have to reach out to everybody, to reach out to the architects, which we have been, to reach out to the plumbers, to reach out to everybody and encourage them to use the system. It's a win-win situation for everybody.
Well, especially when, or even just the very basic, when neighborhoods are trying to report, nuisance issues, for example, or, we had a situation in the San Fernando Valley in Mr. Lee's district where you had a hoarder. Can some of those locations be derived by simply adding it to 311 as an option for people to report and be able to communicate that? Because we try to direct everybody into one system portal, right, as kind of the gateway to the city services. It might actually help facilitate a more efficient way of getting some of those locations, in the queue to start starting the inspection or request for investigation.
That is correct, council member. So right now they can report 311 or they can go to our website, but further, like you said, we need one portal. And that's part of the Build LA project. So the Build LA project is a huge project that requires, every city department is involved in it. But there is one common portal in Build LA that a constituent can go in and not having to worry about which department, just say, I want to do this. And that portal, that's actually in the works. There's a consultant that the city is in the process of hiring to work on that portal. And it's going to be all the departments working together in its development.
But to be clear, right now, 311 is not a part of that, correct? In terms of being able to refer a nuisance property?
They can. They definitely can.
Oh, is it available for 311? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is it available on the app, though?
That I'm not sure. We'll check on that. But it's definitely available through 311.
Okay. Okay. And then I know, I'm not sure how you allocate building inspectors geographically, but I know for my district, we previously had 2 and now we're down to 1. Is there a number that is distributed for service to each of the districts, or what's kind of the standard? And we used to have 2, now we're down to 1.
Right, and yeah, you're right. And we distribute them basically on workload. So each council district will have it. But right now, because we're really hurting, I mean, we have over 50 inspection positions that are vacant and that is on top of the ones that are staying home for health reasons because of COVID-19. So we're really hurting in inspection. That's the most function that got hurt with the COVID-19. But when we get back to normal, that issue will resolve itself.
All right, because I know we're running our inspector. We've got a lot of, our inspector is overloaded.
And they all
okay.
they all are, unfortunately, that's
I know.
the situation. They all are.
I understand. Okay, and then lastly, I recognize that there was a deletion of 2 positions with monitoring, verification, and inspection. How is that going to affect the enforcement and entitlement conditions? The enforcement of entitlement conditions.
Which positions are being deleted?
That 2 positions within the monitoring, verification, and inspection program?
The code enforcement. Frank, can you speak to that?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, council members. Those positions, we had an excess of positions because I think they've been in the budget for years, but weren't filled, waiting to see what kind of volume would come from planning through this MVIP program. So I believe about a year ago, we filled 2 positions, a senior inspector, but the volume has never been anywhere close to the number of positions that were available. So I believe that's why they were reduced.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. We'll go next to Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. And Osama, team, hello, everybody. Appreciate all the great work. We've been working closely on the ice rink and my district and all sorts of things. You guys have been responsive when we've had technical questions. And so I appreciate the good work you do for the city and particularly for the West Valley. Most of my questions were answered. A general question, I guess, I have a motion I put forward about food and beverage industry, helping them survive. One idea as part of that was to allow the architects to self-certify for smaller projects like tenant improvements. Sorry about that. Like tenant improvements. Is something like that doable? I know you mentioned tenant improvements. Maybe there's another way that you have to move those quickly.
Yes, thank you for that question, because that's something we're working on right now, and I'd like to share the information with you. So we have been in communication with the AIA, CCA, and BOMA regarding this very subject. So the concern is, as the city comes back, these little TIs, there's going to be a lot of them, just because a lot of the office buildings a lot of the buildings may say want to do a little bit of conversions or build up to accommodate people coming back. And because of COVID and the fact that our counters got closed, those kind of projects that people used to walk into the counter and get them done right away, well, now they can't do that anymore. Because of COVID, we can't touch paper for 24 hours. They have to be quarantined, and then we have to pick them up, which make the efficiency really bad. And they're concerned, well, if we start building up these small projects, are we going to be held up? And these are really legitimate concerns. And the answer is we need to do whatever it takes to make sure that these small projects get done within a day or 2. And they seem to be okay with that timeline. And that's something doable. The department can definitely doable, especially if they submit online. When things get submitted online, efficiency goes way up, because now we don't have to we don't have to touch the paper or anything, nothing waits. So we're still in conversation. The next step is they were going to come back and tell us, these are the kind of projects we'd like to have it. So we talked about creating a fast track plan check for these kind of projects. And so they're supposed to come back and tell us, these are the kind of projects we'd like them to go under fast track. And it's something we're willing to do, we want to do, and we're able to do. The only thing I'd like to share with you, and you already know that, building and safety is only one department. We need other departments to approve a plan. So if it so happens that even a small job, if it so happens to need clearances from other agencies, that is something that they're going to have to do anyways. And I believe it would be a better system to create this fast track for these kind of jobs, rather than go and try to relinquish the plan check altogether on these. Because jobs could be very small, granted, but the materials being used, there is combustibility issues, there is VOC issues, there is chemical emission issues. So they could be small jobs, but it doesn't take away from the importance or the life safety of what we do. But again, these are legitimate concerns, and we will work with them to make sure they get turned around in a couple of days for building and safety mentioned.
And the idea of self-certifying, for certain, having architects be able to self-certify, is that something that you think makes sense?
I don't know how it would work, because again, you self-certify what? With building and safety only? What happens if you need all these other agencies? Are they going to be self-certified through these other agencies?
I don't know. It depends obviously what it is and everything else.
And the other thing is there are life safety issues even in the smallest projects, right?
Yeah.
I can give you an example. I mean, one of the small TIs just here downtown, they used the ceiling material that was highly combustible, right? And in a fire situation, we cannot have that. That could cause life safety issues. So again, we're open-minded. We're willing to work with these organizations. At the end of the day, we will be part of the recovery for the city, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure these small TIs, when they happen, they happen expeditiously. And again, we'll keep an open mind about the whole matter.
Right. And I'm sorry if I don't want to go too far afield of the budget issues, but just the last thing I'll say is, I don't know if it's possible, but a lot of times the holdup is because when you have multiple departments, things have to be done sequentially. You have to get stamped by different departments, one after the other. With the electronic submittals, it seems like it opens us up for more opportunities to do things simultaneously, which would save a lot of time.
Definitely make it easier and better.
Yeah. But I'll stop there because I'm going far afield of the budget stuff. So back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Mr. De Leon. Oh, Mr. De Leon has stepped away. Well, let me just then again take this opportunity to thank you all very, very much for your service. As I think, as you heard from the comments, everybody on council very much appreciates how much you do for our constituents and how vital your role is in ensuring the quality of life and the safety of the people in our city. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. And if I may, council member, I'd just like to end the same way from the start. We do, as a department, we really appreciate the council's support of the department very much. And we appreciate the support of the mayor and the mayor's office of the department. But I also want to end by thanking the staff of Building and Safety. It's been a very, very tough year for an inspector to go out in the midst of COVID and be told the next day the job you went on, somebody had tested positive, and now they got to isolate from their family. And that happened quite a bit. But they still showed up to work every single day to keep permitting going, to keep inspection going. And my hat off to all the staff of Building and Safety. In my eyes, they're heroes. With that, thank you again for all your support. Appreciate it.
Yes, indeed. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening. Next up will be the Department of Recreation and Parks. Mr. Shaw, welcome.
Chair.
It's good to have you with us. We did receive your thorough and very compelling letter, which we thank you for. I don't know that it'll be necessary to give a long overview, but I welcome any initial thoughts that you have, mindful of the fact that I suspect this committee is very, very interested in being responsive to the requests that you've set forth in your letter. But go right ahead. Right. Mr. Shaw, welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is my voice coming across okay?
Perfectly. Okay,
I've been having some crazy audio issues. Well, good afternoon, council members. Mike Shaw, General Manager for the Department of Recreation and Parks. I would appreciate if you could just indulge me for a few minutes. I wanted to begin by just thanking the Rec and Parks team for the amazing work they've done and continue to do during this pandemic. They were responsible for opening and assisting with 24 homeless shelters, our rec centers, operated shower facilities, our pools, operated childcare centers for first responders, safely operated 50 summer camps in the middle of the pandemic, opened and provided testing sites, implemented weekly testing of our employees, assisted in opening vaccine sites, and operated 60 alternative learning sites for our most vulnerable communities who lacked internet access and childcare. 50 of those 60s were absolutely free and continue to serve approximately 850 kids. I could not be more proud to work alongside all of them, and have never experienced working with a more dedicated and resilient group of employees in my 30 years of city service, and wish to continue, and I really wish to continue to send thoughts and prayers to the families of 6 members of our staff who we lost this past year related to COVID, and the many others that lost across the city. We're grateful for the strong support of the mayor and all of the members of city council in past years. And this year, our budget as proposed is much improved from where we thought it was going to be, and for that, we're extremely thankful. Our budget does represent an increase of nearly $19 million over the past year. However, that increase is mainly being used to increase our general fund reimbursement and our SIP payouts. So approximately 35% of our total budget will be used to pay our utilities, trash collection, and general fund reimbursement, leaving about 65% to fund our operations. Our responsibility to the city is now to look forward. Past COVID, we are planning for a very robust summer. We have now turned our course to preparing for normal. I cannot think of another date in the history of this department, probably more important than now. There is no comparable agency in this nation that has a larger responsibility to a city of the size of LA that provides more social and recreation programs than we do. The pandemic has highlighted and placed a spotlight on the need for safe, well-programmed, and well-maintained parks. It has also expressly shown the importance, rules, and responsibilities this department has during one of the worst emergencies the city has ever faced. We've taken our charter mandated responsibility seriously and built the best emergency response team for sheltering and welfare anywhere in this country. I know our department is working with many of your offices and have been for many months, preparing to open 2 bridge home housing sites and 4 tiny home sites on park property, along with winter shelters and safe parking locations. We are very proud to have been able to assist with the homelessness response and to do it and it to have been done in a very balanced way to date. And I thank all the members who we've partnered with. It's been done very well. We'll continue to balance the needs of all Angelinos, and we'll work very hard to welcome the public back into a safe, clean parks and programs. We're grateful to the improved budget we received and the recent part-time hiring exemptions we received, which is a huge help, especially leading into the summer. But I must highlight the proposed loss of 140 positions, which is in my memo. We actually lost 163 staff to SIP, but 23 of those positions were special funded and are not included in the position cut. We expect an additional 20 retirements not related to SIP this year. So all total, that's roughly a 12% decrease in our staff. This would erase the last 6 years of working, rebuilding a department that was decimated in the last recession. It is likely with those position losses, it will take another decade to rebuild. We're losing more than 70 positions from maintenance. We are already challenged with keeping up with required routine and restroom maintenance. You can imagine much worse that will become, particularly in our restrooms. If we are able to retain those positions, we can hire nearly 50 entry-level gardener caretakers from the targeted local hiring program. This is one of the things that I would like to touch on, that we play a deeper role in our city's recovery, and that is in our ability to provide both full-time and part-time jobs to individuals from our local and most vulnerable communities. The SIP cuts are also deep into our recreation side of the house. We expect our programs and parks to be busier than ever. We have incredible opportunities to provide very low cost free programs through the $160 million coming through in our agreement with LA 28 and Olympic and Paralympic Games. These funds will remove a cost as a barrier to participate and will not only add opportunity to able-bodied children, but for the first time in our history, institutionalize an adaptive sports program across the city. We will not be able to fully utilize these funds if we have less staff. It's worth stating that our staff and facilities to our programs and assets provide much needed childcare, whether it's through pools, camps, after school programs, and other programs. Our staff are not just offering programs, they are mentors that reach many teens and guide them in their difficult travels through life. They provide meals and snacks to many children who would otherwise go without. They also provide much needed services and programs to our seniors who have been shuttered in this past year and need outlets that we provide. We're currently managing through the SIP losses by placing employees in acting positions, but that is only really a one-year solution. If positions are not restored, for example, the superintendent of our Pacific region, which includes South LA, will revert back to their old position, and those areas will be left without proper management to plan, to measure, and to improve our services. There are many other areas of the city that will lose critical managerial positions, including the loss of 2 of my AGMs. Those are 2 exempt positions that I also asked for the exemption to be returned in our budget as well. As we think of the issues facing the police department, I would ask all of us to think of the recreation and parks as in the proven ability of our staff and parks to have been reduced in reducing crime in the city and providing positive alternatives for our youth. In regards to our park rangers, they also play a critical role in building community and maintaining quality of life in and around our parks, something that simply there's not enough resources to do. With the lifting of this hiring freeze, we will place an emphasis on hiring and working with LAPD to get more recruits in the academy to fill our ranger vacancies. I'll just finish by saying we strongly believe that we can make a positive difference in our path to improve the social, racial, and environmental inequalities in our city. Our team of professionals have more than demonstrated their abilities to rise to all occasions and operate on a foundation of equity. We are always mindful of our budget, and we will never place this department will never place the city in a position of being a financial liability to the general fund. I'm so grateful, as always, with the partnerships that we have with each and every one of you and the opportunity to address you today, and ask for your consideration to restore those positions along with the funding. Thank you, and my whole team is here to answer any questions. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. And in the sentiments that you just expressed, I think, are emblematic of the approach that Rec and Parks has taken under your leadership in the last 7+ years that you've been general manager. And as you've heard me say at countless ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings and many other things, this department was devastated in the Great Recession and lost a massive number of people. And yet, year after year, under your leadership, the men and women of Recreation and Parks have managed to keep our park system going, have figured out a way to make it work with sometimes with baling wire and duct tape, but you have made it work. And if ever there was a place that it seems to me that we should be making substantial investments to ensure the quality of life in our city, to ensure a reimagined model of public safety, to ensure social equity, to ensure the protection of our environment and environmental justice, it's through Recreation and Parks. And so in the interests of time, I could say much more, but I think you've summed it up beautifully in your comments, Mr. Shull. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we have a budget impact memo back on the costs associated with every one of the requests in Recreation and Parks letter, as well as an analysis of vacancies at Recreation and Parks and whether additional position authorities are necessary to bring back the 140 positions outlined in the department's letter. I'd like to ask further that the CAO review and make recommendations regarding the technical corrections to RAP position authorities that had been reallocated and excluded in the Brown Book. I'd further ask, with regard to, particularly with regard to the positions that you mentioned in the letter relating to recreational services, I'd like that memo to outline potential impacts on the 2028 Olympics and the relationship that we have with the Olympic Committee relating to youth sports. I'd further ask that we get a report back on the costs and opportunities for full restoration of the daycare programs that Recreation and Parks had before the Great Recession, when we had over 20 sites throughout the city for daycare that were cut at that time. And I'd further ask for a separate report back for full restoration of youth program staffing and gardener caretaker staffing to pre-recession levels, pre-Great Recession levels, so the 2008, 2009 levels. And so those are the report backs that I would ask for. Oh, and then one other. I'd like to ask if we can get a report back on the staffing necessary to ensure bid teams are fully operational throughout the city and parks, at least to resume, to get back to pre-COVID levels, and what you think, Mr. Shaw, we need to adequately service our parks throughout the city. I'm going to have probably some additional questions if they don't get answered or asked by my colleagues, but those are the reports I would initially like to ask for. And with that, we'll go next to Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank all the good staff. I thank all the great staff at the Recs and Parks and Recreation and Parks. Listen, everyone's going to ask a question across the board in some form, way, or shape. We're all deeply concerned of the major cuts. The SIP program, I heard Mr. Bob Blumenfield speak about it ad nauseum just the other day. He has his fiscal concerns about, is it going to bite us, in the behind later on? Perhaps Mr. Blumenfield can rename it, FIP, F-I-P, Fiscally Responsible Program, if it's going to hurt us on the back end, But I am concerned because that's, if you guys are being cut right now and you're losing 69 maintenance staff to begin with, let me ask, how is this going to impact the existing cleaning parks right now? The service routes that you have, the frequency, all of that, and especially in the geographical areas that are the areas that need the most service in terms of park maintenance.
Thanks, Councilmember. Well, it's the easiest way I could explain it is we had finally kind of post-recession got back over the last few years working through the budget process to restore and eliminate routes on our community parks. The reason why that is so important is on those community parks is where the majority of most of the active recreation happens. It's where the majority of our maintenance goes. And we had to route them because we had lost so many staff during this recession. So, for example, if they cleaned a restroom early in the morning, there's nobody there until maybe again later that night to service that restroom. So with these cuts, we're going to be going back to and eliminating what we would call resident gardener caretakers who are staffed at these facilities throughout the day. So we're losing so many of them as part of the SIP program that we're likely going to go back to routes, which will obviously have an impact on the number of times a restroom gets cleaned. And I can honestly tell you that a restroom in our facility, it's used as many as 1,500 to 3,000 times a month. And if you can imagine what that, the amount of maintenance that is required of that restroom, and there's not, we are looking for technology for help, but there's only so much of that we can do. But it takes labor to clean those restrooms, and they really need to be cleaned. In some cases, like Venice Beach and others, they need to be cleaned hourly, and they can't wait for. So the biggest impact is going to be around our restroom maintenance. General maintenance, yes, but the restrooms are where the communities notice it the most.
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to reserve, actually, not so much reserve per se, but allow my colleagues to ask a lot of the other questions. I'm just going to ask one more question, which is, how do you think that these vacancies are in fact going to impact the city's ability to deliver the amount of projects it has lined up in our local parks? And the reason why I say that is, as the author of Senate Bill 5, which became Proposition 68 initiative that I led in 2018, that's provided roughly about $800 million statewide for parks up and down the state of California. I know that we secured 4 of them in CD14 and CD1, as well as CD6, for a total about $20 million. And we have in applications right now roughly about $68 million, if I'm correct. So if we are fortunate enough to secure a good portion of the dollars that we have asked for from Prop 68 specifically, and we're granted those dollars, how are we going to do this? Are these vacancies going to force us actually to leave dollars on the table and therefore have no dollars in what is arguably the most park-starved, city in America in comparison to New York City, Boston, San Francisco, San Diego? We're cement, we're concrete, we're asphalt, and we're proud of the portfolio that we have. We have so much more to do here. And my fear is all the hard work from all the negotiations through Senate Bill 5 and manifested through the will of the voters through Prop 68 in 2018, that we leave, tens of millions of dollars on the table because of these cuts. What are your thoughts, Mike?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. It's a legitimate concern. I mean, in the SIP retirements, we've lost essentially all of our architectural and engineering planning staff. We've lost every single one of them. We lost our environmental position. We lost the head of our real estate division. Those are the people that process our new park acquisitions.
This is through the SIP program, if I'm correct?
Through SIP. So it's part of the 140 positions. And I have no idea. I couldn't answer you or anybody else on how we'll be able to acquire property when I don't have anybody in my real estate division to process it. It's just those sorts of things are what we're facing. So there absolutely will be an impact. Our planning division is critical to implementing all of our new projects, including getting community input, including doing the preliminary designs. Yes, we partner with our Bureau of Engineering, and they're going to need help as well in Public Works. And they actually do most of the heavy lifting, but still it takes the planning staff in Rec and Parks to prepare the projects for them to actually deliver. And we've got, a great relationship with them on how that works. But right now, many of those positions have been lost due to SIP.
We're going to have to figure this one out, clearly, because I'm really, really concerned, because it's not just, the incentive program for folks to move on through attrition, but also because of this unique opportunity that's before us. I don't know when we're going to have another major ballot initiative, that's valued at close to $1 billion just for parks, the acquisition of park space, which is so limited in a very urbanized environment like the city of LA, unlike the acquisition of perhaps 100, 200, 300 acres of pristine land, 2, 3, 4 hours away from Los Angeles, but right here in this urban concrete jungle oasis that is the city of LA. Because I don't want to leave money on the table with all the applications that the city of LA has submitted to the state for new parks. Now, one thing I'll say is this: it's neither here nor there now. But as the author of the measure, clearly, it wasn't just about renovations, but it was about acquisitions, and acquisitions would have positioned ourselves much better in a weighted formula system to secure and draw down even more dollars. But that's neither here nor there. I don't like to leave dollars on the table, any self-inflicted wounds. Well, we're here right now specifically to make sure we can draw down those dollars and make sure that children, regardless of who they are and regardless of what community they live in, they have an opportunity to have green grass that grows underneath their feet. So I, like a lot of the members of this budget committee, as well as all of our colleagues throughout the 14 other council districts, are deeply concerned. Obviously, the other day, I think it was perhaps on Monday, if my memory serves me correct, or perhaps on Tuesday, a good number of folks who called in from all over the city, whether it be from the west side, from South LA, whether it be from the Valley or the east side or central LA. We had so many folks call. and express their love of parks in the city of LA, and to do everything we can to make sure that we restore the positions that are critical to bring about the type of city that we want, for the future of LA. I want to thank you for your answer. Through the chair, I would like a report back and you may have done it earlier, Mr. Chair. I was just writing some notes, so if I do actually repeat what you said, please forgive me. If it is different, then I would like to submit for the record, we get a report back and how we can replace the positions in the planning and design group that handles the design, the real estate acquisition, and the environmental clearance for our park projects. I'd like to also ask that the report look at how we can use the grant funds such as Prop 68 as well as Measure A as well to fully fund the positions so we can restore these positions in this critical group.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
Very good. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mike, and to all the staff at Recs and Parks.
Thank you.
And we'll go next to Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mike, you are a favorite in CD9, you and your team. And we really appreciate it. Over the past several years, we've done tens of millions of dollars in renovations to our parks and pocket parks. And we appreciate the leadership because it does really reflect on the quality of life for our community, especially. And let me say, I just support the chair's budget memo 1,000%. We do all we can to make sure that you have the bodies necessary to provide services in our parks with our families and with the kids. So I support that totally. I do have a question though about our summer programs. The SNL program, we're talking about restoring that and bringing that back. How is it going to look now, again, with a shadow of COVID? How do you see that the SNL program developing this next year?
Well, we need to do as much as we can to return back to those normal programs. I mean, it's not, we're still in discussions with GRID on how that will operate. I would just tell you that the challenges that I'm most concerned about and again, I'm so grateful for the lifting of the hiring freeze on our part-time positions, because just to give you some semblance, we would normally have hired the majority of those people probably a month or two ago. So, my worry is, do we have enough time to hire the people necessary, not just for whether it's SNL or our summer programs. I mean, we're planning 103 summer camps. That's a normal year, 103 summer camps. We hope to get up to 9,000 kids per day. But a lot of that depends on our staffing ratios, whether or not we can hire enough people in time. It takes a great deal of time to do background checks, the required background checks, and do all that. So the other side of it, Councilmember, that is a concern is that we have a lot of vacant and frozen currently, recreation staff. So normally how we operate in the summer is we're doing summer camps, but we have multiple full-time recreation staff that help run the summer camps with part-time staff. And then there's a transition of that staff into the evening hours, because some of the SNL sites run till very late in the evening. And so those full-time staff aren't there. They're vacant. They've been, the hiring freeze, I haven't been able to replace anybody. And so it's, will we have enough people to do it? The money, I believe, is there. Now, in our budget, it's there. The money is not the issue. It's whether or not we'll have enough people to actually operate it. Normally, under a normal year, and I'll just end with this, is that normally the GRID program transfers money to the department to hire the GRID workers. So we manage that hiring process, and that hasn't even happened yet. So it's we've got a lot of work to do with hiring a lot of, granted, we were just given this approval, this week. So we've got a lot of work to do to hire lifeguards, to train our lifeguards, to get all of our pools ready and to do all that. We've been really stuck until recently. So that's my concern is there will be some semblance of an SNL program. Will it be as robust as it has been in past years? I really don't think so. But I'll tell you this, that we are going to push as hard as we can to make it as robust as possible with the staff that we have.
Okay, well, in addition to SNL, of course, we've had some after-school programming that has occurred around the city. Has the partnership continued with ITA in terms of hotspots for students and families? What role is that playing now in our as we wind down our COVID?
Well, one of the positive things that's come out of COVID, and it relates to alternative learning sites, we were able to, all of those 60 sites that we're running for kids who aren't able to go to school or have the ability with internet service. All those parks now have Wi-Fi in the gymnasium, around the gymnasium. So there's been a huge advancement as a result of COVID in advancing that.
And those are permanent installations now?
I plan to make them permanent. I don't plan to dismantle that. I want to make that part of our normal budget, and we have to pay for the service.
Right.
My plan is for us to continue that and not discontinue it just because we're not doing alternative.
Well, I agree. I think we should be continuing that and even expanding it.
Absolutely.
Sometimes. So
I agree. 100%.
Okay. Well, lastly, two things. One, the issue about maintenance is always an issue, especially with the smaller pocket parks. Sometimes they are neglected or put off to the side. And so I just want to flag that. I think several colleagues have raised that as well. And then I just got kind of a curiosity question. Several of our parks have nice signage designating themselves as parks. A few are designated as historic parks. And I'm just curious how that distinction or how that designation is made. You don't have to answer now. We can have it offline. But I just noted that, as I did a little drive around the parks in South LA, I didn't see any that were designated as historic. Not South Park, not Gil Lindsay Park. You have to go to the west side and, or further west, I should say. And you have the historic Lamert Park and historic, there are lots of other historic designations. Just curious how we can get some equity in those designations, and I'm happy to have that conversation with you offline, but just wanted to flag it for you.
I'm happy to have it with you as well. In fact, you have one of the most historic parks in all of the city, which is South Park.
Absolutely, which is why I was a little chagrined that it's not designated that way. But we can that can be corrected. So
absolutely.
You go, brother Curran, you go.
Mike, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Price. Mr. Blumenfield? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Rodriguez, are you prepared? Let's go to Mr. Blumenfield first, and then we'll come back to Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay. Well, first, Mr. Chair, you stole the words at the opening that I was going to say. So I'm just going to associate myself with the words that you said. You literally just stole them right out of my head. So I appreciate that. And truly, you want to echo what he said in terms of the importance of maintaining our parks. And, when we talk about equity, we have all these new programs for equity, which is great, but equity starts with our parks. Who uses our parks? Our parks are used by everyday people, by folks who, if the parks are not accessible, the rich people will find a way to recreate, to find open space, to maybe have a birthday in their backyard. But it's working people that depend on those parks to be able to have that open space, which we know is so critical for human development and for all of the things that we want to talk about, including, basically keeping peace and keeping people, their mental health together. So I'm a big believer in the parks, as you know, and also in the ability of the parks to promote equity. And you talked about targeted local hire, and that's exactly right. you know, it is the perfect opportunity to get folks from the community hired. So when we need to consider that. You also mentioned, you know, preparing for the Olympics. We need to have, you know, we have this fund that the LA 28 can be there, but it doesn't do us any good if we don't have the staff to administer it. We have amazing opportunities to really leverage those dollars. You know, our seniors, and I mean, what are our seniors and our kids going to do if we don't have critical funding? If we lose these resolution authorities, the summer camps, if we can't stand them up fast enough, and even if we restore these positions, I'm very worried about timing, whether we can even get these pools and summer camps up and running. So I'm not going to ask any questions. I think you've answered them all. But just knowing that I really, I believe in it. I want to see these positions restored. I think that, you know, at the core, our parks are about are about equity. They're about everyday folks. They're about our values as a city. And so you've answered all my questions, but know that I make this a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blumenfield. You know, I'm going to double down on my request earlier because I said I specified gardener caretakers and youth services. I think what I'd like to do is modify that and make it restoration of pre-recession service levels. So it's not a question of which positions are which, but I'd like, you know, in your view, Mr. Shull, what is necessary to restore service levels in all areas of recreation and parks to pre-recession levels. That'll be a little clearer, I think. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krikorian. And I think my colleagues, you've all really comprehensively covered all the position conversations that we want to have. And, you know, Mike, look, and thank you for talking about the impacts and the needs in the Bureau of Engineering, because I know we're going to have that conversation. They're so critical. I know we lost Neil Drucker, and that's going to be a huge void to fill in that position. But you know, there's so many other departments that also help to fulfill the mission of Rec and Parks, and it's going to be critical that we equally reflect on the needs of some of these others in order to support the success of and the goals that we set for the work that is involved in Rec and Parks. That said, I also just want to kind of cover that I introduced the motion for Prop K Part 2, and you know, I hope my colleagues and I, you know, there's always this tentative nature when it comes to these conversations, but I think there's no greater investment than our recreation space. The pandemic certainly, spotlighted for so many how critical for those that don't have the luxury of having a backyard, how that open space was a safe haven for so many families. And we need to continue to ensure the maintenance and operations of these facilities. And again, the programmatic parts are really important. But you know, I'm familiar with the work that we're all doing. The incredible amount of resources that we're going to get as a result of 2028 as well, and all of the work getting ready to align it. You know, for me, I just want to make sure, and I think we've beaten that horse on staffing levels, and I think Mr. Krikorian for talking about getting us to pre-recession levels. And especially the amount of work that's going to be involved in helping to ramp up to meet what we didn't really know what would be our summer programming. If that means I can have another summer movie night at the swimming pool at Hanson Dam, you will be there to help be a part of that. We might redo Jaws again. It'll be great. I will get my mechanical shark in there. You're going to see one day that will happen. But anyways, I thank you all for the incredible work that you've done. Jimmy, and Jimmy has been our hero in emergency response, and I'm happy to see his matriculation up the administration food chain there. And Kathy, thank you guys for the work that you all do and supporting the programming for the youth of our city. I really appreciate it. I do want to ask a question with respect to the vacancies for the rangers. And the opportunity that presents for local hire, especially, I think it's a great, those are great positions. Of the 53 position authorities within the rangers, what is the vacancy rate for that?
So there are, my records show we have 56 authorities, and those authorities have been built out from about 18 authorities in the last 5 or 6 years. So every year, the city council and the mayor has really supported adding more rangers. I would say it's been very difficult and time consuming to hire. They are law enforcement. They do go through the LAPD Academy. They go through the same backgrounds they go through. There is no difference between the training that our rangers get and our LAPD officers get. It's exactly the same. So it has been difficult. Under our new Chief Lassarelli, we've made a lot of headway in hiring. Now, granted, we've been under the freeze, so we've lost a lot of our tailwinds, in what we were doing. But I can tell you that we are going to, if and when that hiring freeze, and I understand that it likely will be lifted with this budget, we are going to make a major push to fill those 24 vacancies with new rangers. And with a lot of recruiting in and around a lot of the communities, such as yours and others on this call, that we can get them into a profession that is an incredible, rewarding profession. So we'll work closely with you and all of the council members to do that.
Thank you. I mean, our park rangers, I always, I still affectionately think about Captain Torres all the time. He was one of a kind. He was, I'll call him the Tom LaBonge of the Rangers. I think our park rangers serve a very unique and special purpose. And while they do conduct, very similar training, it's a very different environment. Our park system is very different. And I think about a Captain Torres and how he really just had the disposition, the love and the care, and just the adoration for everything that the parks had and what it provided for our city. So anyways, I just look forward to working with you to help close those gaps, making sure that they are representative of the diversity of this city. I had the good fortune of getting to meet some of the newest rangers that had been appointed to the department. A lot of great diversity, a lot of gender equity there. A lot of there were some really wonderful young women that I got to meet that are now serving in that role. But again, my thanks to you, and our goal is to continue to expand on the good work that you all do, and helping to provide those critical resources. Not just Prop K was an outstanding first measure that helped to really grow this department substantially in investing in the park infrastructure. Proud to have worked for the author of that, Mike Hernandez, going back so many years ago. But it's time for us to do it again and continue on fulfilling that promise and commitment to the people of Los Angeles and the good work of the Department of Recreation and Parks. So thank you all very much, and we look forward to all those report backs.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right. Well, there seems to be a fair degree of unanimity in this committee. So thank you again, Mr. Shull, and to you and your team, to everybody who works at Rec and Parks. It's very clear that day after day, month after month, you all really go the extra mile to deliver services to the city under very, very difficult circumstances. I'm sorry, Mr. De Leon, did you want to be?
Yeah, just thank you for this opportunity. Just very quickly, I want to go back to Mike. Mike, just very short, quick answers. How many chief real estate acquisition officers do you have on staff?
None.
0. Okay. How many architects do you have on staff?
I believe we have 0. Well, we have a couple. We have landscape architects. We no longer have any building architects. Kathy, is that correct?
We have 2 associates that are unlicensed architects. We lost our single architect that is the licensed architect through SIP.
So right now through SIP, your licensed architect, for purposes, your chief architect, designer, 0, gone. You have none.
That's correct, Councilmember.
Environmental staff, how many do you have? Chief environmental staff?
None. We have 1 environmental person now left in the department.
And your park senior leadership, I understand you have 7 positions of park leadership out of the 7. How many are with you?
Do you mean like our executive team? Or?
Your executive team, yes.
Yeah, there's a total of 4 of us. AP Diaz is my chief of staff is here. Kathy Santo Domingo oversees our planning, construction, and maintenance. Jimmy oversees our recreation operations. He is in an acting employment. We lost the recreational AGM as part of SIP. And Matt Rudnick, who not sure is on the call, oversees our special operations. He's also acting, and we lost that position as part of SIP.
And you lost that position too. Okay, so pretty much what the answers I got for you was 0, 0, and 0. And the answer you just gave me right now, pretty much.
Right. Correct.
So 3 zeros. Okay, that's all. Just want to into the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I forgot one other thing. I wanted to ask for a report back. This is probably a special study report back, but it's kind of related to the things that Mr. De Leon was just talking about. In that the city now has a tree canopy inventory, and we're working on continuing to maintain the urban forest through the master plan citywide. I'd like to get Rec and Parks views about discrepancies among neighborhoods and parts of the city with regard to the tree canopy in our parks, and what your department needs to ensure equitable access and protection of the existing urban forest, and potentially expanding it. That's a special study, no rush on that. It's all part of this. And I just want to emphasize, because I know the CAO, there are people in the CAO's office right now whose heads are exploding at the scope of the report back that I asked for. So let me just be clear on this. I don't realistically think that we're going to, pull our sharp pencils out and all of a sudden bring Rec and Parks back this year to where it was in 2008. I would love to do that. But I think it's important because you said, Mr. Shull, at the outset that once positions are cut, it sometimes takes years and years and years to restore that. We need to get about the business of a master plan for restoration, a long-term plan for restoration, just like we did with the fire department, where we had a multi-year plan to start restoring services back. It may not all happen in 1 year, but it won't ever happen if we don't set that roadmap, and we got to get about that roadmap right now. So with that, thank you all very much. Appreciate your being here. Thanks for your patience and staying so late.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
You too.
All right. That will bring up next the Department of Aging. And I feel terrible for aging and disability, because these are usually quite abbreviated, short conversations, and the requests are always very reasonable and quite minimal in the scheme of things. So I'm sorry that you've had to wait, Ms. Trejo, so late into the evening. But I want to welcome you and thank you for your letter, and give you the opportunity for just brief comments, if you can, on the mayor's budget, and then we'll get right into questions.
Thank you, Council Member. Good evening. I'm Laura Trejo, General Manager for Aging, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. I also want to take a moment to thank the Mayor, his budget team, SMOCS, and the CAO for their support and for really trying to accommodate my requests. I was especially heartened to see the additional funding for support of congregate meals. One of the major lessons of the pandemic has been the urgency around hunger and food insecurity among older adults. I appreciate the Mayor and Council's leadership and support of those most in need. The last year, as you've heard all day, was remarkable in every way, especially for those serving older adults. As a result of the COVID pandemic, Aging and its community partners have adapted, scaled, and innovated senior services to levels never imagined. We implemented new programs and forged new partnerships under challenging conditions at historic levels and at warp speed. We all moved online like the rest of the world. We redesigned and offered hundreds of hours of programming. We have coordinated our response with LA County departments in new, creative, and strategic ways. We have challenged to ensure the well-being of older adults residing in nursing homes. And we were asked also to provide support for the unique needs of older persons experiencing homelessness. That's just to name a few of the things we've been up to in the last year. Basically, the pandemic required that we redesign our entire service delivery infrastructure in response to the pandemic that so disproportionately robbed older Angelinos of their sense of safety, created extreme social isolation among many of our clients, and claimed most of the lives lost among this age group. Let me share one example with you of the impact of the pandemic in one of our programs. As the safer at home orders were extended, our call volume grew to more than 4,000 calls daily from older adults trying to figure out how to meet their nutritional needs. Our elderly nutritional program was not sufficient to meet those needs. So we were given the opportunity to create 2 new programs, the Senior Emergency Meals and Great Plates program. These were implemented in a matter of weeks, and we began providing 2 meals per day, 7 days a week to thousands of seniors within the city of Los Angeles. All meals required a very robust home delivery system, which we had to create from scratch. To give you a sense of scale, our meals program went from $11.4 million annually, representing 1.3 million meals served, to $81.8 million, representing 8.6 meals in 1 year. As a result of our work, 73% of our participants reported feeling safer and more secure about how the food made them feel and that they needed. Let me quote just 2 of our participants. One of them said, "You have no idea how grateful I am. I have been stuck in this room and I can't go out." The other one stated, "I can't believe the quality of the food. It's amazing." I really like that one. In addition to providing for the needs of seniors, our efforts provided job security to help save more than 1,500 jobs in the struggling hospitality and food service industry. It included partnering with 31 local restaurants, 70% of which are minority owned, and helped cab drivers stay employed as they helped us deliver meals. We estimate that our efforts also helped save hundreds of jobs represented by restaurant vendors and suppliers, in addition to protecting the jobs of our own aging network service providers, caterers, and production kitchens. I am deeply grateful to the staff of Aging for their dedication to our mission, and I take great pride in the work that our team and partners have done in the last year. But I would be remiss not to say that the workload on the department staff has been extreme, as we have been operated at extended hours 7 days a week in one form or another pretty much since the middle of March last year. And I really don't see relief in the near term without your help. At this point, the combined impact of vacancies and retirements have resulted in more than a 30% vacancy rate. As you could appreciate, these levels are unsustainable and threaten the effectiveness and efficiency of our operation. As described in my memo, I respectfully request restoration of 3 positions that are 100% grant salary funded positions. If we do not fill them, I basically end up returning that money to the state, just as we're desperately in need of those resources. The positions I'm requesting are 2 senior management analyst 1 positions. One of those positions leads our contracts monitoring division, and the other one leads our administrative and budgets division. I am also requesting a community program assistant 3 position to be restored. That position supports our community-based outreach and education that targets underserved ethnic minority communities. At no time have we needed this more, as we're working to ensure seniors get vaccinated, have access to healthcare, and all the other resources they need to stay independent and healthy in our communities. In regards to the separation incentive program payouts referenced in my letter, I want to thank the CAO for reaching out to me so that we could address this matter. So we will be working on this issue together. While as an advocate, I applaud any increase in our services, as a manager, I must stress the staff resources are needed in order to ensure the effectiveness of our work. In closing, I want to express my deep appreciation to the city family for all the support that you have provided older persons. Thank you for helping us answer the phones. Thank you for helping us deliver meals. Thank you for helping us bring COVID testing and now vaccines to the city's most isolated, frail residents. And to all those in the community who came out to aid older adults, thank you. I welcome your comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trejo, to you and your staff. And I'm so glad that you talked about the ramp up of the meals program, because it was heroic. And what we were able to do in such a short amount of time for a lot of people in need, it was a remarkable thing. And so I personally want to just thank you and your staff for all that you did. For the seniors who were receiving those meals, for the people who were delivering them, and for the restaurant businesses that were preparing them. It was just a phenomenal win-win-win. So thank you. I'm going to go first to Mr. De Leon. Mr. De Leon, questions for aging?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Trejo, for your presentation, for your advocacy. For your Department of Aging, and be rest assured that I, as well as all of my colleagues through our chair, Mr. Corian, will seriously look at the positions that are vacant currently. I just want to say thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for all the incredible work that you do, because in CD14, especially in Boyle Heights and in Highland Park, as well as at Sereno, the senior programs and the lunches that are made available for our seniors, I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen it for years, and it is a connective tissue that brings all of our senior citizens together. These programs are beyond incredible in terms of the community that they create, especially because the vast majority of are more mature adults in age are women. You know, they survive stronger than we do. You know, we die much earlier than women, and it's majority, super majority, are women. You know, at all of the senior centers, I'm sure throughout the city of LA, but especially in City 14. And I just want to thank you, because that makes a huge difference. Because when they come together around food and all the other social activities that are sprung, that are born from coming together based on the lunch program, good things happen. Because if they are left to just be alone at home, we know what happens. You know, the lack of social contact, and you know, this just keeps them alive, and it keeps them alive probably much longer than the average person, especially in low-income neighborhoods and neighborhoods that historically have been challenged. And it's at the connective tissue. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. We'll go next to Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laura, again, thank you for you and your team. You all have really stepped up to the plate, you know, providing over 20,000 seniors, nearly 1 million meals, nearly 10 million meals, I should say, over the last year. And you certainly were a lifeline to our elderly population, as you always are. So we just want to say thank you for your continued partnership. I understand that we ended the mobile senior meal delivery program a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Going back to April 15th, dating back to the agreement we had from last year. Are there any plans to continue the program moving forward? It's so successful, so helpful, and so well received by our seniors. What are the prospects for the future?
The mayor has included $3 million in funding for our congregate meals program in the current budget. I'm very, very pleased with that. Could we use more? Absolutely. The hunger among this population is at dire prices. A lot of our older adults are literally only eating the one meal a day that we provide. That is shameful in one of the, most wealthy countries in the world, that we have older people that do not have enough to eat. That's what drove the 4,000 calls a day to our office. When the safer-at-home orders were extended, I was waiting for the volume to wash over me because we understood that they were running out of supplies and that they don't have the financial means to pay high delivery fees for food to their homes or to order takeout. These are not the Uber and Uber Dash people.
Right.
These are not the people that call, their local grocery store, say, deliver my groceries for $10 a delivery. We can't afford that. And so consistently what we heard from our clients was, I have no food, what do I do? And that was not one, that was literally thousands of older people in our community. So whatever, I know that at the end of my letter, I pitched that if you have any discretion over any funding, to please consider older adults and prioritizing. And if you saw, I put food insecurity at the top of my list. This is serious, this is real, and we really need to step up our support of older people. So whatever I can do, please let me know. I will be happy to work with you to make that happen.
Well, thank you. I agree with you. It literally is a matter of life and death sometimes. And so we need to be more mindful of that, of our seniors. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to ask for a budget memo on the department's request as set out in their budget letter. I think it's worthy of consideration and funding, and look forward to working with Laura, your team, and my colleagues to make that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Price. We'll go next to Ms. Rodriguez, followed by Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krikorian. Laura, I'm going to sit here and sing your praises of you and your team, as everyone else has, because it's deservedly so. We were so grateful, and I know we were in partnership in service to my district and to help stand up to reach out proactively, because when everybody was standing up these meal programs, and I have to call out the failure of the leadership to recognize that there was, in fact, a digital divide that wasn't going to enable so many of our seniors to be able to just go register for so many of these services and the delivery, especially in the congregate meal program. And so, it was, I know how tough of a task it was to field those calls. We were fielding them as well, but we were also proactively reaching out to so many seniors that we knew had to now shelter at home, disconnected from family and a lot of support and resources. So, it was a team effort, and we delivered.
Thank you.
And because of that partnership, but thank you so much. And it really, again, amplified the need for us to figure out how to close that digital divide. And, we know how difficult it is for seniors to have the resources. Listen, many of them, if they're lucky just to be able to cover the roof over their head, they're making the critical decisions about what limited resources they have available to them for medicine, for, for those limited food costs. And I think you addressed that beautifully. So for myself, I think I'd like to figure out how to best help provide a closure to some of those gaps. I'm blessed to still have my own grandmother. And I know how difficult it's been for so many of our active seniors. People forget it's not abuela who just stays at home. These were, their vitality really comes from their ability to interact with one another. And that's going to be critically important for us to be able to sustain that. Just as we're concerned about young people and the trauma that they've endured as a result of this pandemic, we have to remember our seniors and what they've endured. And so I know Mr. Krikorian's not at his chair, but I know the CAO's listening. Oh, there he is. That I would like to request a budget memo and a report on the funding needed to address food insecurity, homelessness, and the digital divide. and fighting ageism, to identify potential resources of funds to help address these needs. It's a critical population, one that, again, was deeply disconnected during the pandemic, and people, you know, the amount of work and effort, it's not, like I said, standing up a website because they can't access it. They don't have access, nor do they have the knowledge of how to use it. So we still have to maintain the access through these very traditional means of just picking up the phone and knowing where to call. And I know
I sent postcards, ma'am. I sent postcards to older people because they respond to postcards in mail. We went really old school.
We did too. We were doing mailings to all of them, and that's why our phones would get overrun with calls for people to subscribe. And so that's really critically important. And then, as you know, as we come out of the pandemic and you know, we start to see more activity, and again, so grateful for the work of our partners in helping to fulfill the congregate meal program. You know, we were sending out a lot of volunteers. My staff was conducting regular deliveries with Tammy and you know, all the good folks. It's just we're so blessed for the additional resources that were afforded for us to help continue to provide that programming. But senior mobility is really also important, and figuring out how we can address those concerns with relationship to the Department of Transportation. You know, we talk a lot about mobility issues as it pertains to pedestrians, of which our seniors are many of them. You know, we talk about safe routes to schools, but we need to also be having conversations about safe routes for seniors that are seeking to, you know, we have a lot of senior populations congregated amongst one another in several communities, and addressing those mobility concerns, I think, is really important. And so, you know, I know we have a project in my district in Pacoima to address, we have a Pacoima Senior Zone project that we're working on. But I think it would be really important for us to try and identify additionally, and with your partnership with the Department of Transportation, to identify those critical areas, because you have that knowledge base of that population. So I think, you know, as we see greater funding sources coming online with the Department of Transportation, with the President's plan for infrastructure, we need to identify and align it with the work that you all do and the knowledge base that you have of those populations, so that we can better serve their needs as well. So I just want to put that on your radar, that that together we could probably work on that.
And I appreciate that deeply. Mariela Freire is on the call right now. She has been one of our primary liaisons with MTA. We actually became one of the focus groups for their planning for senior transportation for the entire region of Los Angeles. So we've been working with them for over a year, hand in glove, to make sure that they have access to the technical experts in our field to provide insight, so that, as I told them, I want all the money that they have for older adults to be used to ensure that we have accessible transportation corridors, because older adults really do not, and it absolutely disadvantages them on so many levels, all the way from getting health care, but basic things, as older adults have said to me, they can't even go to an enjoyable event because they don't know how to get from point A to point B. And so that's another area that I've been working with the city's Department of Transportation on, sort of really challenging our definition of what an essential ride is. Because to me, an essential ride currently defined is medical, grocery store, you know, those things you have to do to survive. But I also think you need to survive to be able to enjoy your friends, your family, and have an opportunity for recreation. And so as part of Purposeful Aging LA, one of the things we've been doing is we've been having some really deep discussions about what are the definitions and how will we ensure that we are creating the future systems transportation that will be relevant to the older adults that we serve. So I want you to know Department of Transportation is one of my best partners, and so is MTA. So we're very excited, and thank you for bringing that up. It's a critical issue.
Thank you. Well, thank you for, it's great to hear that you guys have been collaborating, because it's important. making sure they have that access to free
Yes.
transit is critical.
Yes.
Listen, I can't wait for this pandemic to be over so I can have my senior ball again
There
and
you
have
go.
everybody together. So
Right.
I get the value of it, and it is critical for the socialization and meeting those needs. And so the last question I had is, what has been some of the success or efforts that you've deployed around even some of the free technology tools? I know the state has a program. Have we been successful in connecting? Just to make sure that all of our seniors have free, I know there are free or low cost cell services.
There are, and I'm working with Jean Home on that. I'm also now collaborating with a group of senior service directors, different departments of aging in the region. And we're now trying to very forcefully communicate with the California Department of Aging about our needs around technology and the digital divide for right now. I'm collaborating very closely with LA County. We're getting ready to distribute a couple of thousand Google Homes devices for telemedicine. We're in the process. Literally this morning, I was on a conference call with the California Department of Aging, looking at the acquisition of tablets that would help us develop programming and accessibility. These would come with the data plan and everything already built in, but there's a lot of pieces that we have to make sure are in place so that they can be useful. With Jean, I'm working on hoping to prioritize senior housing for Wi-Fi connectivity. I know that the priority right now has been children because of the school issues, and I completely agree. But she's aware that, this population, a recent report showed that it was believed that 40% of the deaths among older people in the US had some level of relationship to the lack of access to broadband. People did not have access to the resources they needed. We put everything on telemedicine, everybody went online. The problem was most of our clients did not. And so they were really disadvantaged. So I can tell you, with the Department of Aging staff, we're literally working tirelessly around this area because we believe this is actually about safety and wellness.
So much for that insight. I appreciate it. You got a partner here.
Thank you.
Just incredibly grateful for all the great work that your department does in caring for our seniors. Thank you so much.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. Well, most everything has been said, and I want to echo the sentiments of all of my colleagues in terms of appreciation and praise for you, Ms. Trejo, and the entire team. You guys really stepped up during this pandemic and continue to do so on a very modest budget. And so we've already called for the report backs for the critical funding, and I certainly support all of those. As was mentioned, the digital divide, for seniors is a double whammy in terms of there's both the access to broadband, which is a divide in its own, and then, many seniors are just also not, from a different generation in terms of the technology, and even if they have the literal access, they don't have the ability to access what they have. So it makes it particularly difficult. But as I said, you stepped up. I know a lot of, disaster service workers were calling seniors, letting folks know where to get food. I did that as well, my own staff and team. We had our interns, we worked with LA Works doing the same thing and delivering meals to seniors and being part of all that because, they were just so exposed and continue to be during this pandemic. So it just highlights the importance of the work. And as you mentioned, the broadband access is about services, but it's about connectivity and connecting with people as well. I'm fortunate, my own parents who were in their 80s, they're able to use the basic technology and they were able to connect. And I think the thing that kept them sane during all this was they could connect with their friends from different places, even though they were, cooped up in their house. But there's so many seniors who couldn't even do that. And that's part of it as well. So all that's to say, thank you for the work that you do. I stand with my colleagues here who have expressed an interest in trying to get you the funding that you need. And I'll leave it at that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all your staff for just always being there for us. Really, we deeply appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trejo, to you and your team. We appreciate your being here, and thanks again for your patience and staying so late.
Thank you.
All right, members, it's 7:13, so for the second time in 9 years, one of our Budget and Finance Committee meetings that I've chaired has gone beyond 7 o'clock, so for that I apologize to all of our staff, and I especially apologize to poor Mr. Simon, who is here to bring us home as the last department of our day. Thank you very much for your patience. We very much appreciate your being with us, Mr. Simon. So we have your letter on your thoughts on the mayor's budget. We appreciate your thoroughness as always, as you are every year. And feel free to go ahead and give a brief overview of your notes about the budget, and we'll go right into questions.
Sure, well, I will make it short and sweet. Thank you. Can you all hear me, committee members?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being such a small department, our asks are fewer, less expensive, and more brief than most others. So I really do have to recognize the mayor's office and its proposed budget. It goes a long way to restore key elements of the infrastructure of my department that were really challenged by the mid-year cuts and the SIP. I only lost 2 people, so not 50, 60, hundreds like others, but those people were devastating for my department to be able to function. Our total asks are 5 in number and $350,000 in cost. They improve accessibility, compliance, and they confront historic patterns of inequity that we keep talking about, but leaving out people with disabilities, especially people of color with disabilities and people with disabilities who are homeless. So I just think this is an extraordinary budget opportunity in a time we're living in. COVID has taught us so much about what's inaccessible in this world. So I really need your support and your help to make sure we can do the job we are mandated to do, which is to make all city programs, services and programs, services and facilities accessible. So really quick, the bullet points of my items. There are 2 positions up front that are about accessible communication. One's a system analyst. That's a new designation for us, but it's replacing someone who did all the city's accessible communication, the adaptive technology work. Richard Ray, many of you worked with him and know him. He left in SIP. I've got to replace the position, and we're thinking strategically that we're replacing it with a systems analyst will give us someone who really knows the IT and tech side better, even if we have to train them up on some of the accessibility piece. So again, it's sort of a tactical decision to go there and be a liaison to ITA because we don't have IT staff. The graphic design position, that's not about making things look pretty. It's about making pretty things be accessible. We have a half-time graphic designer now, and she should be spending her time training other departments to make all of their documents and their image-heavy documents, the newsletters that go out from council, the reports in the mayor's office, the controller audits, departmental reports. These should all be accessible. They're mostly digital these days. They're very image-heavy, and they're just not accessible. But she's got no time to go out to other departments because she's in our department making our documents accessible. So we desperately need this to be a full-time position. A half-time position just quite frankly isn't cutting it. Jumping as quickly as I can. The ledge rep, same type of situation here. We actually lost a different position through SIP. We lost our accounting clerk, but I can't operate without an accounting clerk. So in the mid-year budget crisis, we were willing to give up this position, this MA position that was doing policy work for us, sort of as a swap out for the SIP. But quite frankly, the city does so much of our disability work reactively. We get a complaint or a lawsuit, and then we try and fix it after the fact. But we need to be proactive. I need a full-time writing policy person who can do that research, can be really on the ground, coming up with legislation, writing the kind of policy briefs we need across this city. Again, COVID, the vaccine policy, mask policy, so many things have come up, and I really need a ledge rep. The current person we had was wonderful and has moved up into the mayor's office. And again, we just really need to fill that position. And then finally, well, 2 more things quickly. There's a community program assistance. This is another half-time position that we haven't been able to fill because of budget cuts. and we need another full-time person working on homelessness and disability. I'll leave that space for questions, but there's so much work we have to do to address the homeless situation. There's so much work we are doing in this department across all of our divisions, but I need another staffer who's going to dedicate that work full-time. And then a final small ask, those half-time as-needed positions total $37,000 and change. I'd like to keep that money even if we make these positions full-time, because we want to create a sort of a model pilot program for student professional workers. I want students with disabilities in here. My capacity, why am I asking for so little there? We only have a capacity to run maybe 4 people inside of this department, but I want that to build across city departments, across council offices. We had a great partnership with EWDD that got inked right before COVID hit. So the STEPS program, we had funding from the state that went to EWDD, and we hoped to get a whole lot more students into work situations, and it didn't happen, but we'd love to get a pilot started as soon as we can. And then I'll do the quickest presentation today by just closing and saying that, I have 25 people working here. And through COVID, they have been working day and night to serve people with disabilities. And I'm talking about out in the parks, going to serve people who are homeless on the street, making sure people are fed. We don't have the extraordinary infrastructure that Laura has. She did such a great job feeding seniors. We had no infrastructure to even start with. We've been trying to feed people. We've been trying to get PPE out there. And this staff has done it. And I can't tell you, just with a little more support and making sure we have the staffing and making sure we can fill the positions that we get assigned would go a long way to changing the city. And really, I've been saying this for years, we're never quite there, making this the most accessible big city in America. There's my quick one.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And thanks for maintaining that energy level even at this hour. I appreciate it very much.
A lot of caffeine, sir.
Let's start off with Mr. Blumenfield.
All right. Well, I'll start off doing a Krikorian move by saying I'd like to get a report back on all of your asks. Because your department is incredibly important, as you have outlined it. We need to do right by our disabled community. And I might point out, not only do we need to do right by our disabled community, but in our own selfish financial interest as a city, we have got to do a better job, or we are going to continue to pay through the nose on liability claims. And we have seen humongous payouts, and there are some that are pending because we haven't done right. And that, even if you don't have a humanitarian bone in your body, that should be reason enough. But we all have that humanitarian bone, and we see the importance of the work that you're doing, and I want to commend you for it and make sure that we can continue it. I'm curious with the COVID vaccines, I know that was also a big issue. Were you guys very engaged in getting the disabled to get vaccinated, and how are we doing on that now as we've kind of shifted from, it's all about getting appointments to now we're trying to get those folks who are hard to reach to get the vaccines, and many of whom I imagine are in the disabled community.
If you'd asked me this 2 weeks ago, I would have shaken my head and said, we're really struggling to do this. We're doing extraordinary work. There's so much to do. And I'll tell you, I was on a conference call with the mayor's office staff hosting with several disability organizations statewide, who at the end told us, can you guys do a video presentation to show other cities across California the extraordinary work you're doing around vaccine access, because no other city is doing it like LA. And I honestly had no idea, because we've been working so hard to get the work done we're doing. It started with eligibility even. We were doing the policy work on eligibility. People with disabilities were so far down the list to even get a vaccine. We pushed that hard, working with community and working with folks in Sacramento. Then it became, maybe you're eligible, but you can't navigate, again, the digital divide piece. Who's able to navigate these systems to even register and get a vaccine? And then what do the vaccine spaces look like? Are they physically accessible? What's the signage? Are there sign language interpreters? Is there video remote interpreting? We visited city sites, county sites, the federal sites, found best practices, worked with the fire department and others to really ensure the spaces were accessible. And then making sure people with disabilities had really exclusive spaces to get vaccinations. There are a lot of places my folks can't get in some of these vans to get a vaccination. They can't be with a crowd of people sometimes, depending if they have intellectual and developmental disabilities in certain spaces. We had partnerships with several community-based organizations, did 3 weeks of vaccinations. It was a couple thousand people, which maybe is a small number in the grand scheme of 1 million people tested, but they were the hardest, vaccinated. But they were some of the hardest people to get services to, and it was extraordinary work. We continue to work now at the fire department and mayor's office and others to ensure that we get a home vaccination program really rolling. That's going to be certainly weeks, if not months of more work, and we're excited to get there. I probably left something out of Lourdes Sinabaldi, my director of community education. Did I miss something big? Vaccinations?
You covered it all, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
The graphic designer position you mentioned, I think that's particularly important. But is that even going to cover the demands? I mean, as you mentioned, the person you have barely covers your own department. How are we going to get all the departments to to update and make their materials and websites compliant?
Yeah, there are overlapping pieces here. One position that will, once this moves to full-time, that's going to help dramatically. I have a PIO position that's been on the books probably 2 years. I think that Mr. Price actually led the sort of push to make sure that got in place, but I haven't been able to fill the position. We've always been budget short in other places that I never get the permission to actually hire. So I say that because when my PIO position is full, if this position is full-time, and I can fill that systems analyst position. Honestly, I could use 5 more of them, but you know what? Here's why I don't ask. I don't ask because 508 specialists are too hard to find. I need that many exemptions, and I don't even know I can find the people to do it. So I'm trying to do the best I can with what we've sort of almost got, but if I can get my PIO position filled, I can get this position made full-time, and that systems analyst, that'll double the work, the staff that we have doing the work now. In the long run, we have small contracts with outside entities to do a lot of the remediation of documents. If we can figure out a longer-term training program, it's another place for students with disabilities, and get people trained to have this expertise. I think we can do a workforce development piece out of that, and then also have the kind of staff that we need in the city to get us accessible. We're way behind on that work, and I look to work creatively with y'all to figure out how we can to expand that dramatically.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Simon. Thank you again for the work that you and everyone in the department does.
Thank you.
I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Let's go next to Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Stephen, thank you very much for your incredible hard work that you and your staff, like you said, your budget is small. The number of staff members is nowhere as large as other departments, but nonetheless, we thank you for the incredible work that you do. We very much appreciate it. I want to go back to a point that you made and perhaps just highlight it a little more, which is the issue of homelessness and disability among our homeless, unhoused neighbors. And just give me your thoughts with regards to staffing, with regards to budget that's necessary. We know we have a lot of folks comorbidity, and they're going to need a lot of assistance. What are your thoughts with folks right now who are disabled and living on our streets today?
The biggest way, most effective way we're going to address that issue is to ensure that our citywide response to addressing homelessness includes in every aspect people with disabilities. Mm-hmm. So this department has partnered with all sorts of folks who are doing great work from, again, the physical space. Is it bridge home space, making sure that's accessible? Is it the rec and parks facilities that are temporary shelters, making sure they're accessible? What do we do with people who don't have durable medical equipment, who are out in a park somewhere and their wheelchair is broken? We have proposed and have sought funding, I think it's block grant funding, for some durable medical equipment, for example, to help get that out to folks literally living on the street. Our city AIDS coordinator is on, Ricky Rosales. The organizations he funds out of the AIDS office run the city's needle exchange programs. The syringe exchange programs are the people that are going out when you get complaints from your constituents in every district of the city and get those needles off the ground from encampments. So I guess where I'm going is it's It's a network of efforts that we do. That network needs to expand across every policy decision-making we do around homelessness. We work with LAHSA directly as often as we can. So we will have, if this position we requested here is funded, I'll have 2 full-time people doing exclusively homeless work. That will go far as soon as we're back out in the streets, really doing more of that on the ground outreach. Another policy issue is making sure the city is engaging with the county, and particularly the mental health services the county has, and the Department of Health Services to get people into direct care. Again, Lourdes' team does so much work making direct referrals to people with disabilities. I'm sorry, the lights go off in Figueroa Plaza after a certain time. I have to actually get up to make it come back on. Sorry.
No problem.
You're definitely running too late. So honestly, I could free associate on homelessness. I mean, one of our biggest issues, maybe 40% of people who are homeless have some kind of disability. So there's an extraordinary need. There's extraordinary need for training service animals. When things were going on in Echo Park a few weeks ago, we made sure we had a chance to speak with police and others around not separating people from their service animals. We made sure the council office actually had the durable medical equipment so they could provide it as needed. Those are the kind of programs we're working on.
Oh, thank you very much, Stephen. All points very well received and all excellent points. Mr. Chair, I'd like a report back from the department on the staffing needs for Project Home Key and other homeless roadmap sites, as well as potential funding, quite frankly, potential funding sources that can be used to fund additional staff, to the point one underscore that Stephen just made. Which, you're right on target, Stephen. A lot of folks who are experiencing, homelessness right now, living, streets, parks, RVs, in their cars, in our alleyways, have some type of physical disability as well, which makes it doubly more challenging. So I appreciate what you just expressed to each and every one of us. So I would move forward, report back, and just say we appreciate all of you. Thank you so much, Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's go next to Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen, again, thank you and your team for being such a strong pillar of the city family and really modeling what's important in terms of equity and opportunity. So we really appreciate that. One of the programs that you have, of course, is the Blue Curb program, something very popular with neighbors for the right reasons and sometimes for the wrong reasons. But my question is, how many Blue Curb requests does the department get in a typical year? And do you have sufficient staffing to process these requests?
Thank you. Well, great question. So the Blue Curb program, again, just to remind folks that quite frankly, the program was shut down across the city for I think 8 to 9 years as some pending litigation in another jurisdiction within California was determining how we go about building out blue curbs and whether or not they need to have a curb ramp adjacent to them. I am buying a little time looking for my number there. This department, so the blue curb requests come in, this department processes them and we forward them over to LADOT. We assess not quite the validity, but we categorize the type of blue curbs. Is it one that literally is post and paint? Put up the sign, paint it, go. Is it something that requires major construction of a sidewalk because the sidewalk's damaged? Is it something that just requires a curb cut? We categorize them, we pass them on to DOT. There are just shy of 1,800 requests that are still pending that this department has processed. I think as COVID.
You've processed them and turned them over to DOT?
Yes.
Or you've got 1,800 in your shop still?
No, we process them and turn them over to DOT. Yeah, very few of those. I still have 2 people that get them daily. I'm so sorry, I don't have the daily number in front of me, and my ADA compliance officer is actually out sick today. He was going to be on the call. I can't tell you what I get in daily, but I have 2 full-time staff people that are doing extraordinary work working on the Blue Curb program. So we have we've gotten rid of the backlog and we continue to work more with DOT so my folks can actually go out in the street and assess the space and write up more formal reports and try and get more of them actually built out than we currently have. our Blue Card program is working excellently right now, sir.
Well, we want to support that because we know our disabled neighbors count on that program, and it is a help. Your department is one of the most diverse and equitable within the city. What recommendations do you have for other departments to help increase diversity, to promote equity, especially when considering those with disabilities?
You know, thank you for that question. We kind of roll in our own space around that because we're so small. We don't have much infrastructure around how we do our hiring, and we operate as a family. We sit here and work together and fight amongst ourselves and make sure we're serving people at the end of the day, right? So around our diversity and equity, I don't have formal programs designed to attract people of service. That's just who comes to this office. We are disproportionately people of color. We're disproportionately LGBTQ. We are of all ages. And that's just how this department has evolved because I think we live in that space. What happens though is people, when they talk about equity, forget people with disabilities just broadly. So even if we're talking about race, you want to talk about African-American folks, you want to talk about Latinos and Latinas, talk about people with disabilities in those communities. When you talk about seniors, you know, are they senior and disabled? Where does that fit in? And what about intellectual disabilities, invisible disabilities that we don't see? What is it we can do to make everything, literally by definition, everything the city does acceptable and inclusive for folks? And this department starts in that space. So when we all start in that space, it's a lot easier to understand the issues that people with disabilities face. We live in an ableist world. We forget how easy it is for most people to navigate our spaces physically, digitally, and in other ways. We just need to be cognizant about it. I would love to see more training programs here. I'd love to see this office doing more. We've been working with personnel and they've been doing extraordinary work on the trainings they have for city employees and making them more accessible. Our content needs to change. We're working with PD quite a bit on looking at policies and interacting with deaf and hard of hearing folk, policies interacting with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It's just thinking outside the box about really incorporating and including everyone.
I'm proud of your commitment. You're leading by example, and we appreciate you. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Price. I appreciate the comments about the Blue Curb program, and I'm glad to hear that the backlog is getting winnowed down. It is something that we hear in my office quite a bit, and that I hear from my field staff quite a bit, that the delays in getting these requests processed are still quite long. So look forward to working with you to make sure that as that backlog is being eliminated, we're able to get those requests processed more quickly. Related to that, this is not really a budget question so much as it is a special study report back, but it's just one of those pet peeves that always drives me crazy. And Steve, I think you've heard me say this before. One of the things that makes me absolutely crazy is the abuse of placards and the illegal parking in spaces reserved for the disabled. And it just makes me nuts that people, don't understand the importance of these spaces for people who are living with disabilities. And so, at your leisure, this is a special study kind of request back. I'd love to hear what best practices you may be aware of that other cities might have implemented through their departments of disability or their Department of Transportation to combat the abuse of placards and illegal parking in disabled spaces.
If I may, sir, the briefest aside on that, we work closely with Salida and DOT and came up with a pretty incredible report that has a chunk of that. It's almost a little dated now, and have been looking at legislation that would balance the needs of people with disabilities with this abuse of these spaces well. And I think a pretty extraordinary report came out of that. What I think is, while I think the city's been more focused on trying to get change at the state level around state law, around placard reform, we also need to be creative in-house. And I think, we're the entertainment capital of the world. And the best videos I've seen, I'll be perfectly honest with you, came from Russia, where they actually did holograms in these parking spaces that would pop up when you parked in them, and really freak people out. You know what you just did? You deprived me of this space. I think we can use technology and all sorts of really groundbreaking, really outside of the box public service space, and this city should be the leader in that. So I will definitely do that report for you, but I'd love for us to look at other things outside of just the legislative response to make that change.
Great, thank you. I saw an example of a program where instead of using the traditional blue symbol for the disabled parking space, they actually had a photograph of a person with a disability, so that it became a human thing instead of just a symbol. And so in any event, your help with that would be great.
Exactly.
Okay, that brings us finally to Ms. Rodriguez to bring us home.
Thank you so much. I will be brief. I thought you all did a great job in asking your questions and requesting some of that information. Stephen, thank you all for your collaboration and partnership when we got Calsa Care operating and doing the food deliveries during the pandemic. It was a critical lifeline for so many individuals living with disabilities, and it was just the perfect collaboration. And so really happy with the work that we did on that. I just want to underscore, and this is more so just in the context of the conversation with my colleagues with respect to the student worker program. I know you and I have spoken previously. When we talk about youth development programs, oftentimes what gets overlooked is the need for youth development programs and so many young people living with disabilities, creating that opportunity for them to be connected to those critical jobs that oftentimes people forget. There are opportunities that exist. We could do an even better job through the work of the youth development department to helping to create that opportunity for them to derive that to identify where that opportunity exists, and for that to be facilitated in collaboration with the work of your department. So I couldn't be more pleased to see that as part of the budget proposal, to make sure that we're going to help fulfill that need. It's certainly not enough. We need to be identifying greater opportunities to do more. I think that's a critical piece that people forget. There are contributions to be made. There are varying degrees of disabilities that individuals endure, and we have to recognize that difference and still try and facilitate connection to those opportunities. And so I think for me, it's about making sure that we help support that continued effort and work, and that your voice and the voice of this department is one that helps to better inform our policies so that we don't ever lose sight of the population and providing that critical service to them. So I think my colleagues have covered all the report back. So I just, want to say thank you for what you all do. It's been great, just completely appreciative of the collaboration and the work to help meet the need during the pandemic and any other day of the year, but especially so during the pandemic.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your support. Mr. Chair, can I make one quick footnote? I know it's late.
Yes, indeed.
Two things I want to do.
You've earned it, I'd say.
To Jaime Pacheco Orozco, who's my deputy director. He's been working on particularly focusing on youth and workforce development for youth with disabilities. We've convened meetings out of this department that he's coordinated with EWDD and LAUSD and Department of Rehabilitation at the state and the county workforce and aging folks. We really want to build on that and look forward to working with you on that. And my really closing footnote is there's so many departments, and traditionally we were sort of the troublemakers. We were wagging fingers at them for not being accessible, and that's not how our world is now. I want to beseech you all, as you're looking at the budget broadly, you know, we want more blue curbs. DOT needs support to get those blue curbs done. We want more sidewalks. Street services and engineering need the funds, need possibly the political work also with all the federal infrastructure money to make sure we're out there building sidewalks and making this city accessible. I'll tell you, recreation and parks, who else offhand? DCA, you know, we worked with them to make sure there were asks in on some of this federal money to ensure that they could build out more accessible space. So if we integrate that thinking into, quite frankly, all the work we do, particularly with the federal money coming down this year, we're going to make extraordinary change. And a final footnote for my footnote is virtually every, I don't know that there's an exception to tell you the truth, but virtually every federal grant that this city gets at whatever scale requires whatever is implemented with that grant to be accessible. And the notion of really setting aside funding, I'm not trying to bring it to DOD, but setting aside funding from each of those departments that gets these massive amounts of funding to make sure they're making their programs and physical space accessible with that funding is just something we need to look at more broadly as a city. I'd love to, again, work with you all on that. So again, thank you for your time and indulgence.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Simon, to you and your whole team. Thank you for your service, and again, thank you for your patience. Members, that brings us to the conclusion of a very productive day. Although it is 7:44 now, and as I say, that's the second time in 9 years that we've gone past our 7 o'clock goal, but it was well worth it because we had a very robust, thorough discussion about many of these departments. But my thanks and my apologies to our city staff for being so late. Tomorrow we'll be beginning at 9 a.m. And we'll start off with reviewing our ongoing list of budget memos. Then we'll take up the Board of Public Works, the Bureau of Contract Administration, Bureau of Street Lighting, Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Street Services, Community Investment for Families, Youth Development, Housing and Community Investment, LASA and HACLA, Bureau of Sanitation, Library, and ITA. So we will have another very full, very busy day. So I look forward to seeing you all at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And until then, this committee stands in recess. Thank you, everyone.